Welcome to the Think Marketing Show, the #1 podcast for growing and scaling your business with online video. I'm Heather Torres.
And I'm Sean Cannell, and we're from Think Media. And if this is your first time listening, welcome.
This show is dedicated to helping you learn how to get your content noticed and the latest money-making strategies working right now online. So whether you want to grow your YouTube channel or maximize online video across social media, this is for you. So today we have something really special for you. We hosted our sold-out video marketing conference, Grow with Video Live, where we dove into the latest strategies for video marketing and online business. Shout out to everyone from the Think community who came to that. And this year, it was just electric. We brought together the Think Media team, we had guests, and it was just amazing to see just the power that's happening right now in online video. And today, we're bringing you Sean Cannell's keynote from that event. Now, what I loved about this keynote specifically was that Sean really shared his journey. He talked about how he was a college dropout and now he's running a multi-million-dollar media company. Sean's going to share with you some of the latest video stats that you need to know right now and how it's going to affect your business this year. Also, how to stay motivated so you can keep creating content all year long, and why now is the best time to be using online video for your business. So let's jump over to the keynote now.
We're going to kick it off right now with just our first session, all about kind of get on the same page of what's the future of online video right now and why should we go all in and what's that all about. But as we mentioned, our mission here is to help you build your influence with social media. And in this session, we're going to be talking about some must-know stats in online video trends, 10 reasons to go all in with online video right now, as well as how to stay motivated to create social media content and to push through, when we sometimes things get tough. But if we're just meeting, my name's Sean, and my background is I live now here in Las Vegas with my wife Sonia, our 2 Chihuahuas. But we actually started and grew up in Washington State, right? Maybe you've heard of Seattle before. Washington's pretty popular. I mean, we had Starbucks starting there. Of course, Microsoft, Nirvana, Macklemore, come on, all coming out of the Northwest. And so Amazon, of course, it's like a tech culture. That's what's amazing about Washington is it's tech, it's future thinking, Seattle. But that's actually not where I grew up. I actually did not grow up anywhere near really Seattle. I grew up in the country. It was Arlington, Washington. I got my parents in the front row here. We grew up, come on, we grew up on 6 acres. We had like quads and like goats and some horses.
Napoleon had brilliant tactics, but team morale was low. If only Napoleon could gather feedback, upskill, and energize his workforce, today's landmarks would look a whole lot different. Even today, Christina and her team try to keep up with compliance changes in 30 different countries. Thankfully, they now have one partner to do it all. Deal can hire, manage, pay, and develop a global workforce, all while staying compliant.
Craving something sweet? Look no further than Crave Cookies in Northeast Philadelphia. Located at 9173 Roosevelt Boulevard, Crave Cookies isn't just your average cookie shop. Every week, our menu changes, so there's always something new and exciting to try. From classic chocolate chip to unique seasonal flavors, we've got your cravings covered. Need something extra? Our cookie cakes are perfect for birthdays and celebrations. We also offer catering for your next event, because who doesn't love cookies at a party? And don't forget to grab a milkshake or a loaded soda to wash it all down. Visit Crave Cookies at 9173 Roosevelt Boulevard, order online, or give us a call at 215-552-2415 to place your order today.
Kind of crazy stuff. Here's me. I mean, I was in a tree, This was before social media, Like, I know parents are like, I wish my kids would go outside. We did, because we didn't have anything else. We didn't have power. Just kidding. We had power. But you know, what I love about this is you know, I grew up and didn't have like any connections in Hollywood, and no one really in our family was into like, you know, video or that kind of stuff. But it just shows you the power that when you just punch fear in the face and you press record and you can just start in a bedroom, that amazing things can happen. And for me, I actually got started in my local church. 2003, I started shooting video, and you can see it's just a ragtag group there. The person that got me into video, his name's Jeff Moores. He's my youth pastor. He's sitting right over here. Jeff, stand up, just so people can. We probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Jeff Moores. And man, we were balling on a budget though. You can see those Home Depot lights in the screens there, right? That was green screen from Joanne Fabrics, right? Some of you might relate. You're like, I don't got much money, right? I got my phone and some duct tape, and that's all you need. But and then for years, I was waiting tables at Red Robin, and then doing videos for my church, and just kind of learning video. And my first videos were my worst videos, just like yours, right? But you were kind of building those muscles, getting through it. Then in 2009, I started a video production business and got a little bit deeper into video. And it was in Think Media. It was in 2010 that Think Media actually started, and I uploaded my first video on that channel, and we saw a little bit of it, but let's check it out just to kind of take it back for a moment.
All right, so this is, I guess, the first Sean Thinks vlog, and I'm going to try to vlog every single day, mainly so I can remember what I'm even doing and what's going on, because I just feel like I have a lot that I'm thinking about, and I figured, hey, why not share it? And if you find something interesting, that's awesome. Now, this is definitely as real as it gets, so I'm not going to try to be energetic or entertaining. Though maybe sometimes I will. But anyways,
Yeah, man. You know.
Welcome to the Think Marketing Show, the #1 podcast for growing and scaling your business with online video. I'm Heather Torres.
And I'm Sean Cannell, and we're from Think Media. And if this is your first time listening, welcome.
This show is dedicated to helping you learn how to get your content noticed and the latest money-making strategies working right now online. So whether you want to grow your YouTube channel or maximize online video across social media, this is for you. So today we have something really special for you. We hosted our sold-out video marketing conference, Grow with Video Live, where we dove into the latest strategies for video marketing and online business. Shout out to everyone from the Think community who came to that. And this year, it was just electric. We brought together the Think Media team. We had guests, and it was just amazing to see just the power that's happening right now in online video. And today, we're bringing you Sean Cannell's keynote from that event. Now, what I loved about this keynote specifically was that that Sean really shared his journey. He talked about how he was a college dropout and now he's running a multi-million-dollar media company. Sean's going to share with you some of the latest video stats that you need to know right now and how it's going to affect your business this year. Also, how to stay motivated so you can keep creating content all year long, and why now is the best time to be using online video for your business. So let's jump over to the keynote now.
We're going to kick it off right now with just our first session, all about kind of getting on the same page of what's the future of online video right now, and why should we go all in, and what's that all about. But as we mentioned, our mission here is to help you build your influence with social media. And in this session, we're going to be talking about some must-know stats in online video trends, 10 reasons to go all in with online video right now, as well as how to stay motivated to create social media content and to push through, when we sometimes things get tough. But if we're just meeting, my name's Sean, and my background is I live now here in Las Vegas with my wife Sonia, our 2 Chihuahuas. But we actually started and grew up in Washington State, right? Maybe you've heard of Seattle before. Washington's pretty popular. We had Starbucks starting there. Of course, Microsoft, Nirvana, Macklemore, come on, all coming out of the Northwest. And so Amazon, of course, it's like a tech culture. That's what's amazing about Washington is it's tech, it's future thinking, Seattle. But that's actually not where I grew up. I actually did not grow up anywhere near really Seattle. I grew up in the country. It was Arlington, Washington. I got my parents in the front row here. We grew up, come on, we grew up on 6 acres. We had like quads and like goats and some horses. Yeah, kind of crazy stuff. Here's me. I was in a tree, This was before social media, Like, I know parents are like, I wish my kids would go outside. We did, because we didn't have anything else. We didn't have power. Just kidding, we had power. But what I love about this is I grew up and didn't have like any connections in Hollywood, and no one really in our family was into like video or that kind of stuff. But it just shows you the power that when you just punch fear in the face and you press record and you can just start in a bedroom, that amazing things can happen. And for me, I actually got started in my local church. 2003, I started shooting video, and you can see it's just a ragtag group there. The person that got me into video, his name's Jeff Moores. He's my youth pastor. He's sitting right over here. Jeff, stand up, just so people can. We probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Jeff Moores. And man, we were balling on a budget though. You can see those Home Depot lights in the screens there, right? That was green screen from Joanne Fabrics, right? Some of you might relate. You're like, I don't got much money, right? I got my phone and some duct tape, and that's all you need. But and then for years, I was waiting tables at Red Robin, and then doing videos for my church, and just kind of learning video. And my first videos were my worst videos, just like yours, right? But you were kind of building those muscles, getting through it. Then in 2009, I started a video production business and got a little bit deeper into video. And it was in Think Media. It was in 2010 that Think Media actually started, and I uploaded my first video on that channel, and we saw a little bit of it, but let's check it out just to kind of take it back for a moment.
All right, so this is, I guess, the first Sean Thinks vlog, and I'm going to try to vlog every single day, mainly so I can remember what I'm even doing and what's going on, because I just feel like I have a lot that I'm thinking about, and I figured, hey, why not share it? And if you find something interesting, that's awesome. Now, this is definitely as real as it gets, so I'm not going to try to be energetic or entertaining. Though maybe sometimes I will. But anyways,
yeah, man.
I need your arms around me. I need to feel your touch.
Baby, I'm tired of waiting. Go recharge your batteries, come back to me to make your mama proud.
I need your arms around me. I need to feel your touch, and I really wanna talk.
People know us as being a community family company, and I want to be able to make
Going out of business, it's ready to shut its doors.
I wanted to be here today because I'm like, dude, I gotta change something.
You know, that really reminds me of this quote by Zig Ziglar, and it's this: you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. You gotta just start. You gotta just press record. And that's what I did. And now we've seen the power of online video over these last years. Of course, not just in the world, but in our business. I mean, going from just shooting videos in a bedroom to now building a multiple seven-figure company, it's been crazy to see the power of social media and online video. And so as we start today, let's talk about why online video. And I'm kind of preaching to the choir. I mean, you already have come here to grow with video, but there's some very interesting stats we need to know in regards to where video is going and even where it is right now. You know, Cisco says that by 2022, online video will make up more than 82% of consumer internet traffic. That's 15 times higher than it was in 2017. This is the rapid acceleration of video, period. And consumers, by the way, those are the people you're trying to reach, whether that's with your products, services, as an influencer. Video is the format. It's what's growing more than anything else. 78% of people watch online videos every week, and 55% of people view online videos every day. Who's in that 55%? That's me, man. Every single day. Like, I'm probably seeing some kind of online video. 6 out of 10 people would rather watch online videos than television. And as culture shifts, it's funny, my wife Sonia and I oftentimes will sit down after a day's work, we turn on our smart TV, and we don't go anywhere else, we go to YouTube first. I turn on Phil DeFranco, I get filled in on my news, you know? I turn on a couple other, we go through our subscriptions. It's interesting how culture is shifting. In fact, you can see it here, that the TV consumption is going down, while online video has surpassed that and is going up in terms of, here in the US, time spent consuming content. Now, on social media, where you're going to be reaching your target audience, the people you want to reach, social media posts with video have 48% more views than posts without video. And social video generates 1,200% more shares than text and image content combined. So uploading video, not just YouTube, but uploading video on Twitter, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on these different platforms is very powerful for getting more reach. Now, 65% of people use YouTube to help them solve a problem. In this room, you could write this down, and I hope you're taking notes throughout this conference. Even if you throw them away after, it helps us kind of retain the information we're learning. But when I think about this, here's the question all of us need to answer: what problem do you solve? You got to know that. And when you know that, people are going to the internet, they go to Google, they go to YouTube to help solve a problem. And maybe that's how to get more views on YouTube, or how to save money on your taxes, or how to have a stronger relationship, or how to go deeper in your faith, whatever it is. And people are looking for answers on YouTube. You need to be showing up with those answers. Now, a website is 53 times more likely to reach the front page of Google if it includes video. So as business owners, having video integrated on our website, embedded in different posts, very critical to get more reach on our websites. And then nearly 50% of internet users look for videos related to a product or service before visiting a store. So what we're seeing now is online video being kind of a synergy of what's happening offline. And so you want to have any kind of product you have, any kind of service you have, you want video describing that, educating about that, because even people want to research you first, kind of stalk you a little bit online, and then maybe do business with you later. Now, this is where it gets crazy. 3.48 billion people, roughly 45% of the world's population, use social media. No. Half the world is active on social media. And you don't need to be told in this room that like this is where the future is going, but for some business owners, and here's the opportunity. Last night at our kind of networking party, I was talking to a couple different people about their industries. I was talking to people, especially whether it's the residential service industry or maybe some kind of traditional business industries, where they're like, you know, our people aren't quite online yet. Here's the thing, we're seeing them all come online. And 1 out of 2 people on planet Earth are on social media apps. You need to be on social media apps, right? Now, here's the breakdown of the monthly active users on the key platforms. By the way, these are the platforms that pretty much we think are relevant when it comes to video right now. You active on Twitter, you have 326 million people active on Twitter. LinkedIn, probably one of the most important platforms for us as professionals to be active on right now, uploading video content as well as text, pictures. 260 million monthly active users on that platform. It's the wealthiest social network out of all of them, regardless of users, because it's where business is done. It's where professionals are. It's where brands are. People on LinkedIn have money. So if you are looking to do business, build your income, you want to be active on LinkedIn. TikTok is hot right now. Now, raise your hand if you know what TikTok is and you have the app. Raise it high. I've just got to survey the room. Not too bad, not too bad. So maybe 20% of the room. So TikTok right now, some are saying is maybe the biggest threat to like an Instagram, which is one of the hottest platforms right now. Something to kind of put on your radar, definitely a younger demographic, but that's always where it starts. And then things usually age up, so something to be paying attention to. Of course, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, massive saturation. Here's the bottom line. When you get your marketing right, your messaging right, you get your business set up right, your communication right, your customers are here. There is no shortage of customers for you. There's just you needing to reach them and connect with them. There's no shortage of money in the economy for your business. There's no reason you should not be prospering. I get it. You got it. It's tough and there's a struggle and different things. But this is an insane amount of people. It's about getting in front of them on, by the way, every single one of these platforms is free to use. Free to use.
In celebration of the launch of this brand new podcast, we're giving away 2 tickets to our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, a $1,500 value.
All you have to do to enter is make sure you subscribe, leave us a review on Apple Podcast, and then take a screenshot of your review and go to thinkmarketingshow.com for the rest of the details.
Now we're going to go and talk just about phones a little bit. We're going to talk about smartphones. Nearly 3/4 of the world will use just their smartphones to access the internet by 2025. So what we need to be aware of as we think of kind of the broad reach of this is also that right now, the screen that you're going to be reaching, the people that you need to reach is right here. That this is the window to the world. And that not only is that true now, but it's increasingly true. By 2025, 3/4 of the earth will have this device. So therefore, you can reach them on these platforms. 51% of time spent online is spent on mobile devices. And so through all the people on the internet, over half, and that number is growing, the majority are on mobile. Now, the average US adult will spend 2 hours, this is where it gets kind of awkward, and 55 minutes on their smartphone per day. Anybody, is that you? That's me. They say some people, they say that's the average. They say crazy people, it's over 5 hours. It's over 5 hours. It's pretty, we have people like point people out. Yeah, that's so funny. And so the average adult, 2 hours on their phone. Now, the majority of that time is being spent on social media. So out of that almost 3 hours, 2 hours and 23 minutes per day is on social media. What is the point I'm trying to make? This is the device that we're going to be reaching people, and the main thing that people are using on this device is social platforms. Those social platforms are free, and you creating relevant content that's valuable to get in front of your target audience is massively powerful. This graph right here also shows us the increase since 2012. And so what's the trend of online video? This isn't slowing down, this is going up. We see this continuing to grow, and so there's massive opportunity for us. Now, here's how many times we touch our phones per day. The typical cell phone user touches his or her phone 2,617 times per day. So this is including touching it, typing on it, right? Like doing some stuff, maybe you play a game or something. Or if you're like me, you're just compulsive and every once in a while you look around and you just touch it. You ever do that? I'm on meetings, I'm listening to like Heather and Melissa talk for a second and then I'm like, okay, and I start zoning out and I just start like, and I'm like, oh, I should be listening. And it's like, right? And that's just the average user. Extreme cell phone users, the top 10%, they touch their phones 5,400 times a day. Look at the person next to you and say, you've got a problem. You've really got a problem. Yeah. Yeah. No. Now here's the deal. You came to grow with video. I'm not here to like preach about whether this is good or bad. I'll leave that up to the psychologists, you know. I'm not here to discuss any of those things. But for us as business owners, we just need to understand that this is true. And that whether it's healthy or not, regardless, there's a lot of opportunity there because people are glued to these things. Scarily so, isn't it? I mean, I've been driving lately. I've seen this just yesterday. I got my hair cut. I was going through this parking lot. I saw this woman, man. She was just whipping through the parking lot. She wasn't even. And I was like, dear God, like if I was in front, I would have died if I was in front of her. I watched the whole thing happen. Luckily, she was unobstructed. But again, I'm not here to discuss those things. I'll leave that up to the psychologists. This is massive opportunity for you and me. This is where attention is. This is where you need to be. Now, finally, digital audio. Curveball. Digital audio accounts for the biggest share of time spent on these mobile devices. Well, Sean, this is a video conference. Yes. But what the stats show us is actually that what people are listening to the most is audio, and then it says social media is next and video is third. So right now on our phones, people are spending the most time on audio, then they're spending time on social media, and then they're consuming video. What we're going to be talking a lot about at this conference is video podcasting. It is our belief that many of us in this room, I believe all of us, should be focusing on digital audio, considering to start a podcast. Who already has a podcast? Wave at me. Awesome. So a few people in the room. Now, when you video podcast, what's amazing is you get all of these. Because if you record the audio as well with video, you can hit YouTube. You can also hit the podcast. You can go on Spotify now for free, right? You can upload clips in social media, put content on YouTube. So by doing a video podcast, that is the most strategic way to dominate. And we're going to be going a lot deeper in that throughout the day. So what's the point? And it's time to go all in. Like, it's time to go all in. Like, you came to Vegas to sit here at Grow With Video, not to go all in at the blackjack tables, but to go all in video. And what I mean by that is, like, again, this is where people's attention is. Like, the statistics are in, the results are in. This is modern marketing. And this is also where it's most underpriced. Can you still do billboards and do people see them? Sure. Can you still do television ads? Absolutely. Can you still do radio? Absolutely. But these are free platforms. We also highly encourage, and we'll be discussing paid traffic on these platforms, but this is where it's happening. And when I say go all in, what I mean by that is that we got to really lean in. I mean, you already bought a ticket to this conference and you're here, but when I say it's not just about money, this is about our time. It's about our energy. It's about our strategy. It's about really putting our, heart, our strength, our emotions into this because the opportunity is that big. And I've learned that half-hearted efforts never get great results. That someone that is your competitor and someone in your industry, they are going all in. And so they understand this opportunity and they're jacked up, they're fired up, and they're leaning into this. You're here to make that decision today. If there's one thing I want you to take away from this session, maybe even this conference, is that you would say, man, I'm going to commit to this thing. I see it. The writing's on the wall. It is time to go all in. Look at your neighbor and say, go all in. Tell them that. Look at the person on the other side and say, you really need to go all in. You especially, yeah. But here's the problem. Like I said, you probably are here and you're like, yeah, that's why I'm here. I bought a ticket, man. I flew from New York, bro. I'm all in. The problem, I think, is this stat right here. It's not that we don't know that we need to go all in, but 83% of marketers would increase their reliance on video and strategy if there were no obstacles like time, resource, and budgets. And so that's what we're talking about today. We're going to talk about, and Heather's going to be sharing a little bit about productivity and how do we actually optimize some of these things so we can implement them in our business. You know, if we had more resources, if we had more budget. But you know what that looks like to me? Most marketers are making excuses. Most marketers are being a little sissies. For real, man. Like, I would do a lot of things. Like, man, I would be in a lot better shape if I had more time, resources, and motivation. You know what I mean? Like, that's everything. Like, you know, I love this quote from Thomas Edison. Opportunity is missed by most people because it's dressed in overalls and it looks like work. You got to go all in, and we got to overcome these obstacles, and that's what we're going to do today. And one of the things that we've learned as it pertains to going all in is it's not enough to really just have kind of like mental comprehension, but it actually needs to be something that we truly buy into at a heart level. We like to say that reasons come before results. Reasons come before results. When you've got strong enough reasons, that gets you up and motivated to do the extra work. That maybe after a hard day's work in your business, you're like, Sean, I mean, I'm maxed out. I got client calls, I got stuff to do, I got delivery of services, I got all this stuff. That when you get home after a hard day's work, you go, but I get this online video, this video podcasting thing's real, so I'm gonna hustle an extra hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours to get in that extra time, but you have to have strong enough reasons to do that. You know, that reminds me of really my drive and my motivation, and it kind of goes back to when we were in the hardest season of our life. You may have heard our story before, but my wife Sonia and I, we actually got married in 2000, when we were 21. We got married in 2005. We just celebrated our 14th anniversary, September 9th. Thank you. And so we got married young. We got married at 21, and it was, yeah, and so we're this young couple. You know, we've got big dreams, young, vibrant, like just ready to take on the world. But and at the time we were hustling. I have to mention I started my business in 2009, so I was doing my business, Clear Vision Media. My wife Sonia had multiple jobs. She's working at Starbucks. She's waiting tables. She was nannying for some friends of ours. I was waiting tables at Red Robin. That's not actually how my hair looked. That was Halloween. I was Wayne from Wayne's World at that time. Would have been awesome, though. I mean, I think maybe I should do that. That's grow a video next year if I start now. And we were kind of dabbling on YouTube, and we were going all these things. But then we hit the hardest season of our life. And after we got married, just 2 years later, my wife got very sick. She actually went on a trip to the Philippines and came back, and we didn't know what was going on. And she's throwing up 5, 10, 15 times a day for a few years. Doctor after doctor after doctor had no idea what was going on. And over 2 years, she began to lose all this kind of weight and eventually got to a place where she was hospitalized and almost died. And I found myself in the hospital room with her for 6 days, just kind of by her bedside, trying to figure out, man, what are we going to do? What are we going to do next? And if that wasn't enough, some of you could probably relate to going through the Big Short, like the crash of the economy, 2008, 2009. And we were going through that time too. We'd actually had a rental property, we had a house. And so now we're dealing with chronic illness, we're dealing with kind of job loss, and now we're losing our homes. And you can imagine the weight and the pressure of that. And if that wasn't enough, I mentioned I got started in church, right? And I was working at that church. Well, at that church, some people stole some money and things started falling apart. There's this massive momentum and movement, but it just began to just fall to pieces. And now you also had people you trusted and people you looked up to that let you down. And so we really felt like, man, what is happening? Like things were literally falling apart all around us. We're losing money. We're losing our homes. I have no idea what's going to happen with my wife's health, what our future holds. And maybe you can relate to a season like this, right? Maybe right now you're in a season like this, or you can look back to a season like this, dealing with uncertainty, overwhelm, right? You're scared, like you're afraid. And it was during this season that I really realized, man, life is short. You get punched in the face with this kind of stuff at a super young age, and it kind of wakes you up to like, whoa, like life is short. And I begin to ask questions like, man, are we really maxing out and like living at the highest level? It made me think like, man, am I really spending quality time with my family? Have I really spent quality time with my wife? Do I have that freedom to spend time with her? Because in a moment, maybe she could be gone. Maybe I could be gone in a moment. And you start to think about these things, and then who was I really as a man and as a leader? I was working in ministry, I was waiting tables and trying to get my business going. We weren't doing great financially. And now as we were dual income, she's losing jobs. So I'm like, man, I got to step up. And I actually got to really lead and begin to fight. Reasons come before results. And it was during this season that I began to capture new reasons. Like, man, I got to fight for my family. Come on, I got to hold tight to my faith. I got to really believe that we can still have a good future and that we can get through this obstacle if we keep going and we keep learning. What I want you to do is write down some reasons right now. And the reason we're doing this, I know you're here for strategy and tactics. We're going to get those today. I know you're here for the latest things. We're going to do those today. But what I've learned is that this is the stuff that really matters, friends. That when we really are going to get through what's coming in terms of the uphill battle of winning on social media, the uphill battle of standing out in your niche and learning these new skills, you got to have strong reasons. And as you're writing, I wanted you to just brainstorm. Write anything down. It doesn't have to be super deep. You know what? Like, I had that dream vacation. Where is that? Write it down. I've got that car that I want. Write that down. But then maybe, what is it that you're fighting for? Man, I'd love to be able to support this cause. I would love to be able, with no problem at all, to be able to just write a check to this organization that I care about. I want my son, my daughter to have this kind of future. I want her to see mom and dad doing this. Or maybe dad left. You're a single mom and you're like, I want my legacy to be this. Let's capture some reasons. And as you're writing for the rest of this session, I just want to talk about 10 reasons to go all in with online video right now. These are some of the reasons that I have that kept me motivated to go through the struggle. Because, we're standing on stage right now and we're here at Grow with Video, but I shot that first video in 2010, y'all. And I got started in video in 2003. Right? So there was a lot of uphill fights to go through to get where we are today. So I had to have strong reasons. Number one, these are just some reasons that maybe you could pull into your life as well. But here's some for me. Become a creator, not just a consumer. Creators are the ones that win in the new economy. There's plenty of consumers. There's plenty of people that want to watch content. And I'm a consumer as well, love watching. But when you step out and start creating content, it actually kind of does something in your life. You start contributing value to the world. You start creating something meaningful. Become a creator, not just a consumer. Second reason, you get to create community. This is insane, friends. Like, we're here, like Inner Circle, but Dr. K's right here. Like, people know, like, David Goldstein's back here. I wouldn't be standing on this stage if it wasn't for him either. Like, it's crazy. All these, that you're meeting people. Like, we're in a room, we're in Vegas at the Sahara Hotel. Community happens because you step out and you start creating content. It actually makes me think of Nicole, who's here. Where's Nicole at? Hey, Nicole. And so it makes me think of Nicole. She's a kid's occupational therapist. She punched fear in the face, started posting videos, and she's helping other moms on her channel. So she has something like 40,000 subscribers, but you can kind of see her stats on the screen. She's growing by 2,072 subscribers per month. That's cool, right? And that's 2,072 moms, right, that are trying to figure out how to get their newborn to latch. That was awkward. Okay, so, it's my favorite thing. Okay. But she's helping people, and community is forming. She's meeting strangers, and now they're becoming friends. And so creating community. Number 3 is to express your creativity. Now, I want to attack a myth right now. Some of you are like, that's mine. Yo, I'm an artist. Yeah, that's natural for me. Some of you in this room have believed the myth that you're not creative. That's not true. All of us are creative. I know that God has wove greatness into all of our DNA, and you're creative in your own way. See, sometimes we think creativity is just video, but creativity is problem solving. Creativity is figuring out how to run a team. Creativity is figuring out how to raise some kids without them going crazy and burning your house down. Like, expressing your creativity, but when you start to share content on the internet, you get to put out creativity. But I've learned that creativity is unlocked by commitment. Creativity is unlocked by commitment. And so that's when we go all in, then we start saying, look, there's no turning back. It's kind of like burning the ships, burn the boats, because now it's like, we better find a creative solution. Like, we're gonna do this video once a week. Come hell or high water, I'm uploading a video once a week, no matter what. And then you start getting creative to figure out how it's done. You start thinking, oh shoot, it's Tuesday, the video's gotta come out. Well, I guess I'm shooting all night long, and I'm gonna be creative with what caffeine beverage I choose. You know what I mean? Like, you find a way. Where there's a will, where there's a way, commitment unlocks creativity. Number 4, I've learned that the reason I started to discover this, when I started to create content, make videos, stretch myself, put myself out there, that it has been the number 1 catalyst of my personal growth.
TaxAct has live experts on hand, so you don't have to worry about all the ins and outs of the tax code. Trust us, you don't want to know about all those ins. And don't get us started on the outs. TaxAct. Let's get them over with.
I'm Born Again, and now streaming for a limited time. Get Disney Plus and Hulu for just $2.99 a month for 4 months.
That it's been stretching, challenging, post some videos, get a few negative comments that are deeply personal and accurate about you. Makes you grow a little bit, challenges you a little bit, right? And so by stepping out of video, my skills grew from just doing it. My confidence grew, my knowledge grew, problem solving, resilience. These things grow by just stepping out and committing. Like, these are reasons, right? Because we haven't even got to like profit or anything. When you've got strong reasons, you just go, people go, well, your channel's not growing that fast. Your podcast is not growing that fast. You're like, it's all good, man. I'm getting my muscles bigger right now. I'm not ready to compete in the Ironman yet. I'm just in the gym working it out. My reasons is the personal growth I'm gaining from a commitment to this process. Reason number 5, build a portfolio. So powerful once you start sharing your voice, your message, your answers, your value on the internet, LinkedIn, Instagram. You're building a portfolio. A portfolio of content makes me think of Diana. And Diana right now is actually back on the cameras. Yeah. We were just, she actually recently joined the Think Media team doing she's independent. She helps us with some micro content that you might see on my Instagram and whatnot. 2016, had a full-time job, had a lot of responsibilities, had all this kind of stuff, but she committed and went all in. She's uploaded 238 videos on her channel over the last 3 years. Now, her channel has, this is amazing, but it has 2,700 subscribers. Not 2 million, not 200,000, 2,700. 3 years, 238 videos. That's commitment, man. That's hustle. But in just the last 2 months, in fact, shout it out, she just was able to quit her jobs, have no bosses, become completely her own entrepreneur woman, run her own business. Yeah. Now she's trying to hire people. She needs to hire people to help her because of the amount of clients she has. How long you been full-time, Diana? May 10th. She knows the day. The day she was able to say, come on, helping 10,000 entrepreneurs become full-time doing what they love with online video. It's possible, but I have been so inspired by you, Diana, because you've been all in. And you've been all in when it's been hard and when it hasn't been super sexy or super flashy, but she hasn't give up and she made it. And she's been building a portfolio of work that is super inspiring. I think about the portfolio that we're building on Think Media. I believe this, that every video I upload is a contribution to my body of work. It's part of my life's legacy. And so as I'm uploading videos now, and this was true back in 2010, 11, 12, that I was like, okay, well, I'm thinking, people are like, this isn't very significant yet. I'm like, well, yeah, just give me 10 years, right? It's all a contribution to your legacy, your life's work. A strong portfolio also leads to unlimited future business. When you've got a strong portfolio on these social platforms, that's what Diana's experiencing. That's what we're experiencing at Think Media. You build a strong portfolio, and eventually, literally, we have more business than we could ever handle. Like more people, like inquiries than we could ever handle. Why? Because we built a strong portfolio. Not overnight, but over time. Number 6, get discovered. We talked about it. People are looking for answers. Like as business owners, as influencers that want to make profit, one of our big challenges is like, yo, Sean, though, but what if like nobody knows me yet? Well, yeah, that's how we all started, y'all. You know what I mean? Like nobody knew anybody when they first started, but you have to just start posting. But what's so powerful is that you can get discovered. Write this down and think about this. What is it you want to be known for? What is it you want to be known for? You have to be able to answer that question. And then you can start getting discovered for that thing that you want to be known for. Well, Sean, I want to be known for these 15 things. You're probably never going to get discovered for that because it's too broad. But when you know what you want to be known for, that'll help you reverse engineer your content, and then you could get discovered. We know that YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. Arguably, we wouldn't be here at this event if it wasn't for that single fact. And once I discovered that, and Video Ranking Academy members understand this, that people are going to YouTube looking for answers to their questions. And when nobody knows you, they know their question, they type it in. And if you show up in search on the other side of that search result, now somebody who doesn't know you knows you. You get discovered. And now you have a chance for them to go deeper with you in business. Maybe just watch more free content. Maybe join your email list. Maybe discover your products. We've got people that are in Video Ranking Academy, real estate agents. People discover their video, and in the top 3 lines of text, they've got their phone number and their email so they can just get on the phone and sell houses or do mortgages. And so you can get discovered. LinkedIn. I just pulled this up because we've been active over there. In the last 90 days, 1,984 people have viewed my profile. We're putting out strategic content. A lot of people who had no idea who I was are discovering me because I'm taking action and posting content on these strategic platforms. Keep writing your reasons, What are your reasons? Like building your reasons, the fuel that's gonna fuel you as you're building your brand online. Number 7 is personal branding. There's maybe no greater accelerator for building a personal brand than publishing content online. Personal branding is so important because even if you just stay in, you want to just accelerate in your career, more than ever before, people that are seeking people to join their companies, they want to hire people, what do? They go look at them online. I'll tell you, of course we're a social media company, but nobody would make it to Think Media if we don't look at their Instagram page. We look at their LinkedIn. We look at the kind of content that we're putting out there. We're curious, what are they all about? We're curious about every post you post on social media is building your personal brand. Like out of the overflow of the heart, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube speaks. Like, you know, if I go to your Facebook page and I just see like 26 outraged political crazy comments or whatever, I go, okay, this is who this person is. Right? We're building our legacy, we're building our brand. But when you are publishing, so what do you want to be known for? Reverse engineer back for that, consistently publish content around that, and then eventually, you're like, how did I become the YouTube guy? Just started talking about YouTube a lot for a long time. And then I was like, dude, you're like the YouTube guy. Yeah, why? Because you were talking about it for a long time. So when you're known for the one thing you want to be known for, talking about it, it builds your personal brand. And then with a strong personal brand, companies want to hire you, like you're in demand. People want to work with you. Why are they going to pick one consultant, one coach, one advisor over somebody else? Personal brand. They look them up online. They start stalking your Instagram page. We got to be thinking about these things. I love this quote from Jay-Z. I'm not a businessman. I'm a business man. Right? So you got to be thinking about that. And this might be a switch that some of you in this room want to make. One of my mentors, Shalene Johnson, told me that. She said, Sean, eventually you have to decide, what are you using social media for? Are you using it for business or are you using it for personal? And if you're using it for business, then go all in using it for business. Like, if you're using it for personal, who even cares about any of this stuff? Just have like your few close friends and your few family follow you and be clear about that. But if you're using it for business, it's probably time to go all in for business. To stop trying to blend it, to stop trying to worry about it, and to make every action decision intentional to create the end result that you want. Because you're a business, man. All right, this is a good reason. Number 8, make money. Make money, right? And so what are your reasons? I mean, I for sure started back in 2010, and kind of my journey was I was discovering that there was the power of ranking videos, YouTube as a search engine, and I discovered something called affiliate marketing. And that's where you could sign up for a site like Amazon.com, and if you recommend a product, if I talked about a camera and I put a link in the description below, and someone clicked that link and they purchased something, then I would get a commission on that. And so if I was talking about a camera or lighting, but on my personal channel, I was doing videos, I was like reviewing health products. I was doing these gift ideas videos during Christmas or whatever else. And here's the deal. I really want to make a difference in the lives of people. I want to make an impact, but I'm not trying to say like I'm just some saint here. I'm trying to make some money, man. Is that fair? Anybody else trying to make some money? Come on, you need provision for the vision. Like, you're not gonna be doing this very long if you don't got any money coming in. And so one of my reasons was like, yeah, I'm doing this, I wanna add value. Of course lead with value. Of course not be, selly or weird, but it's gotta be connected to profit, right? I think about Dr. Eye Health. Where's he at? He's here. Dr. Eye Health, right there, man. Good to have you here. This is crazy, man. Joseph, he's a doctor of optometry. And he started posting videos on his YouTube channel, and it's just been going crazy. In fact, these are his stats right here. 4,209 subscribers he's growing per month right now. Yeah. He's in Inner Circle Video Ranking Academy, and check it out, 4 videos a month. 4 videos a month, 1 a week. Some of you gonna do more, but that's what we recommend. When we sum this all up, if you're like, Sean, what's my strategy? What's my game plan? If it's anything, like, it doesn't need to be that crazy. 1 thing a week, 1 video a week, 1 video podcast a week. We'll hit that more. But he's been doing some cool stuff, building his income a little bit with affiliate marketing. But I just asked him recently how some things are going. He's going to be sitting on a panel as the YouTube guy in November at a conference in San Francisco called I Innovate, digital marketing for eye doctors. Cool, right? So he's building his personal brand, right? And money's starting to come in, and he's a creator, not just a consumer. He's doing all these things. These momentum starting to have for him. He said this, what's really crazy is the #1 blog spot for vision on the internet reached out, and they want to post some of his videos on their post, and they even want to pay him for letting them post his videos. Yeah.
A tasty take on a soft, bite-sized blondie. New Chips Ahoy Baked Bites.
Gillette Clear Shield cools instantly for 72-hour sweat protection.
There is absolutely massive profit by taking massive action on this information. Reason number 9, make an impact. And when I think about doing online video, man, you can make a major difference, a major impact in the world. You can raise awareness for a cause, raise money, change lives. This is my good friend and co-author of the book YouTube Secrets, Benji Travis. And over like the last 8 years or so, we've been partnering together. I mean, it's him and his wife's event, but my wife Sonia and I have just participated every year and tried to contribute whatever influence and energy and money that we could. And just this last December that they did, they raised $325,000 for charity. And I think over the last 8 years, over $2 million raised because they built influence and so they can make a greater impact. One of the companies we partner with, or nonprofits we partner with at Think Media, is Compassion International. And so as a team, we sponsor 20 kids. Come on, just helping them get educated, helping them get out of poverty. And so this absolutely needs to be connected to purpose, in our opinion. That's why we say we want to help purpose-driven entrepreneurs. And if you still got maybe a few reasons, what is one of your reasons? What impact would you want to make in the world? I've learned this, that eventually, and you might eventually meet your own needs. You're like, man, I hit a financial level where like we're somewhat comfortable, we're somewhat settled. I've even heard people say this, like, yeah, we're making enough money for me and my family, we're good here. And to be honest, friends, some people, they actually think that people trying to build wealth are selfish. I actually think that if you settle, it's selfish. Because there's so much need in the world that it's like, if you say, well, I don't need more money, great, why don't you make more and then give the rest away? Because if you are able-bodied, if you've got the power to create wealth, if you've got the power to take action and do these things, you can make a massive difference and impact on people. The final reason number 10, as we close this session, reason number 10 is history and legacy. History and legacy. Let's think for a second about the legacy you want to build. You know, like the next generation after that. You know, for me, these are some videos on my personal channel. And at the time, I was just hustling, trying to figure out YouTube. We were all over the place, man. We had no idea what we were doing. We were like talking about the Amazing Spider-Man one day, doing green bean recipes the next day, you know, going horseback riding, kind of vlog. We had no idea what was going on. But actually now when I look back, I'm so grateful that I uploaded all these videos. Because someday our future children, they're going to be able to see this. They're going to be able to see their father young and weird, you know. And I just think of it as history. I think of it as, you know, legacy. You're going to be hearing from Heather in just a moment. And, you know, when we met just a few short years ago, she had not posted any videos at all. She didn't have confidence to get on video. In fact, the reason that we kind of met on Twitter, she wanted to learn video. But she punched fear in the face, super uncomfortable. And she just started posting videos. And now she looks back in just a few short years at her channel, the Homeschool House. Now it's at 13,000 subscribers, almost 14,000. She's had over 500,000 people view her videos. But I think one of the most powerful things is history and legacy. That's her first video ever. And there's young Kaylee, her daughter, in the video, you know, scared that she just got filmed, right? Heather, and this isn't just 3 years from now, this is 10 years from now, 20 years from now, looking back at the journey, looking back at your journey. This is why I want you posting bad videos, right? No, because one day you're going to be on this stage, or you're going to be on your stage, or you're going to be on whatever stage that you want to impact, and then you're going to want to be able to play your first video and be like, oh man, that was weird. But a lot of us hide in fear, don't we? Because we're like, oh, my videos aren't that good yet. Hey, you want some bad videos so you can have a powerful illustration someday in the future. And if anything, just to, you know, remember and be able to kind of laugh about it with your family. And you know, as I close with history and legacy, it actually really reminds me of my cousin Stephen. And my cousin Stephen passed away a couple years ago. In fact, the anniversary of his death is in just 2 days. And I passed away at 30 years old. And man, I loved him so much. In fact, he's one of the greatest inspirations in my life personally. Entrepreneur, just a guy that loved people, loved God. In fact, one thing people would say about him is every room he went in, he left people better. His mission was to leave people better than when they first met him. That no matter what encounter, he just wanted you to leave the encounter better than when you first met. And man, like Stephen is actually one of my reasons. Like when he was living, I felt like we were always running together, fighting together, entrepreneurs together. And now that he's passed on, I even think about him and I imagine him from heaven looking down and cheering me on, you know, and being someone that is just something so meaningful and such a motivating reason in my life. And I think about this. Years ago, he started a channel called Remember When God. And he shared a few videos on there. I was just watching these over the last couple of weeks, just, you know, moved and also thinking, man, I'm so grateful though that he has shared. This is some stuff. This video right here is about our family, about the Reeds. And that's my mom's maiden name. And one of the things about the Reeds was that we love to eat. You know, we love food, and he talks about that, and he's going through that. So I get to remember Stephen. I'm so thankful he posted these videos on this channel. Just a few videos he posted. He interviewed his Grandpa Jesperson, an interview with him. This is the kind of thing that I think, man, when it comes to video, we have the power to document moments, don't we? We have the power to capture moments with our family, with our friends, you know, with the people that matter most to us in our life. And so, friends, I'm talking about powerful reasons that are going to motivate you when times get tough. I hope you've been writing down some reasons, but I think that ultimately the greatest reason is connecting to the legacy and the vision that you have for your life and your family. Maya Angelou said it this way: if you're going to live, leave a legacy. Make a mark on the world that can't be erased. So friends, now's the time to go all in with online video. Now's the time to punch fear in the face. The stats are in, the facts are in, and now it's the time to get strong enough reasons that get you out of bed in the morning to say, shoot, it's not going how I thought it was. I'm not getting the views that I thought I'd be getting, but I'm going to get up another day. I'm going to fight another day. I'm going to punch fear in the face again. I'm going to rise and grind again, and I'm going to keep fighting for my family, my future, history, and legacy. Thank you.
Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode.
Why is Rick so good?
Buttery, salty.
It's annoying.
60% of women experience leaks with bladder protection pads. Try Always Discreet. It locks leaks in seconds to keep you drier and bunches 25% less often than Poise. Try Always Discreet. It's designed to protect.
Welcome to the Think Marketing Show, the #1 podcast for growing and scaling your business with online video. I'm Heather Torres.
And I'm Sean Cannell, and we're from Think Media. And if this is your first time listening, welcome.
This show is dedicated to helping you learn how to get your content noticed and the latest money-making strategies working right now online. So whether you want to grow your YouTube channel or maximize online video across social media, this is for you. Should every business have a YouTube channel? What do you think?
It's a great question, and I think that I basically first think every business should have a YouTube channel. Now, maybe one exception is like if you have like an underground coal mining company of some sort, or you're doing like something hyper niche, and even still, I think that you could definitely have a YouTube channel, but it might not correlate directly to YouTube. Like that'd make a great reality show, like behind the scenes. But beyond that, I think that it really probably comes down to this. Why wouldn't you establish your presence as a business owner on the #1 video site on the internet, the #2 largest website in the world, and the #2 largest search engine in the world called YouTube, which is a free platform. And the only thing standing between you and sharing your content with the world and reaching more people and growing your business bigger is just taking action and learning how to use it. And, you know, we've seen a lot of people in our community that are kind of more traditional business owners leverage YouTube.
Yeah. And what about, does that matter if you're a local business or if you have an online business? Does it matter?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it makes a lot of sense if you're online and maybe if you have a global audience of some kind, you ship products around the world. But even for local, there's even more opportunity because local search on YouTube is even easier. You can do YouTube advertising as we get into some of the different tips. But there's also a lot of people that are kind of having a two kind of level approach. One is, well, if you have a YouTube channel, is it going to cause people locally to enter my place of business? Maybe not in the short term, but I think we need to be thinking bigger as business owners, be thinking global in terms of our influence. Like, why wouldn't you, even if you live in a small town, why wouldn't you want to become the known local bakery or local donut shop in your small town, while at the same time potentially doing donut recipes and donut tutorials that can make you extra money online, or you could start shipping donuts, or you could start shipping recipe books, or even educational courses about how to build a local donut shop. So it's actually kind of potentially the conversation of should you be on YouTube is the conversation of catching a bigger vision for bigger profits, bigger impact, having really just a maybe bigger mission, leveraging the opportunity of the internet and a platform that allows you to reach people around the world.
Yeah, and you know, it reminds me of Roger. Tell us a little bit about Roger.
Yeah, so I think about Roger, lives in Dallas, Roger Wakefield. His YouTube channel is called The Expert Plumber. And he's been building his company for years. It's now a 7-figure plumbing business. So he's got a team. He's serving people all over Dallas. But what he started to realize was that he was paying a marketing company a bunch of money, and they just weren't getting him results. Like, he was just paying them to just burn his money and build his business because of word of mouth and not even related to their efforts. And he started to attend conferences like Social Media Marketing World and kind of Vid Summit and these types of like YouTube marketing conferences, and realized like, man, this is the future. So he started to take his business online and doing like plumbing tutorials. Now, here's actually the thing. It really isn't a strategy that correlates directly to his business. It's one that kind of just builds his brand bigger. Kind of gives him the opportunity to potentially coach other plumbers and build his brand in that way to open up different revenue streams. But he was able to fire his marketing company, and business has not gone down because of the local impact in Dallas in his business. But now it's going to another level where he's thinking about actually hosting a conference in a year or two for residential service providers about how to kind of enter into this digital marketing age. So local plumber sees the opportunity to jump on YouTube. It doesn't cost him any money besides the sweat equity and potentially team members that he's devoting to it. But the platform itself is free, and the only barrier to entry was the hustle he wanted to put in. And actually, by the way, he saved money because he let his marketing company go for a couple $1,000 a month to actually leverage YouTube for his plumbing business.
That is insane. A plumber. You
Yeah.
you don't even think about traditional businesses being able to use these platforms. But I mean, I know that you speak to customers all day, every day about this being an option to be able to market your business, to be able to put your message out in the world. I mean, he's not helping just plumbers, right? He's helping normal, everyday people learn how to do plumbing.
And it's kind of a new school way of thinking because he's also, it would seem, making himself lose business because he's giving away free information that a lot of people would maybe hire him for. And his attitude is like, look, if that person can just go buy a $10 part at Lowe's or Home Depot and fix this themselves, just because they watch one of my free videos, I just want to add that goodwill in the world. What you think is, well, I might have lost an $80 job or a $160 job by that person not calling me. But actually the reverse ends up being true. Now he has goodwill with that person. So they look up what he's doing online. They recommend him to somebody else. So it's actually leading to more business than he could handle by actually being more generous, giving away free information, kind of moving the free line. You know, it makes me think of our friend Steve. He's been a part of our Video Ranking Academy. He's a real estate agent. He's about to have an event in Arizona that's packed out. He's bringing people together, and he's used YouTube and also Facebook video and online video period to grow his business and sell more homes or get people's homes listed or help people find homes. And I think about McCain Dogs. They have a local dog training business in Canada, I think around 70 employees. But they started to take some of their dog training information and put it online and put it in digital courses, creating a whole nother income stream of revenue for their business, while also putting out free videos to help people with their dog training. Mike and Catherine from Stone Coat Countertops, epoxy countertops, and they have like 20 income streams with how they built this out. So I think there's definitely some practical tips we can get into, but the bottom line is yes, like if you're in business in 2020 and beyond, you need to be using YouTube and thinking different and really thinking bigger about the landscape of the world, because the internet has connected all of us and things have changed. We're living through a revolution, so it's time to jump on the bus.
Yeah, and we've got 5 tips for the business owners watching right now. Let's jump into tip number 1, which is establish your presence.
Yeah, I think that number 1, kind of levels of using YouTube for business is if you were to do anything at all, at least set up a channel. At least upload a few videos so people could find you there and you could actually be there. We mentioned it's the number 1 video site in the world, the 2nd largest website in the world, owned by Google. Google is the most used website. YouTube's the 2nd most used website in the world. And it's the 2nd largest search engine, which is huge. There's something around 60% of people right now go to YouTube asking questions. So you need to be there. I think it's irresponsible as a business owner, again, unless you're a coal miner and like you live in some obscure part of the world with no electricity in some way. And it's like, yeah, business is fine because it's all done back channel through like, you know, telegraph. Like, I mean, if you're in any kind of modern business in a modern kind of connected way, you just want to be on the internet, and YouTube is one of those platforms you should have a few videos up and your channel kind of optimized just so people can find you and see that you're relevant in the current century. century we're living in.
So important. So once a business owner gets online, I know the next question always is, well, what type of videos should I make then? Because as business owners, we think we need to be making these big, extravagant videos talking all about ourselves, but that's actually not it. What type of videos should business owners make?
Yeah, so it's funny, and that's actually the mistake that Roger made at first. So the first 10 videos he did, which didn't do anything for his business, was just kind of videos about himself.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a thing. You think, okay, people are going to want to know more about my business. Nah, not really. Or they're just going to kind of want to see this local clip of me in the media, trying to build my authority. Nope, they don't care about that either.
Yeah.
They actually care about their problems. They care about what it is that they're dealing with in that exact moment. So here's what you do as a business owner. What are your top FAQs? Mm-hmm. Most business owners know that they have an FAQ website on their website because you get frequently asked questions. How do I clean my pool? What is the pH level or whatever in the pool of the chemicals that should be there? What happens if this, if it's turning green? All these different, what are the most asked questions? Turn one question into one video and upload that on your website. Now, here's what's cool about that is even if you don't think globally yet or bigger picture, you are now basically documenting yourself asking a question that you can send one-to-one in a customer service way. So eventually you're listening on Twitter and someone says, hey, I'm wanting to clean my pool, but I'm wondering about this. Boom, send them a YouTube link. Mm-hmm. Somebody sends you an email and they're like, yeah, I was kind of curious about this thing. What do you think? Oh, I explained it here. Boom, send them a YouTube link. So instead of necessarily jumping on the phone, which is still something we should do as business owners, it could be a great way to lead to business, but you're essentially scaling yourself. Why not document you, the key leader, or someone in your team that can communicate for your business, answering the question that you have to get on the phone and spend 10 minutes every day, 5 times a day. That's 50 minutes every day. Take that 10 minutes, record a video, and now just send that to 5 people and have your personal assistant do that or somebody else do that for you. You're already multiplying your team. The deeper level of that is that when you do put out frequently asked questions, because people are using YouTube as a search engine, it can start bringing you exposure and awareness to people around the world that could benefit from those questions. Like if you help people prepare their taxes and you're a CPA or an accountant, you might just help them with general preparedness or general updates about tax information. Your thing is, well, wait a minute, what if they never work with me? Well, all you're doing is adding more goodwill in the world. Maybe you already have enough customers and clients, but your people are starting to fall in love with you from around the world. And we've seen friends of ours, we just had Mitch come into our Inner Circle program teaching about all the stuff that we need to know kind of as YouTube influencers and as people that are putting content online to stay safe with social media content. And he's done a book. It has led to clients. He's a local California attorney and lawyer.
Right.
But it's led to him speaking at conferences in other states. It's just it's kicked open doors when he just started giving away free, valuable information that's essentially valuable to people locally for him. It expanded his whole world, even nationally and globally, because he took action and started posting frequently asked questions on YouTube.
In celebration of the launch of this brand new podcast, we're giving away 2 tickets to our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, a $1,500 value.
All you have to do to enter is make sure you subscribe, leave us a review on Apple Podcast, and then take a screenshot of your review and go to thinkmarketingshow.com for the rest of the details.
Yeah, it makes me think of Dr. Eye Health also. He's a doctor in Minnesota or Wisconsin, and he just started answering those questions about this contact lenses or these contact lenses, and what is this type of eye thing, and what is this type of eye thing? I don't know eye doctor terminology, but he told us that he's going to be speaking on a stage for eye doctors of how to use this to grow their local business. So, I mean, this is, like you said, this is so impactful, not just for where you are now, but where the possibility can go once you get there. And possibility can be endless once you start putting that information out online.
Well, Dr. Eye Health, he's at 80,000 subscribers now. And so he not only still has his day job of serving people as an eye doctor, but he's also now making hundreds, if not a couple $1,000s a month extra. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that sounds interesting to people watching, but it's like you start thinking about having an extra income stream that could either go straight towards your future and retirement or your family, or it could go back into scaling your business. Because you also might ask, well, how am I going to do all this? This might take a budget. This could be self-liquidating pretty quick when you start applying some of these strategies, because you can reinvest those dollars to scale the media and marketing of your company. with the money you can earn from some of these strategies.
Yeah. So now we know that as business owners, we need to be online. We know that we need to be answering questions. You have a strategy on questions. What type of questions should we be answering?
Yeah, I mean, the questions should be usually basic at first.
Yeah,
you know,
so
they
simple
questions. Yeah. We actually have kind of a framework. I think we call it stupid, specific, starter questions.
Yeah.
And so they should just almost be like, that seems obvious. Well, it seems obvious to you. You're an expert. You've been baking cookies for 25 years. But someone starting out, they're like, I just don't know why the chocolate always comes out hard and not gooey. And you're like, oh, that's because you didn't use the right. Like, these are the type of things that people are like, now they're perfect. And now at the party, everybody loves me because the chips are perfect. And now someone like, you're in their heart. You've created goodwill because you just gave them some free information. And now maybe they start having you ship them cookies or they want to buy your recipe. You know, it can lead to so much by answering those practical questions for people.
Yeah. So now how do we discover on YouTube what type of videos? So we know those are the questions, but how do we know beyond that? What type of searching should we do?
Well, yeah, I think then, you know, the third reason why businesses need to be on YouTube is for the SEO value.
Yeah.
And we mentioned that kind of in number 2. You know, YouTube is the second largest search engine, and the SEO means search engine optimization. When we talk about YouTube, we're talking about video SEO, video search engine optimization. And so when you're a business owner, getting new customers and getting discovered by your target audience is everything. And if you think about this, what's it worth to a business owner to be the first ranking on page 1 of Google? Invaluable. Well, it's easier to rank on the first page of YouTube, and there's been reports from Cisco and others that when you create video content, it's even easier to rank videos on the first page of Google than it is text websites or just text posts. So simply by answering specific questions, you're going to get that SEO benefit over time by building that library of videos. And then you're also going to get local SEO. It's even easier. In fact, years ago in 2009, I had a business, Clear Vision Media. I was a freelance videographer. And I was shooting weddings, concerts, all this kind of random stuff. Local Seattle hip hop artists, music videos for them, and I was also doing websites for churches and social media. Kind of just like a one man. I was just doing it all and helping people optimize their YouTube channels. And I did a video for a local Mexican restaurant in our small town. To this day, that video still ranks for like Marysville, Washington Mexican restaurant, and they only paid me a few $100s to do this. So you think about the power of getting this video made. This video has ranked for 8 years. Now, it only has a few thousand views, but you only made it once. Like, they hired me to do it one time, get this video on YouTube for them optimized, and now they're the dominant force in a small town because of local search engine optimization. That video can be embedded on their website and they're getting value. So when you invest in video assets, I kind of feel like it's like a fine wine. It gets better with age, like you put these videos out, but then over time, you're still getting that benefit from them. Or like real estate, they increase in value. Video estate, it increases in value over time. So the SEO benefits are another reason that business owners need to absolutely be using YouTube.
Yeah. And then let's talk about YouTube paid advertising.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I'm sure you have thoughts on as well. I think that YouTube paid advertising is the other new opportunity for business owners. Even if you never get into a place where we're not going to be YouTubers, we're not going to have a weekly show, you can, just like you'd invest in a billboard or in the yellow pages or in any other form of marketing, getting into a direct mail piece or a coupon book, whatever, you can pay money to get in front of your ideal customers with YouTube in a zip code, in a certain zip code range, around what kind of videos they're watching in a zip code range. For local, or for anybody that, especially online, that maybe you want to sell some sort of a product or coaching or service to anybody around the world, hyper targeting on the type of videos they watch or what they follow, or even search-based intent that can start on Google and follow them all the way to YouTube. And this could be very affordable. Not only that, the fact that we're talking about this right now, I just got off the phone with a good friend of mine. I'm about to speak at his conference this coming weekend, and he's like, bro, Facebook is like sketch right now. He goes, I just have had ad accounts shut down. I've had to have 3 appeals. I'm worried because I'm kind of a one-trick pony in my marketing, relying so much on Facebook marketing, which is so popular in Facebook ads. It's not like that's dead and that's still something to leverage, but YouTube is largely an untapped landscape, and it can be very affordable and just something to learn. It's through the Google AdWords platform. And I don't know, I mean, what are your thoughts on YouTube advertising for business going into 2020 and beyond?
Yeah, I think it's something, like you said, it's a growing thing that needs to be happening because there is so much opportunity there. You know, when you think about what you're spending in your marketing budget, being able to advertise knowing exactly where your audience is priceless. I mean, and for such a low cost. And like you said, you can target by interest, you can target by videos watched. I mean, you really have a lot of the same targeting abilities that you had on Facebook, and just transferring that over to a platform where people are spending a lot of time, and you can get it right in front of them before they even start watching other videos, and have a grace period where you don't even pay. Like, they actually get to watch some of your video first, your ad first, and if they click past that, you don't pay, but you still got to have that, you still had that reference with them. So I think local businesses having YouTube is a critical thing coming into 2020.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then, of course, number 5 is, this would be the biggest vision of why a business should use YouTube, is really building a brand and becoming a media company. And it makes me think of, probably Stone Code's such a good example of this, as a local countertop business, epoxy countertops. They're sourcing those products, and then they're doing installs for people. They're making designs, they're building, you know, the kitchen countertops, custom countertops with epoxy, so it's more affordable and looks like other type of stone setups. And then what they do is they start building basically a media company online. They realize, okay, we're going to take on the identity of being educators and helping people learn how to do this, basically giving our information away for free, because there's a lot of interest, and maybe people that want to DIY, do this themselves, maybe other business owners that want to learn from us. And see, this is a different mindset, because that's where business owners are like, well, wait a minute, what if they steal my secrets? And it's like, yo, it's 2020, yo. Like, these secrets are everywhere. They're all on the internet. It's about like putting them into play, like taking action. And so they started putting that out. But what they've done is, not only do they put out multiple videos a week, they kind of have different, it's almost like you think about Fixer Upper, like Chip and Joanna Gaines. It's thinking, wait, no, we're going to be a media company. We're going to be kind of positioning ourselves as personalities that are authorities in this space. And that's what they've done. On top of that, now they also sell the products so people can make that themselves. So they warehouse, they've got the epoxy, people can buy that. That's an income stream for their business. They actually are getting so many views on their YouTube channel that's generating between $50,000 to $100,000 a month in revenue just from YouTube views. And so then they've got that. They've still got the business where you can actually go do installs for people, and they've got the team working on that. They turn it into an event that people could go and attend to as well. And then they've got even other ways to make money around that in terms of education. So they are a media company that has a lot of things going on. That's what we're actually doing here at Think Media. Is some people think we put all this free information. Think Marketing. This show is free information, yes, but we have opportunities for people to then be a part, because it's a lot to learn. Like, navigating this landscape is a challenge. So that's why we have a conference called Grow with Video Live, where people can learn to master online video, the paid strategies, the organic strategies. That's why we've got digital training products to help people learn these things, or the books or the masterminds. It's just because it's built around the fact that we are committing to creating content. And here's the thing. I think that every business, every church, every nonprofit needs to be thinking about themselves as a media company. More and more than ever before, people are thinking, companies large and small are hiring a videographer. They're hiring like social media manager or a social media brand voice, because it's so important that you be creating content on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on YouTube, across the relevant platforms, putting out content on Twitter to get the voice out there of your business. And this is not just for sales this year or in the next 2 years. This is for establishing your brand to have relevance in 2025, in 2030, and staying really ahead of the curve so that you don't experience what Blockbuster did when they got wiped out by Netflix, or you don't see the disruption that the taxi industry is happening when Uber and Lyft came along. It's that same thing that's happening. Content is just kind of the gateway to relevancy in culture right now. And so if you're you want to take your business to that level, you got to really build a bigger brand and be thinking at least as a media company. And this doesn't have to be overnight. This might be a mindset that starts right now when you're listening to this very episode of the Think Marketing Show. But over the next few months and over the next few years, you say, okay, I can start steering my ship that direction so that I can catch and ride this wave of opportunity that we're living through right now.
Wow, so powerful. And if you're a business owner and you're ready to get started on YouTube, we have some resources down below. So like Sean just mentioned, we have a marketing conference you can come to. We have digital online courses that you can take to educate yourself, right? Because that's a big piece of this. It's not just going to happen. You need to do exactly what you did to start your business. You need to dive into understanding this market. Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode.
Tax Act knows you might run into questions while filing your small business taxes. So we have experts on hand whose job it is to know everything about taxes. They do that job so the rest of us don't have to. Heroes. Tax Act. Let's get them over with.
Chips Ahoy Baked Bites are so soft. With chocolate chips, so not a cookie.
Welcome to the Think Marketing Show, the #1 podcast for growing and scaling your business with online video. I'm Heather Torres.
And I'm Sean Cannell, and we're from Think Media. And if this is your first time listening, welcome.
This show is dedicated to helping you learn how to get your content noticed and the latest money-making strategies working right now online. So whether you want to grow your YouTube channel or maximize online video across social media, this is for you. Well, on today's episode, we are bringing you another keynote from our annual video conference, Grow with Video Live. It's a conference we host here in Las Vegas every single year, and this year is going to be epic. But we want to share with you a front row seat, VIP, all access recording to the session that I did at Grow with Video Live. And I'm excited to share with you how you can overcome the 7 enemies that are keeping you from crushing it with video right now. You know, we really fight a lot of things when it comes to having confidence on camera, being able to press that record button and create content over the year. And so I want to dive into these 7 enemies right now. This session for me is something that I really wanted to bring to you because I, like most creators, fight these enemies daily. And so for this session today, we are going to press record. We're going to go through the overcoming the 7 enemies keeping you from crushing it with video. And here's the thing, pressing record changed my life. Like Sean said, 4 years ago, I had never uploaded a video. I mean, that's crazy to think I'm standing on this stage, but 4 years ago, I was afraid to put my smartphone in front of my face and just say hi to the world. And so as we go through these today, we're gonna crush and tackle external enemies as well as internal enemies, because I know as a creator, just like you, I've struggled with both of these, the external and the internal. So let's go ahead and just jump right in. I like to just jump into sessions. So we're gonna first tackle the external enemies. Now you saw this on Sean's slides as well. 83% of marketers would increase their reliance on video as a strategy if there were no obstacles like time, resources, and budget. Now, as you saw, I have a pretty full life, right? I mean, I think we all do. Raise your hand if you feel like you have a pretty full life. Yes, okay, so I'm not alone in this situation. Now, a few years ago, as I was starting my entrepreneurial journey, I was a mess. I mean, I'll just admit it, I was a complete mess. I was trying to juggle my family and starting a business and having failures and all of the things. And a book was placed in my hand called Essentialism. Has anyone read the book Essentialism before? All right, well, it is an amazing book that I highly recommend that you read. And one of the things that they tackle in that book that was completely revolutionary in my life was the idea of the lack of time. And the author of this book says, if you don't prioritize your life, someone else will. You hear that? If you do not step up and prioritize your time, your 24 hours, guess what? Someone else's agenda is going to ride into there. And like Lauren said, you know, I'm a wife, I'm a mom of 3, I'm running this business, but there are some key staples of learning through productivity that I want to share with you today. So here are my 4 or 5, I forget how many I put on here, but let's go through them. Here's my productivity tips that I use every single day in my life. And I want to pass these on to you because these have been what has gotten me here today. So number 1 is I am a preacher of calendar time blocking. Do I have any time blockers in the audience today? Let me tell you, it is life-changing, is it not? It's amazing. So here's how I do this. Now, if you are new to calendars, I'm going to show you an example of what my typical week would look like. But for what this looks like right now is I want you to focus on what is called an IPA. Can you say that with me? IPA. Okay, what is that? An income producing activities. Income producing activities. Now, we can fill our days with a lot of things, right? Like raise your hand if you're like, I could fill my day, Heather, without a calendar. Easy. No one? Okay, well, you're all awesome. Okay, so income producing activities. These are the things that are actually gonna move your business forward. These are the things that are actually gonna move your relationships forward. These are the income producing activities that are gonna get you to the next step in your life. And so what does this look like for me? Well, here is what a typical week in Heather Torres's life would look like. So what this is, oh my gosh, I'm a busy woman, you know? Here's what this looks like. Now, I am a color coder. Any other color coders? Yes. I just love all the colors they have on Google Calendar. It's amazing. So this is a digital calendar that I use. And I love digital because, let's be honest, life changes pretty fast, right? So I worked on the regular type of calendar for a long time, trying to color code with my pens and, you know, playing my journaling music and all that stuff. But it just stopped working because life changes. I have 3 kids, I'm running a business, all the things. So I need to be able to change these things at a moment's notice. So if you're looking on the screen here, I want you to see that what I do first in the day is actually work on my side hustle. Anyone in here with a side hustle? Yes. The first thing I do is work on my side hustle. Now, for me, my side hustle right now actually is my YouTube channel, The Homeschool House. So on top of the other things we're doing, that is a passion project of mine. And I want to set aside time where I can move that forward. Then I have my family time. But then when I clock into work, the first thing that I do is not check email. The first thing I do is not go to a meeting. The first thing that I use this creative brain for is the IPAs. That's the first thing that I do. And so I use that time as sacred time to write that email that I know I need to get out to my customers. Or I use that time to make the video content that needs to be made. That is sacred time that's going to move our business forward. So then after that, you'll see that we have admin. That's where you fill in emails. That is other people's agenda. And so that comes later. And then past that, I have additional work time, family time, and shows you there. But that is what calendar blocking in a nutshell looks like. Who can commit to calendar blocking this next week? Anyone want to commit to that? Awesome. Love that. Okay, well, you know what happens when you are working on your IPAs? You start creating some income because you're working on income producing activities. And so what can happen there is now you have the funds to be able to outsource tasks that you do not need to be doing. That is a huge blocker when I'm with clients, is they are wanting to do it all. Anyone feel like that? They feel like I have to do it all. I can never release that thing. I can never just give that away. I don't want to hire a person for that. Well, guess what? That is actually what's going to move your business forward. So when you start doing those IPAs, you can start outsourcing and you can start using smart tools that are online. So what we use here at Think Media, here's some of the tools we use at Think Media, but we also, if you've not noticed, we have hired a lot of people on Think Media. And you know what? That is scary. Like, let's be honest. Hiring a human who needs to pay their bills is on you. That is a hard thing. But you know what? That is actually going to produce more income in your business. It's kind of a weird blocker. But these are some of the tools that we use here at Think Media. And you'll notice I don't have like an entire slide full of things, right? There are 4 main things that we're using here at Think Media. Why? Because I don't want to be learning more software. Anyone else not really into all the software? You're like, I want to learn this, and I need to do this, and this plugs into that thing, into this thing, into that thing. And you're like, what am I doing with my time? I am not a software developer, okay? I am not a software developer. But these are the things we use. As a team, we use Google Calendar. Everyone on our team, everyone, including my husband and soon to be my children, will be on Google Calendar. Why? Because we're syncing our lives together. We're making sure that IPAs are crossing each other and we're working smarter, not harder. The next thing we use is Monday.com. This is what we use for our productivity and all of our projects. This is where we map things like YouTube videos and launch schedules and all of our admin type things that need to happen in there. That's through Monday.com. And the way we communicate as a team right now is through a software company called Slack. Now, this is great because it's mobile. You can have the option of adding as many people as you want, and it allows you to keep communication on certain projects separated from other projects. Have you ever had that before where you're talking to someone and then they just kind of like switch to a new thing and you're like, wait, we were on this topic. How are we over on this topic now, right? And so what we use that for is Slack. And then Planoly. This is where we plan our Instagram strategy, is on Planoly as a company. Now, we also use, so these are the 4 main that we use. We use the actual scheduling tools inside of things like Facebook and Twitter, the actual native scheduling for those platforms. But you guys, this is all we're using as a company right now because we don't have time for more than this. All right, the next one is saying no more than yes. This is a life changer. Now, when I read through this book and I heard say no more than yes, that was hard because I'm the yes girl. I'm like, you need a leader? Me, pick me. You need someone to run this festival? Me, pick me, right? Like I was signing up for everything. I was like the mom of the PTA that wanted to do it all. And that is not going to move me towards my goals. And so I had to start practicing saying no more than yes. So here's a tool I want you to take home with you. When someone says, hey, Dr. K, can you X, Y, and Z? I want you to say, you know what? That's a great idea. Let me think about it. Because in the moment, if you're like me, which is a 3 on the Enneagram, you're like, yes, sign me up, right? I am ready for that. I will lead that thing. I will do that thing. I will waste a lot of time on your thing because I want to please you. And so I want you to take some time before you say yes and really think about it. Is this thing going to move me forward in my business? Now, it's okay if you feel sometimes like this is good for me and good for them. Absolutely, then say yes. But you'll start to see, as I have in my life, that more times than not, it's actually okay to just say no. Because here's the thing, other people can do it too. I know it's a weird thing. I thought I'm the only one that can do this, but other people are out there that can do exactly what you can do. So I want you to practice saying no more than yes.
In celebration of the launch of this brand new podcast, we're giving away 2 tickets to our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, a $1,500 value.
All you have to do to enter is make sure you subscribe, leave us a review on Apple Podcast, and then take a screenshot of your review and go to thinkmarketingshow.com for the rest of the details.
Mopping is hard work. Then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact. Plus, 360-degree swivel head, things up along baseboards, and even behind the toilet. Bye-bye, bucket. The Swiffer Power Mop.
Still searching for the one? Olay Super Cream with SPF. The power of 5 in 1 super cream. To hydrate smooth, brighten, firm, and protect. Skin just drinks it in to boost cells for more resilient skin. It's Super Cream. Only Olay.
marketingshow.com for the rest of the details.
And the last thing really is, in my time management, be real with yourself on your goals versus your expectations. This was something for me that really had to be a mindset shift because I have lofty goals. I have huge, audacious, massive goals where I want to make major impact in the world. But it's a season of life, right? It depends on where you are in that season. And for this last year, for our family, we're in a new season of life. This January, we were able to bring another little guy into our home. And thank you. And with that, I'm like still all the mom feels, you know. And with that, that's a season of life that needed to be dedicated more to my family. And so when you're looking through your time management, when you're looking through productivity, I want you to think about what season of life am I in? Am I taking care of an elderly parent? Am I adopting? Am I needing to actually hustle at Starbucks to get my thing off the ground? Like, what season of life are you in? And be real with your expectations through that. Because a lot of times, the feelings of failure that we have are actually just related to our own misconception of our expectations. So number two on that was the lack of resources. Now, I have been a solo entrepreneur until the time that Sean and I created this, until we created Think Media. And this, for me, was probably one of the largest blockers. But one of my mentors says, everything is figure-outable. Everything is figure-outable. So most of the time, these are the two blockers that come into play when we're not going all in and pressing record. Number one is people. Let me be honest, and I want you to be honest with me. It is hard to hire people. It's hard. You don't know what you need to hire them for. You're like, what do I take off my plate? How long is it going to take to train them? What should I pay them? Should they be a contractor or an employee? Does my state make me do that? Or do I have to do this? Like, all of these new things that we never learned are now things on our plate that are going to help us move forward. So people become the lack of resource, and then knowledge and skill. Guys, I knew that I was supposed to be on video, and I waited 3 years. I knew it. I knew that the way I needed to get my message out to the world was on video, and I didn't do it. I was running a digital agency. I was helping a government agency. I was helping other people do their thing, and I was like, you go, girl, you got that, right? But then I looked right back at myself, and I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know anything about cameras. I don't know anything about gear. And I waited 3 years before I picked up my phone and recorded a video. And you know what was really crazy about that too? Was when we go back to the people part and the knowledge and the skills part, all it took was one tweet. All it took was one tweet. I stepped out. I had courage. I reached out to someone that was already doing what I want to do. And I said, let's partner on this. I have these skills. I know how to do this thing, and I know you know how to do that thing, so why don't we do this thing together, right? You are in this room right now with other smart, purpose-driven entrepreneurs. There is no better place right now for you to partner with someone than in this room, because we're on mission, y'all. Are we on mission? We're on mission. You are purpose-driven. I know that you have a skill that you can share with someone. So I want to make sure that you know that people and knowledge and skills, that's a limiting belief in our brain. There are people that want to connect with you. None of this happened by just me and Sean. This was people. This is people. This is other people's skill and knowledge. The next one, the lack of budget. Anyone in here balling on a budget? Yeah. Well, like Sean said before, guess what, guys? Your excuse is gone. All of these are free. And guess what? You want to start a business? You're like, Heather, I get it. Social media is free. I got that. Well, guess what? All of these things where you can start a business, you can start emailing people on your list. You can sign up for Amazon Associates and become a person that sells other people's products. You can package your knowledge on Thinkific and Teachable and start doing the things that are going to change people's life. And guess what? See that? Free. All free. And guess what? It doesn't take fancy gear. It doesn't take a lot of things. Guess what it takes? That right there. Your smartphone. All it takes is your smartphone. And if you need help with that, we're here for you for free. Crazy. We have a new series that just came out on Think Media where we walk you step by step, y'all, how to go into video with just your smartphone. And then we also have created free resources for you. If you're like, Heather, I'm a step above a smartphone. I'm ready to go all in with whatever Diana's using on her channel that looks awesome and what Dr. K's over here doing. Like, you're ready to go in. We've prepared free resources for you as well. All right, guys, now it's time to get into those internal enemies. Now, we've gone through the first three, and those are all external. Those are things that we're like, yeah, I see that, and I can do that, and I can hire that person, and I can do those things, Heather, I can do the things. But these are really the things that held me back. These are the things that I allowed to run my life for 3 years. And the first one is this. Perfectionism. Right? I get you. I know, me too. Perfectionism. This is from Beth Moore. She says, insecurity's best cover is perfectionism. That's where it becomes an art form. That's where perfectionism becomes an art form. Guys, here's where perfectionists live. This all or nothing syndrome. Well, Heather, I just can't post that video. You know, my hair was all messed up and like I didn't even sound right and like my kids were yelling in the background, so I can't post it. Why? Are you only gonna make one video? Come on, right? Oh, you know, I created that course, it's sitting on my laptop, but you know, it's like, I just don't really have an editor and it's just, I mean, who's gonna buy it anyways? Are you only going to create one course? I mean, didn't we hear Sean say you need to be making bad videos? Like, let's just get that out right now. You need to be making bad things first, because making those bad things first, starting messy, that is what's going to move you forward. That is going to be that where someone pops on Instagram and is like, who is this girl? They're going to be like, yeah, did you not see the like 500 things I messed up on? No, they don't see that because you started messy first. So let's go ahead and just let perfectionism out and let's start messy. Next is this one. This one gets me every time. Scarcity. Have you ever said this to yourself? Someone's already doing it. Someone's already out there. Someone's already talking about digital marketing. Someone's already out there. They're already a doctor. I can't be online. There's already doctors online. Oh man, there's already a painter. There's a painter and she's online already. Oh man, there's a person that's already talking about speaking on stage. I just can't do it. There's just not enough people in the world. What am I gonna do? Not enough people that are gonna buy my stuff or grow my business or anything like that. Well, I mean, let's look at these. This is digital around the world in 2019. The total population, we're at 7 billion people. That's crazy. But look at that, 5 billion people have cell phones. What? Internet users, 4 billion people? I mean, I'm okay if I get 10% of that. I don't know about you guys, but I will be fine if it's just 10% of 4 billion? Come on. Scarcity, really? Sean had some numbers earlier that were active users. These are actually just active accounts. Like LinkedIn, your boss said, hey, you need to create a LinkedIn account. And you're like, sure, okay, whatever, LinkedIn account, right? These are active accounts on these platforms. You're telling me there's not enough people in the world? Guys, scarcity is a mindset. There is no lack. There is only abundance. And you know what makes it even better? Is that you are here at Growth Video Live. You can partner with someone. Sean and me partnering, that didn't make us go down, that made us go up. There's no scarcity. You know, we are friends with every major competitor in our market. We are friends with them. You know why? Because all of that rises. Someone else bringing that to the playing field helps us in the playing field. If there's no one else doing what you're doing, that's the scary part. But I'll bet, raise your hand, is someone else doing what you're doing? Raise your hand. Someone else doing what you're doing. Exactly. There is more than enough to go around. Here's a question for you. How many of you bought a pair of shoes? How many of you have ever bought a pair of shoes? Okay, one pair of shoes, that's good. Half of you, no shoes, that's fine. I mean, it's okay. How many of you have bought 2 pairs of shoes? Oh, wow, look at that. How many of you bought 5 pairs of shoes? 10 pairs of shoes? I'm sure every person that started a shoe company was like, there's already people doing it. No. Here's the thing, guys. There is more people in the marketplace right now that want what you have. They are waiting for you to put your message out in the world. They need it from your voice. They need to connect with you personally. They need to hear your story. And that's not scarcity, that's abundance. Here we go, guys. Man, let me know if this one has gotten you before. A lack of confidence. Lack of confidence. Here's where I fall into it. Guys, I am standing on a stage in front of 250 people. What is life right now? This is crazy. But this is where I fall. The imposter syndrome. The imposter syndrome. Who am I? Who am I to be the person to be telling people how to homeschool? I just started. Who am I to be the person to help someone through a divorce? I'm not, but other people do. Who am I to be the person that's going to help someone learn how to parent their kids? Who am I to be the doctor that's online helping someone with their problems? Who am I to be the artist telling someone how they should be create? There's people that are better than me. But you know what? It doesn't matter. You have permission to step out. You have permission to step out. I want you to turn to your neighbor right now. I want you to look them in the eye and say, you have permission to do this.
The question isn't which came first, it's who gets to take home that adorable little Reese's egg.
Discover the difference of a great night's sleep. Try all the top brands and mattress innovations at Raymore and Flanigan.
Now, look at the other person and say, no, you have permission. You should be doing this. There we go. Guys, imposter syndrome, it's just a mindset. I still fight this every single day. There are women who are doing massive things in the world, and I think, who am I? I'm just a college dropout that lives in Las Vegas and homeschools my kids. But you know what? God has woven a purpose into my heart. And I am going to stand on every stage that I can and empower as many people as I can, because no one is going to tell me that I'm an imposter. Because if I believe it, they'll believe it. All right, here we go. Comparison. Anyone? Yes. Oh, man, this one hurts. Yes. You know, when I think about this, comparison is the thief of joy. The thief of joy. I get up every single day and I want to live a joyful life. It doesn't need to be balanced. It doesn't need to be perfect. But the one thing I want to be known for is that I brought joy to the world. And you know what happens when we start scrolling through Instagram? Comparison creeps in. You know what happens when we go to that business conference that we're like the new person on the scene? Comparison starts to creep in. And so I just want to encourage you that you have something great inside of you. And your journey is going to look different than someone else's. My path to get to where I want to go is not going to be the road that someone else went down. I want to be a trailblazer for the next generation, and I want to do it my way. But this right here, this is what the enemy is giving me. You're not good enough. Who are you? Why are you doing this? They're so much better than you. They're already on a yacht in Cancun. Not that that's where I want to go, but I want to go. What? I mean, if it's there, I want to do it. But that's the kind of stuff, right? Oh, their family's perfect. Oh, wow, they're eating organic food. Wow, she was able to do all these things. Comparison is the thief of your joy. And you are the one that controls that. You are the one that picks up your phone and scrolls through Instagram. You're the one that actually follows those people on Instagram. Here's a power tip for you. Unfollow. Power tip. Unfollow those people. Doesn't matter if your sister, doesn't matter if it's the guy that's doing the other thing, does not matter who it is, guys. We have been tricked to think that we need to follow everyone in the world. You don't. If they are stealing your joy, if you are not going to these platforms and feeling fulfilled afterwards, then you need to unfollow. I did this practice. Actually, before we started Growth Video Live, I was feeling down. Guys, I was feeling like, who am I? One of the idols that I look up to is Rachel Hollis, and she just did a conference with 7,000 women. I was like, well, I only got 250 people coming. 250? Come on. This is amazing. This is awesome. And though I love her so much for the message she's bringing to the world, guess what I did? Unfollowed. And guess what I wasn't doing leading up to this event for the last week? Comparing myself to her. I was letting people like Mel speak life into me. I was letting people like Sean tell me that I was made for this. I was letting people in my life actually feed me so that I could be here on this stage. Y'all, this is not normal for me. This is not normal for me. But I know that this is where I need to be. So here's what I want you to know. You're not alone. You're not alone in this.
Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode.
Before you go to extremes to fix sagging and wrinkles with expensive injections, try this Olay Regenerist. Olay boosts skin cell regeneration to firm, lift, and reshape volume without painful prices. For me, it's only Olay.
We're going to start with phonological awareness. We're going to do. I would hope to be remembered as a person that students rely on. They can come to my classroom. They feel safe. We can talk about other things besides academics. I really would just love to be that person for even one student. That would really be like a dream come true for sure.
Marketing Show, the #1 podcast for growing and scaling your business with online video. I'm Heather Torres.
And I'm Sean Cannell, and we're from Think Media. And if this is your first time listening, welcome.
This show is dedicated to helping you learn how to get your content noticed and the latest money-making strategies working right now online. So whether you want to grow your YouTube channel or maximize online video across social media, this is for you. So we are talking about all of the questions that come into Think Media, and we want to address some of the ones for business owners specifically. And this one is critical. We want to know, what are 3 videos every business owner needs?
Yeah, this is great. #1, FAQs in video form. And so this should be relatively easy for every business owner and leader watching. What are the frequently asked questions that come into your business? And hopefully you already have those on your website. You know, at the bottom of all of our web classes, we have FAQs. At the bottom of all of our products that we sell, we have FAQs. And so you you can take those frequently asked questions and turn them into videos. It could just be you talking head. Maybe it's just you grab your phone, you chat into, hey, people ask all the time about this, and you then upload that on YouTube. Because YouTube is a search engine, and because it has search engine value, SEO, search engine optimization value to your business, you want to be taking one question, turning it into one video, and then posting those on YouTube. When you don't know what content to create, at least create those FAQ videos.
Yeah, so those are questions about other people. What about a video about them?
Yeah, then the next video you want to make is an about us video or an about our business video. But where a lot of people mess up here is that about us video should actually be about your customer. Here's what I mean. We want to recommend a book called Building Your Story Brand, or Building a Story Brand. We'll link to that in the description below, by Donald Miller. And basically it introduced this revolutionary concept that a lot of times when we'd want to shoot a video, it would start out and be like, hey, I'm Sean Cannell. I founded Clear Vision Media back in 2010 after my father handed me the keys, from generations before. And you're already like, you're just talking about yourself. And your About Us page on your website might be, our company started back where what the book Story Brand was teaching was actually, when you're marketing your business, you need to understand kind of Star Wars as an analogy. The hero in the story is not you or your business.
Right.
The hero is your customer.
Right.
And your customer is Luke Skywalker, who needs to figure out how to destroy the Death Star. And you are Obi-Wan Kenobi, or you're Yoda. Help you, I will. Was that I'm trying to, you're Yoda trying to help your customer accomplish their dream and their mission. So even your About Us video or About Our Business video should be about how you can get them from point A to point B while weaving your story into the whole process. Therefore, if you think about it, it's a ethical sneak attack. It's the fact that you want to point out the fact of they are the hero of the story, articulate their biggest pain point, problem, or challenge so they know they're in the right place, and then simply frame you and you might then say, if you've articulated that problem, for the past 30 years, we've been helping people like you accomplish this mission.
Yeah.
And so through our company, and now you're essentially positioning them as the hero of the story. But then that's how your About Us video could be framed. And actually check out that book. I mean, grab the audiobook or grab the physical book, because that will kind of reframe your mind and make an About Us video kind of according to that framework.
In celebration of the launch of this brand new podcast, we're giving away 2 tickets to our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, a $1,500 value.
All you have to do to enter is make sure you subscribe, leave us a review on Apple Podcast, and then take a screenshot of your review and go to thinkmarketingshow.com for the rest of the details.
So the third video that every business owner needs to make is what?
Yeah, so I wrote this down. Valuable content that solves your target audience's problem and gets them results, momentum, or knowledge for free.
Tax Act knows you might run into questions while filing your small business taxes, so we have experts on hand whose job it is to know everything about taxes. They do that job so the rest of us don't have to. Heroes. Tax Act. Let's get them over with.
Have you tried these Febreze carbon clips? The intensity dial gives you total control. I can turn it up. That smells good. Or turn it down. Nice and light. Enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
Like, that is the essence of winning online in 2020 and beyond. Like, if you want to crush it in business online, you should be posting, I'm going to say it again, valuable content. So the videos should be truly valuable. Like, they're not wasting people's time. It's not just fluff. Sometimes you felt like those whole old infomercials. Hello. Welcome to this video about a video. For the next 30 seconds, I will give you pointless information that will lead to nothing productive with a 60-second intro that also will lead to just wasting your time, which you have very little of in this decade. Now I will introduce some information that you don't even care about. And I will then bother you by this time, and this we see a lot of videos. You're like, this is boring, it's irrelevant. Valuable content. So content the end user truly finds valuable. Well, what does it do? It should actually solve their current problem. And here's a big one: get them results in advance. We've mentioned in a couple past episodes of the Think Marketing show about Roger Wakefield, the expert plumber, who has a plumbing company, who does solve plumbing problems for customers, but he's actually giving away information that at times is making people not hire him. He's like, look, if they can fix their toilet for $10 with a little piece at Lowe's or Home Depot without me, I'm actually just going to give them that information. What that is leading to, see, as business owners, we'd be afraid, oh, that's going to put us out of business. No, it's giving him more business than he can handle. He's giving away valuable content that's solving their problems and getting them results in advance. So now he fired his marketing company and his phone's ringing off the hook more than ever, and he's creating even additional income streams because of following this model. You want to be giving out YouTube videos, Instagram videos, snippets of LinkedIn content in video format or other formats that's getting people results, getting them momentum. Maybe it just gets them moving a little bit. Maybe your whole customer journey, how your physical product, your digital product, your coaching, it might take them a whole journey to really help them get to point A to point B all the way to point Z. But if it gets them momentum, people love getting momentum. If you do fitness or health, people love getting that meal plan and filling that shopping cart with those first healthy foods. Now they don't even know how to cook them, but they got them home. They're like, at least I got a little momentum. Like at least, or knowledge, or just knowledge. Like, wow, I just learned like the 5 biggest mistakes. That's a good video for your business. The 5 biggest mistakes people make when starting what you do or when needing help with the thing you solve. They're like, wait, I'm just glad I didn't make those mistakes. Knowledge that they start saying, when I think about, I turn on a YouTube channel, I'm about to spend money on tech. I spend a lot of money on tech, right? I don't think media, like companies send us tech, and then I spend even more money buying more tech because we want to help people. We're curious about what really are the best products. And so when I watch blogs or when I read blogs or watch videos or look at posts that say, oh no, you don't want that one because man, it really messes up here. That knowledge creates an affinity with the person that created the content. I go, man, that was so bad. They just saved me $500. They just saved me a week of my time because I didn't even realize that feature or that aspect of what I was about to spend my hard-earned money on was not what I thought it would be. Thank you. For not only me, I could return the product, but now I got to box it up. You know what I mean? Not only did I open it and I learned it was the wrong thing. So save people time, save people money, give people more peace of mind, help create momentum for them, get results in their lives, give them knowledge that's truly valuable for free. Man, when you start doing that, that will unlock a world of possibilities for growing your business and your brand faster with the internet and social media.
So powerful. Now, if you're a business owner, go make those videos. We want to encourage you right now. Get a plan, have a strategy, and make sure you have these videos in 2020 and beyond. And Sean, what are some other ways if they want to go deeper with Think Media and Think Marketing that they can do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably one really great way would be to check out our video about how to come up with the exact kind of content ideas and titles for YouTube videos so you know exactly what problems to solve. And so we'll link that on the YouTube card and put in the description below. We have 3 tips on our process for how we do that, and that's how we've got over 100 million video views. Was basically following that system that we teach on that free YouTube video, so you can go check it out. And then I think that grow with video, like we're super excited. Once a year, business owners, business leaders, influencers, and people that coaches and experts, authors, people in the nonprofit space gather in Las Vegas, people that want to learn video. That's why our conference is called Grow with Video Live. And so if people want to learn more about that, growwithvideolive.com. 2020 is going to be amazing. And that's just a great way to stay on the cutting edge of how to build your business with modern marketing, online video, and the best digital marketing strategies that are working right now.
Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode. Welcome to the Think Marketing Show, the #1 podcast for growing and scaling your business with online video. I'm Heather Torres.
And I'm Sean Cannell, and we're from Think Media. And if this is your first time listening, welcome.
This show is dedicated to helping you learn how to get your content noticed and the latest money-making strategies working right now online. So whether you want to grow your YouTube channel or maximize online video across social media, this is for you. This is a big one.
Yeah.
Today we're talking about the top trends in video in 2020. They change. And people need to be in the know of what's happening right now for their business, for their nonprofit, for their church, because it's important to get your message out and it's important to understand where the market is going. And we have the expert here. So I'm excited to ask you, what are 5 trends that you see happening right now? Trend number 1.
Yeah, I'm fired up. Number 1 is I actually think that in 2020 and beyond, it has shifted to quality. Is more important than quantity.
That's big. Tell us about that.
And let me finish and say, but I actually think it's both quality and quantity. But if you had to pick one, I think quality is now the dominant thing. Now, that's kind of a very confusing thing that can intimidate people because they think, okay, wait, I got to get a $4,000 red camera and I got to get custom lighting. It's not that. It's the content value, not the production value. It might be something shot on a phone. It doesn't even mean that it's super planned, but what it means is that quality matters. And I think that what we saw in the past was sometimes a pressure to just go like live every day. Just get like a lot of content and be there. But that content had no value a week later or a month later, or to just try to put out as many pieces of content a day. And of course, Gary Vee is talking about like publish 50, 100 pieces of content a day. And that's the quantity piece that does matter. But what I'm talking about is I think the trend is that quality is what rises to the top on any platform. That in some cases, with organic reach going down, you might only get a few chances to get in front of people. So here's the question to ask. What experience are they having with your brand when you get that chance? When they get to meet you and they give you a shot, they see your video in their feed, they see that YouTube video, you even rank for a search term. And when you first optimize a video, it shows up on YouTube and they might let you rank for a while and they're going to see what people think about it. And when people watch that video, what is their experience? And I think because we now have helped even over like almost 4,000 people in our video ranking Academy community, I've noticed that sometimes people just feel this pressure and they feel like it's like a badge of honor. I upload 7 days a week. And I almost feel like maybe you should upload only 1 day a week, but take all the energy you were putting into the 7 into 1 to make it higher quality. The last analogy when I think of quality is the difference between writing a book and writing a tweet. A lot of people feel the pressure to post on Instagram every day, write a tweet, post on Twitter 10 times a day. But someone who sits down, and there's a great book about this called Deep Work by Cal Newport, who's known for not really being on social media that much. But when he puts out a blog post, very rarely, or when he puts out a book, it is a bestseller and it impacts and it lives on for weeks, months, and years to come. Now, I'm not saying every YouTube video is a book. I'm saying that's the mindset, is leaning more on quality, because what we've learned with YouTube being a search engine and ranking videos, that when we take longer to make something better, that we can reap the rewards from that piece of content for weeks, months, and years to come. When we rush something, we might get some quick action that day, but we have to wake up the next day. It's like fast fashion versus something high quality. It's like investing in something you wash twice and it falls apart versus something you can hand down to the kids for generations. Quality over quantity in 2020.
I love how you said that at the beginning too. It doesn't necessarily mean the production value. So I can still produce content with my smartphone, but it's the quality of the content. It's what you're putting out there, and it's leveling up. Obviously, you don't want to just everything to be raw and real. It should definitely have value wrapped in it. But I love that you said, it's not necessarily about leveling up the tech, because that's not necessarily what's going to change it. It really is about the content and the value that you're exchanging.
The substance, and you're a great example of this. On your homeschool channel, you think about the substance, and in other cases, when it comes to homeschool, how many books have you read on the topic?
Almost everyone out, maybe 50 books.
So I think a lot of people, when it comes to mastering their subject matter, they have read no books about the subject, or they've read one and they have a surface level understanding. When you've read 50 versus reading one, your depth of knowledge and even your comparison of the different ideas is deeper. That's substance. So if you just shoot on a webcam with, yes, I think you do need, and that's why we have Think Media, so our channel all about tech, you need some like lighting and maybe a USB microphone, but this stuff doesn't have to break the bank. For like $100, you could get a webcam, a USB mic, and you're good to go. But the substance of what you're teaching, so taking more time on the content that you're creating, and then speed also matters as well. And here's maybe the best way to put this. We are applying these trends. These are the trends we're living. We have felt, when it comes to Think Media, video influencers, a decline in organic reach by just doing the same things we've been doing in the past, same old thumbnails, kind of same old content, same old videos over and over. That's why we're launching the Think Marketing Show. We're trying to do new things, do different things, starting videos in different ways, really actually think about mastery and organization of what we're putting together. We realize we need to level up. And that's what I'm saying. In 2020 and beyond, you have to invest in your skills, take your quality to another level. Don't compare yourself to anybody on the right or the left, but just say, how do I take my quality to a higher level? Substance, as well as the overall presentation of the value I'm delivering to the end user.
So key, so key. So number 2, what's the second trend that you're seeing happening going into 2020 that business owners and content creators and nonprofit owners and churches need to be taking notice to?
Yeah, I think the other big trend is short form video. And this shouldn't come as news to anybody, but we've seen Instagram stories. TikTok is blowing up, and that's something that could be interesting to people. But stories are also on Facebook. Stories are also on YouTube. And if you already have some YouTube influence, shoot, I mean, you were just telling me, like, I got to double down because we have YouTube influence, but it's kind of a feature that you're like, you forget that it's there. And I think there's a couple things with stories. Not only is it the fact that there's the chance to reach people and go deeper with your current community, but it's actually learning a new way of communication. Like learning to communicate on stories. I remember even when Snapchat was first big for a little bit wider of an audience, it's still going for a certain younger age, but now it's mainly Instagram stories and Facebook stories. That at first it was almost like it took another part of my brain and it sort of stressed me out, and I only was thinking in long form YouTube, and I didn't think I had the bandwidth to do it. And I don't know, let us know in the comments if you've ever felt that way, like I got to learn something new, because that is how it feels at first. But just like learning to ride a bike, or just like learning a new skill set, like at one point you had to learn how to use Microsoft Word or turn the computer on, or how to use Excel, but then it just became a core competency that you do without thinking, and almost like a habit. That short form communication is something that we need to learn. Quick hits of information, communicating in short sound bites, and being able to stitch together different pieces of communication. We found, our business has scaled and grown from how I use Instagram stories, how Think Media as a team repurposes some of those things, turns them into video ads or turns them into posts on other platforms. We're using stories in a lot of creative ways. So I think short form video in general is a major trend that people need to be paying attention to and leaning in on. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think what I love about short form is that it can be real and raw and in the moment. I know we've talked about it on Think Media before, but your vlog, people say, Sean, we want to see a vlog from you. And you say, I got that. It's over on Instagram. You can go follow you on Instagram and you see the Rise and Grind show. That is your daily vlog of how you're showing the behind the scenes of what's happening. And followers love that. They really love being able to be a part of your world, and they're getting to know you. They're getting to know your wife. They're getting to know your dogs. They're getting to know your favorite green juice. They're starting to find these similarities with you. What I love about it is, for me, I was scared to get on camera. It was something that wasn't natural to me. And so I used it because it goes away on Snapchat or on Instagram stories. You can use it and it goes away. So if you mess up, that's fine. It's just a short form piece of content, but it is such a great way of being able to tell a story and be able to communicate. And I think if business owners, if churches, if nonprofits grasp this concept and can communicate in small pieces, they can earn trust in a very small way first, then leading them into longer form. So when you're shouting out a video that's over on YouTube, you're giving value in 15 seconds, but leading them to maybe a 20-minute or a 30-minute video, they've gained that trust with you, and so they will go and make that connection. So it's a really great tool to be using for yourself as a communicator, but also to be able to build trust with your audience. In celebration of the launch of this brand new podcast, we're giving away 2 tickets to our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, a $1,500 value.
All you have to do to enter is make sure you subscribe, leave us a review on Apple Podcast, and then take a screenshot of your review and go to thinkmarketingshow.com for the rest of the details. Trend number 3 is, I would say, Instagram overall, still a mega platform. We love YouTube, of course. Things are happening on TikTok. We just mentioned that. That's probably not for all ages, but actually something that we are paying attention to, and we're seeing, who knows where it'll go. Definitely have your sites on TikTok, so that's mentioned, but Instagram is right there as like kind of the dominant social platform, right? All ages are there, it's aging up, but what we'd want to hit here is IGTV. I think that at first, Instagram TV came out and it was like, it kind of, wow, this is going to be big, and it kind of died. And then what happened was they allowed it to integrate better with Instagram itself, especially with the preview. And anyone on Instagram knows that now you're in the feed and something starts, it's just a normal Instagram post, but if it's longer than 60 seconds, there's that little button to say finish watching, and it takes you over to IGTV, where now you can upload up to 10 minutes. And if you upload from a desktop, or if you have a verified account or enough followers, you can even upload to an hour on Instagram TV. It was also limited to only vertical. They opened it up to now you can do horizontal, and so it'll be horizontal on the feed. If you go over to Instagram TV, hit widescreen, flip the phone. And so even execution there has become a lot simpler. And we've noticed that when our views on IGTV were like almost nothing, like compared to the following on Instagram that we have over on IGTV, it would be just 10% or less. Now it's more like, organic reach always changes, but now it basically 10x or 20x the views we were getting because of starting in the feed with that content. So I think that for a lot of business owners, a lot of smart social media influencers and online marketers of all kind, Instagram's just a platform when you're doing stories. You have profile posts. You can do highlights. You can link back to your business, have that link in your profile. You can have if you have a physical address, have that in your profile. Churches, you can have your service times, ways to get to know you. Instagram stories of photography to show behind the scenes of whatever you're doing. Live video on Instagram, and then Instagram TV of snippets of whatever the core value proposition of your business or your nonprofit is. It's just a major platform that people have to be paying attention to, and it's a trend that's not going away in 2020.
Yeah. And the 4th trend is something that I'm really excited about. We've been experimenting over at Think Media a lot with this platform. Go ahead and tell us more about LinkedIn right now, Sean.
Yeah, so one of the trends we're seeing that's unfortunate in 2020, and we actually probably just as a kind of a mention negative trend is organic reach is going down everywhere.
Yeah.
It just is. And there's more people coming online. It's the way that it's what we're seeing on Facebook. We've been seeing it. Instagram is tough too. I mean, but hey, what are you going to do? Cry about it? I mean, you got to still use it. And if at one time you reached 50% of your audience, now you only reach 5%, well, thank God for the 5% that you are reaching. Like, keep working it and keep trying to level up your content. But one of the places that organic reach is going up is LinkedIn. And it was almost a little over a year now ago, maybe almost 2 years, probably about a year and a half, that I went to the first LinkedIn video creator session at VidCon, which is historically a YouTube conference. They just celebrated 10 years. It's a conference in Anaheim, California, about 30,000. Besides about 1,000 or 2 business executives and corporate executives, is about 28,000 fans of YouTubers. It's a lot of like 16-year-old girls and a lot of gamers and that kind of crowd. But a few, and then you'd have the industry track. And on the industry track, they had the first ever LinkedIn video creators session. And I remember I heard about that and I was like, what a joke. Like, are you kidding me? Like, that place you put your resume, like video creators, like, what are we talking about? And I remember though, I was in the hallway and I was talking to somebody about that. I was like, did you see that LinkedIn video creators thing? Like, hilarious. And he was like, no, somebody I trust. He's like, no, man, it's like legit. You need to see what's happening over there. So I went to the session. And I met some of the pioneers of LinkedIn video that were just posting videos and had built 30,000, 60,000, 100,000 person communities whose videos were getting 5,000 views, 15,000 views, and they were using it to even boost their current careers. They were using it to scale consulting and biz dev opportunities. They were using it in so many creative ways. And here's the big shift, that LinkedIn had shifted under a lot of people's watch, not even aware that it was happening, from being just a resume posting platform to a content platform that is more like a Facebook or an Instagram, to where you now have a feed, and you kind of always did because you could do articles and text and photos, but now you have kind of a full media suite where videos can show up in your feed. LinkedIn is releasing live video, and many people have it in beta. 2020, it'll certainly go public to everybody, or there'll be some sort of a process to get access to it. And so LinkedIn's organic reach is crazy, where if you haven't been taking it, and that was the thing, despite everything we've been doing on YouTube, and despite all the energy I put in other places, I started at LinkedIn basically from scratch like anybody else. You got like 30 connections. You know what I mean? Like you set up your profile once, and then when you were in between jobs, and then you forgot about it for 4 years. I went back. Of course, I put the work in. I started to dive in, study. That's why we focus so much at the last couple Grow With Video Lives on LinkedIn, along with these other platforms, because our conference is all about all of the platforms. You got to be diversified in case an algorithm shifts. And so get your profile optimized. We had a guest speaker, and even this year, I'm excited to have people talking about LinkedIn. That was like, get your profile optimized. Position yourself right. Dial in these nuances. Here's your content. Oh, don't do 2 videos in a row, but do, mix up the posts, and here's how the algorithm works. Learning the best practices, that's so important. Now, I mean, I don't even know what it is. I'm probably coming up on a little over 10 or 12 or 13,000 connections plus followers. There's 2 different groups of people on LinkedIn. Because we've been putting in the work, like posting video content, repurposing a lot of content, because we already have content. Point is, organic reach there is crazy. Have spent no money on ads, have only invested sweat equity, time equity, and have seen our business grow, whether that's people discovering our products and services or discovering our events. And so the opportunity to invest in LinkedIn to build your brand, build your influence, meet your target audience, meet people that should be doing business with you or should be a part of your company or your business is huge. And so in 2020 and beyond, you got to be leaning into LinkedIn right now, especially where your efforts on other platforms might not producing the results they once did.
Yeah, so that leads into video trend number 5. What are you seeing for 2020?
Yeah, and that basically sums it all up, that organic reach is going down, meaning trend number 5 is pay to play. And this has kind of been true. It was especially true years ago on Facebook. At some point they said Facebook is now a pay to play platform. What's that mean? It means that, wow, for a while there, like almost a decade ago now, on Facebook it was like, wow, if I've got 1,000 likes and I post a photo, 850 people will see it. Like, those days are long gone, right? But like, and so it wasn't pay to play. It was like, wow, I can grow my business, grow as an author, grow as a speaker, grow my ministry. I could just grow by taking action on these platforms. But then it shifted to where it was like, basically, we want you to boost posts. We want you to do like campaigns. We want you to do Facebook ads. And that has been true there. What I'm seeing and what we're seeing across all platforms now is that as organic reach is going down, those that understand paid execution and paid advertising are going to be ones that have an edge. It makes sense. And we could complain about this. You could get mad about it. But all of these companies, they've been growing their companies, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. It's going to happen everywhere. And so they've been growing their companies. They got to make money somehow, and they make money through advertising. And as the feed, there's only that one feed. Like, it can only fit so much content. And so as more people get on the platform, as more people post, as more people listen to the Think Marketing Show, you know what I mean? Like, in a way, we're constantly like, we shouldn't be giving this information away, because it's like that, just more people posting in the feed. But what our passion is like, again, these are the things that are working now, and we want to give away those best practices. So even this one is then saying, okay, set your business up in such a way that you can profit from advertising, meaning you're selling something online. Then in that way, you're going to get brand lift, brand reach, brand awareness, because if you're paying for more reach, and what I'm not saying is that you just start dumping ads into trying to get one post to be seen by more people. But I am saying that, for example, when we do YouTube advertising or Facebook advertising, it leads directly to the sale of something. But in the process of getting there, we meet thousands of people. and it's profitable in that process. Those who learn how to master that process are the ones that are going to win in this new decade. Understanding and mastering paid advertising mixed with organic advertising and social media marketing, that's what the Think Marketing Show is all about. And of course, we're going to be diving deeper into those concepts in future episodes.
Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode.
Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV you love.
Welcome to the Think Marketing Show, the #1 podcast for growing and scaling your business with online video. I'm Heather Torres.
And I'm Sean Cannell, and we're from Think Media. And if this is your first time listening, welcome.
This show is dedicated to helping you learn how to get your content noticed and the latest money-making strategies working right now online. So whether you want to grow your YouTube channel or maximize online video across social media, this is for you. How do you make money with a small channel? I'm excited about this because I have a small channel. Mine's only at almost 15,000 subscribers. And we have a lot of people who look at you with 1.5 million subscribers, having a 7-figure media company, all these big things, but everything starts small.
Yeah.
So talk about how do you make money with a small channel?
Well, first of all, I actually think that even your channel I wouldn't consider small. I mean, 15,000 is insane, you know, and you've already made quite a bit of money off of your channel. And so, you know, I think that the question would be, what's small? Maybe hard to say. Maybe your first 1,000, your first 5,000, or up to 10,000 subscribers. I think about friends of mine that were able to go full time around 10,000 subscribers. I was able to go full time at around 20,000 subscribers. I went all in on Think Media at 16,000, full time at 20. So what are the strategies? Well, the first thing, and I know that this is going to be one of those like, okay, come on, man. Like, but the first thing is actually like not to focus on making money at all first, but to focus on influence first. You know, our phrase over at Video Influencers is helping you build your influence, income, and impact. And we say it in that order because it actually is a progression, that you can't make income if you don't have influence, and you can't make a difference and an impact if you don't have influence or income, in our opinion, because if you can't keep the lights on, or if you're starving yourself, then how are you going to ultimately impact others? You need money to fuel the mission. So it all starts with influence. And the reason I say that is the first thing I would say to make money on a small channel is find another way to make money. Like, too many people, I think they maybe start with desperation, which is the worst way to start anything. If you start in a desperate place on YouTube, you'll make bad decisions. You might try to make quick money with affiliate marketing. We'll talk about that in a second. And it can be good, but too early, and it's maybe coming from the wrong place. You might try to use gimmicks, and you might try to use clickbait, as opposed to saying, you know what, I'm going to identify another way to make money so that I can even fund my YouTube channel in its infancy stage. In my case, I actually started my channel Clear Vision Media for my company back in 2009, and I had a freelance video production company, and then I started Think Media in 2010. So in 2009, I used my cameras and my lighting and all these things that I actually got from taking a loan out, and the way I was paying the loan down was from waiting tables at Red Robin, and I thought if I can't make money in my business, I can at least just make extra tips on the weekends and eventually pay this thing down. I took out a $7,000 loan to get the gear, and I realized that I was going to pay the bills via doing freelance video work, building websites, doing YouTube optimization, and then use YouTube to do YouTube and affiliate marketing, reviewing cameras with really no timeline of when I needed that to succeed. I think that's a good recipe. Another way is like work at some other job, you know, freelance online, whether that's doing virtual assistant work or doing graphic design or using any skill, doing a call center or just doing anything. So that way you can invest in your YouTube channel without needing to like make a demand on your audience too soon.
Yeah, I think that's really, really important. I found that with even my homeschool channel. I work for Think Media, and so I have zero pressure on that end to fund that mission, but it is a mission. Like it's close to my heart, but I don't have the time to make courses yet. I don't have the time to develop out the curriculum that I want to. I don't have that time yet. So one of the things you introduced to me was this idea of affiliate marketing, and I know that's how you went full time. So let's talk about what it is and how you can apply that to your YouTube channel as a small channel to start making money.
Yeah, you know, that also, affiliate marketing requires a little bit of influence because we talk about affiliate marketing. We recommend signing up for the Amazon Associates program because Amazon is the everything store and pretty much everything is there. When you sign up and you get a custom link, now when someone clicks your link and buys something, you'll make between 4 and 10% off that sale. And this is a way that initially I was able to quit my day job and go full-time on YouTube, was just through Amazon and YouTube and talking about tech and cameras on my channel, Think Media. However, early on, people go, that sounds awesome. So they try to apply for the Amazon Associate program. They have 1 or 2 videos up. They only have 33 subscribers. Or maybe they even have 3,000 subscribers. The average video gets around 350 views, but you don't have a ton of momentum yet, a ton of influence yet. And so what people do is they apply for an affiliate program. They either don't get approved or they get approved, but they don't make enough sales within enough amount of time. So then their account gets shut down. It goes back to needing influence first, needing to kind of hit a tipping point of growth, a tipping point of kind of breaking through with your content. And so once you hit, what I'd probably recommend is that you probably want at least 10 to 20 videos. And it would be ideal to probably have at least 500 to 1,000 subscribers around there with some level of consistency, not 1,000 to 5,000 subscribers, let's say, that you built over 5 years and they just slowly grew on there. But just like you did, you started knowing you were going to do homeschool. You started with homeschool topic videos. You started to build momentum, of course, also ranking videos, answering specific questions, being a Video Ranking Academy student, just doing that like to the T, and it really worked because your channel's growing on autopilot, even if you didn't upload a lot of videos. And then it was no friction for you to get approved for the Amazon affiliate program, to work with other affiliate programs through curriculum companies. So yeah, affiliate marketing is what I would recommend. And notice, we didn't say YouTube ads and any other way. I think affiliate marketing is the best way to start making money as a small channel, because you don't need a brand to select you for a brand deal or waste your time emailing brands when you're super small and it's just a ton of work. You can, as soon as you get approved for that program, you can start making money based on your results. If you can figure out and all you need is one video to really change your life. We'd mentioned the greens powder video where I have a green juice powder that I mix up. That video has earned over $10,000. It's one video in one niche around one keyword that blew up like that. I've got this video called Best Christmas LED Lights. One video, that video's generated over $10,000, and every year it generates more. One video around one keyword in one niche. I didn't get the brand to work with me. I didn't get free products sent to me. I actually purchased the product myself, or actually I got to borrow it from a friend, but I hustled to get it. I didn't have to talk to anybody else. I was empowered myself to use affiliate marketing. And I know maybe this is some new terms to some people. So we actually have a playlist over on Think Media, our affiliate marketing series. We go deep. And so people could learn a little bit more about affiliate marketing as I think the best way to make money with a small channel when you're getting started.
Yeah, and a lot of times one of the mistakes we see is that people will just put links down below, and there's no reference point to it. So talk about how you were able to go full time with affiliate marketing because of the connection, or tell us a little bit more about that.
I think, yeah, and we actually teach that in a program. Maybe we'll just link to it because there's a baby course that we have called Video Product Review Profits. And we'll just put a link to that in the description below. I talk about, I think, 5 unique things you need to know about making money with affiliate marketing through product reviews. That's where people make a mistake. They just have like a vlogging channel and they think, I'm going to vlog, I'll link up to the camera I use in the description, and then some people will click that, I'll make money. No, because the intent in watching your entertaining vlog is not to then check out the description for things to like buy, and they're not looking for a camera. Conversely, if you do a video called Blend Tech versus Ninja Blenders, which one is better? The person who's watching a video like that probably wants to buy a blender at the end of that viewing session. Mm-hmm. So what I mean is, and what we teach in that program, is being congruent through the whole process. Really thinking through what is the online consumer, the online shopper, which, by the way, that's why I love affiliate marketing. E-commerce is only around 15% going into 2020 in this next decade. Like, that means that, I mean, again, only 15 out of 100 people are shopping online. Most people are still shopping offline. Well, that's going to continue to grow. More people are going to keep shopping online. That means more opportunity for us to do product reviews, to cover products we love and use and do product tutorials to make a lot of money through affiliate marketing. So what's the intent of the consumer who comes online? What are they searching for? And then when they watch the video, what kind of information do they want to learn? And then what do they need to know about doing next? Helping them make that next decision to click on that link. And then even thinking past that click to the fact that you say this product's amazing, but then they get to the page and the page is not super optimized, or there's you say it's amazing, but there's horrible reviews on Amazon. No one's going to buy that because you also then, your credibility is lost in that. So you're thinking through the whole, what we would call like a customer journey, which is a whole different approach than most people when it comes to affiliate marketing. They just kind of lob it out there, hope to get some clicks, hope to get some sales. And I've learned that, just hope marketing doesn't work.
Yeah.
You have to do strategic marketing. And again, we'll link to some resources if people are interested.
In celebration of the launch of this brand new podcast, we're giving away 2 tickets to our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, a $1,500 value.
All you have to do to enter is make sure you subscribe, leave us a review on Apple Podcasts, and then take a screenshot of your review and go to thinkmarketingshow.com for the rest of the details.
Yeah, okay, so build influence first, start with affiliate marketing, and then our third point is to sell something.
Yes. Like we didn't even mention YouTube ads.
Yeah.
And, what's cool about YouTube is that if you get approved for monetization after 1,000 subscribers, 400 hours, 4,000 hours of watch time within 12 months period, now you can monetize your videos. Sometimes people get so myopic, so focused on just that way of making money, and it's a losing recipe. Because what I've learned is even if you start getting, 500,000 views a month, depending on your CPM, that might only be like, let's say, a couple $100. Mm-hmm. And again, you could make a couple $100 somewhere else, like build your YouTube, go drive Uber or Lyft during, for a few hours every day, make that money, and then focus on growing your YouTube channel to build something more significant. And what that thing that's more significant could be is selling something. Mm-hmm. Thinking about, can you create a digital product? We talk a lot about this. One of the reasons why we started Think Marketing, because the e-learning industry, people that are now wanting to learn online and the traditional forms of education are really being flipped upside down. It's going to be, Forbes did an article, by 2025, it's going to be almost $1 billion a day industry. Like 330 or so billion a year. That means $1 billion a day people are going to be buying.
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye, chair. iPhone 16e. Latest iPhone, greatest price.
Cheetos pizza thing, it changes everything.
Hey, you guys try this? Pretty tasty.
Hey, Donnie, don't you got someplace to be?
Huh, sorry.
Cheetos Cheese Pizza Puffs. Proud to be the second best pizza thing.
people are going to be buying e-learning materials. Yes, through e-learning through colleges and universities, but also through the stuff we create. We have digital courses. We have all these students like in our Inner Circle program that have digital courses, and all these different people that are packaging their expertise, their knowledge, or just how to do something or how to learn something, or packaging digital communities, these really cool things. And so that's something you could sell. But you could also sell all kinds of things. I mean, we have, I guess this is e-learning too, but McCain Dogs has a physical brick and mortar dog training studio up in Canada. And they also have an online course for how to train your dog. We have other people in our community, some people that are like doing kind of cocktail stuff. And what they do is they'll sell the shakers and they'll sell the sifters. Kent, who just came to our mastermind in Las Vegas, Cowboy Kent. Man, he's got skillets and he's got, spatulas that he sells. So he does cooking videos, crushing with AdSense because he's really grown his channel. But he's also making money through events. He's making money through physical products. So the reason we skip past ads is you want to think of YouTube not actually as your business. Probably the worst mindset you could ever have. It's just a distribution channel, right? You want to think bigger than YouTube. Use YouTube to make your living. Don't make YouTube your living. AdSense can go up and down. It could disappear tomorrow. But if you have a real business, I sell physical products. I sell skillets and cooking materials, and I have got cooking classes and cooking retreats. Well, you've got a real business. And then if YouTube changes, well, you can move to the next platform. Like you could go somewhere else. But so what is that bigger business you're building? What is that something else you're selling? There's a lot of opportunities, and I'm excited to talk about that in future Think Marketing Show episodes.
Yes, the Think Marketing Show. That was amazing. So build your influence, affiliate marketing, and then sell something. What incredible tips for having a small channel. And I think, again, even if you have a small channel, you can start applying these things, but it is the long game, right? It isn't, let's get to our first 100, 10,000, 100,000. It's the long game of building something that's sustainable online. So thanks for those tips, Sean. Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode.
TaxAct has live experts on hand, so you don't have to worry about all the ins and outs of the tax code. Trust us, you don't want to know about all those ins. And don't get us started on the outs. TaxAct. Let's get them over with.
Gatorade Zero. All the electrolytes of Gatorade with zero sugar to rehydrate and replenish. So your return is as good as your service.
Welcome to the Think Marketing Show, the #1 podcast for growing and scaling your business with online video. I'm Heather Torres.
And I'm Sean Cannell, and we're from Think Media. And if this is your first time listening, welcome.
This show is dedicated to helping you learn how to get your content noticed and the latest money-making strategies working right now online. So whether you want to grow your YouTube channel or maximize online video across social media, this is for you. Well, today we have a special treat for you. We have Omar El-Takori from the Think Media team here.
Super pumped, excited to be here.
And Omar has really gotten us into video podcasting. And a few months ago at Grow with Video Live, our annual conference that we host here in Las Vegas, you shared a really awesome keynote. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so essentially what I shared was just a case study of one of my clients and how their video podcast has been able to help grow their online sales from $30K to over $250,000 a month in just 8 months. And so that's just 30 grand month over month, simply implementing video podcasts to their business. And so I think this is encouraging because a lot of the things that I'm sharing, you could apply in your business, in your YouTube channel, in your podcast. Even if you're thinking about, if you've dabbled with the idea of starting your own podcast and essentially how to even get started, there's a lot of information there. But yeah, I'm super excited for everybody to check this one out.
Yeah, so here's your all access VIP front row seats to the recording from Omar's keynote at Grow with Video Live.
Today I want to talk to you about why you need to start a video podcast, and we're going to talk about a business I took in just a few short months, growing 30K a month in online sales, month over month, and then also growing their YouTube channel to 14,000 subscribers in just 9 months. So let's get started. Today's objective, or this session's objective, is I just want to give you reasons using this case study. You know, Sean said this earlier, that reasons come before results. And I think before you see results, the thing that actually keep you going is your reasons. And so I want to also give you tips on how to start your video podcast. And the purpose of this is that I would leave you convinced to start a podcast so you can make more money. Nobody in this room wants to make more money. I'm just kidding. So you can make more money and build your brand authority. Digital audio accounts for the biggest share of time spent on mobile, with social media and digital video following. Sean shared that, and then so that goes to say that video podcast is the ultimate strategy because when done right, it fills all the things above. It fills the audio aspect of things, it fills the social media aspect of things, and then it fills the online video aspect of things. You know, it's funny because we say link in bio, but we forgot that it stands for link in biography. Okay. Link in bio. My name is Omar Altacore. In 2007, I chose broadcast journalism as my elective in high school. You guys are like, dang, he's young. Or you guys are like, dang, he's not old, but I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed shooting videos. I enjoyed doing PSAs and fun announcements for our high school. And I bought my own camera and pirated Sony Vegas because I was only in high school. I don't know how to buy stuff. And then I just got to go. I just started editing videos and creating content. I started vlogging in 2007. Didn't make money by 2008, and so I quit. I have a family. That's facts. This is a picture of my fam. Yeah, family. Go families. This is Amanda and little Ruby Grace. A little bit more. I have an agency that does content creation for businesses and offers YouTube strategy to help grow businesses' audiences. And I also work at Think Media as lead content creator. And then I also have a YouTube channel where I teach beginner photography and videography. I don't put too much effort in it, but just a power tip. I've applied VRA. I've applied VRA to my channel, and with just 12 videos, I have 16,000 subscribers. I'm not trying to plug anything other than strategy works, guys. This VRA thing is really legit, and so if you even haven't taken VRA, really reconsider, because posting all these videos on YouTube or posting wherever you want to post it, and without having strategy, it's going to be very frustrating. All right, so meet Mike and Shauna Jones. Look how good looking they are. All the spray tan. No, I'm just kidding. We met back in 2015. I was working at a church as a creative director, but also helping with small groups as being small group coaches. And so I was assigned to coach their small group. They had a group that met in their house, and they just talked about life every week. And then I remember during that time, Shauna was doing lash extensions out of her house, and I also knew them enough that they were grinding. I knew that it wasn't an easy life that they were living, but nonetheless, they decided to give a night of their week to encourage people in our church and have them over, have some pizza, and so this is just a picture of their house room setup where it was Shauna doing lashes and Mike's doing mortgages at the time. So this is 2014, 2015. And she would hustle. She would spend hours, during the night on Instagram following girls in the industry. And what that means is simply girls that work at the pools here and the clubs. Girls that if you can get fresh lashes on them, they'll probably tell their friends, and then they'll probably hit up Shauna. Just a little, that costed nothing but just hours of her time at night. They had a hard time paying the bills. They have a funny story where they were, they're paying rent and they couldn't make rent one month, so they sold the refrigerator to make rent. And it's just crazy things like that to think that, they have just a gnarly story, and they just grinded, man. They saw that there was some promise there. They felt like there was something there. And so with hard work, and they really just went all in on their business. In 2015, they opened up their first salon here in Vegas. And just fast forwarding 2.5 years, they now have 3 salons here in Las Vegas. You give that up, that's pretty gnarly. They have 3 salons in Las Vegas, across the valley. 100 lash artists are working under them. They also have a training course that certifies lash artists. So they're bringing people into the industry too through their brand. And so essentially, these are all things they had in place prior to, going in with video podcasting or even YouTube. And so I just wanted to paint this picture of maybe there's an aspect to your business that you're missing. That could probably help your video podcast really pour in fire into your flame. Or is it gasoline into the fire? Yeah, it's kind of like that. All right. So here's some things that every business needs in order, I think, to stay relevant and stay effective. They're practitioners. The first thing is practitioners. You can also put this like services. So they are boots on ground. This allows anybody to stay relevant and also be on top of trends. So I'm a content creator myself, but if I stop taking photos and I stop doing video just because I grow out of it, then I'll start speaking into an industry and I'll just be the old guy that's using old terminology and still talking about DSLR cameras when mirrorless cameras are the thing to do. And so, the practitioner aspect of their business helps them stay relevant. Secondly, products. Do you have something to sell? Raise your hand if you have something to sell. Awesome. That's like half the room. So you got 50% of this room needs to work on physical product or a digital product. And don't be, I don't think you have to overthink it either. I think just a quick power tip, you can record yourself do one thing and sell it as like a pay-per-view in its entirety. So whatever that is, if that's, a consultation for someone getting their eyes checked, the full process, somebody recorded you, it's $15 on your website, just about. The third thing is they're professors. This is a stretch. I just wanted to do 3 Ps because I want to keep it consistent. But essentially, they have an educational wing to their business. Do you have an educational wing to your business? 3 things that you can have on your business that can just create an ecosystem, because people can meet you at the education, they can stay in your world because you're offering them supplies, and then you're still doing services, so you're staying up on trends. So as they keep learning from you, you're staying up on trends.
So chewy and chocolatey and big. New Chips Ahoy, Big Chewy.
Try Olay for firmer, lifted skin without pricey procedures. Only Olay.
So you're staying up on trends. So as they keep learning from you, you're staying up on trends. Amen. So just Mike hits me up. This is like a year ago. He's like, hey, Omar, how does your YouTube channel have so many subscribers, but you upload 0 videos? And I told him, I was like, it's the power of making searchable content for an audience that I have predetermined, which was beginner photographers and videographers. And he's like, could you do that for us? And I was like, nah, man, this is too valuable. Because if you hire me and we apply these things, you can cut me off at any time, and this will keep working for you forever and ever. He's like, let's go grab lunch. And he asked me again, and I was like, all right, man, let's do it. And so always ask twice. You never know. So we started a video podcast, and we picked a day to shoot all the podcasts. This is what we can call batching, right? So this is what they had January 1st. Before we started doing their YouTube channel video podcast. They had 30 subscribers because they uploaded iPhone videos and all their lash artists subscribed. They're in the room and that's why they're laughing so hard. Okay, they had 0 podcast streams because they weren't doing it. And they were doing $30K a month in online sales, probably for the last 6 months of 2018. So that's a screenshot of their December sales, which was 29 grand. How we did it, we bought the gear. That's the first step. You gotta buy the gear in order to do it, but don't overthink it. We just simply shot this in one angle, straight on angle. And I shot it in 4K. Most of our phones in this room actually shoot 4K. And then I edited a 1080p project. I know that probably flew over some people's heads. Essentially, I filmed it really high resolution, and then I edited a smaller resolution so I can have it makes it look like we have multiple angles. And I'll show you an example in just a second. Then we captured the audio on a Zoom recorder, edited each episode straight through. This alleviated the headache. We're not trying to cut videos or cut content so it came over quickly. It was just like, all right, ready? All right, here we go. Start the show, hit record, and then end the show, hit record, and then the edit was just that simple.
In celebration of the launch of this brand new podcast, we're giving away 2 tickets to our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, a $1,500 value.
All you have to do to enter is make sure you subscribe, leave us a review on Apple Podcast, and then take a screenshot of your review and go to thinkmarketingshow.com for the rest of the details.
Content without strategy is just stuff. So you want to make sure you got strategy. You put out all this stuff. I say this, if you have the best product and nobody knows about it, guess what, friend? You don't have the best product. Someone can have 50% good of product that you offer maybe, and because more people know about it, I'm sorry, they have the better product. That's just the reality. So who wants to know what they got now? Because everybody likes the transformation. So right now they have 14,200 subscribers. Yeah, let's give it up. That's 14,000 people that understand what they're following. That's 14,000 potential lash artists, people who are in the beauty industry that want to start their own businesses. It's a pretty strong audience to have. They have 56,000 podcast streams from zero. That's incredible. And as of August, they've done 220 sales in just online sales. That's 30K month over month. Turn up. Just breaking that down just a little bit deeper, 14,200 subscribers. What does that mean? That means, and I would say, imagine this for your own business. I know I'm sharing this example. How cool would it be if you had 400,000 minutes spent on your brand? 2.5 million minutes minutes watched. They're in your world. You have 2.5 million minutes spent in your brand world, your business, whatever that is. That's pretty powerful. And just a power tip. The Google AdSense already, they're going to make $2,100 as of this point, which I would say was the cost of the podcast equipment we went to go with. So they already made a return on their investment on the podcast setup. Turn up for the ROI. And another cool thing, real-time activity. At any given time in 48 hours, there's about 8,200 people watching their content. So as of right now, maybe there's like 2,000 people just on their stuff. They're here in the audience and they're chilling, but they got strategy. 56,000 podcast streams. What this looks at, this is 4,000 listens a week. They drop one podcast episode a week, and they're getting 4,000 listens. Average episode is about 15 minutes, so you can imagine you got 4,000 people listening to you for an hour every month. Pretty powerful. And then growing by 30 grand. What does that really mean? That means they made a ton of money. That also means that 15 people are in their store at any given time. They're Shopify. You can just hop on and it just says that 15 people are in there. That's pretty crazy. Returning customer rates about 70. And what that speaks of is that people trust them. And it's because they've been able to give away all this free value. There's other lash brands, there's other lash companies, there's other lash supplies. But because they're the ones telling you how to do this stuff, and never do they ever say, buy our stuff. They're just like, yo, we're going to be doing this wispy lash look. I'll be using these tweezers and this glue. Let's get into it. And then people just, all right, I might as well just buy it from them because I trust them. Tips for your first episode. Just some tips for your first episode of your podcast. The strategy aspect of things. So when we first started the podcast, Mike wanted to share the story of how they came to where they are. And so he's like, dude, let's title this podcast, The Struggle is Real, because the struggle is real. And I was like, that's dope, but nobody's searching The Struggle is Real, right? So I went on YouTube and I saw that people were searching how to start a lash business with no money, which essentially was their story. So that was the title of their video of the first their first podcast that they put out, and we did the research. That's simply research before you press record, right? And so do the research. Your podcast could be reverse engineered. So don't just go out there and talk about what you want to talk about. See, based off of what you want to talk about, go ahead and search what you want to search and see what people are searching. And you can learn all this through VRA. We learned that probably when you start off, you want to start with volume. So we started with 8 podcasts for the first 2 months. So we dropped 2 episodes every week for every month. That may sound like a lot for you guys, but I would actually disagree because we shot those all in one day. Like, power tip to them, power tip to me, but at the same time, it's doable. Just like hunker down and get her done. I don't know why I said that. Okay. Okay. And then another thing that they did up front, and something you could do, is they did a giveaway every episode. So it was about a month-long giveaway. And when they announced the winner, the following episode, they started a new giveaway, and it increased shareability. It grew the email list for the podcast, but you can give away something during the episode.
A patient takes the proper preventive measures. We can keep our enamel for a lifetime. If patients use Pronamel Clinical Enamel Strength, it will actually help to protect the enamel for a lifetime. So I would recommend Pronamel Clinical Enamel Strength to all patients.
Another thing is, this may be obvious, maybe not be, but post your podcasts. If you film them, if you record them, post them on YouTube and post them to podcasts. You create the standard for what your audience expects from you. I think this is powerful because I wrote it. I'm just kidding. Well, Omar, chill, bro. No, it's fresh though. What I mean by that is, because we started off with long form content, people met them with long form content, and nobody will expect less from you. And so with every episode being about 15 minutes, sometimes 20, sometimes 12, nobody's expecting less. I would actually say, like, on Think Media, we're fighting for attention because it's different kinds of content, but we also didn't start off this way. So if you have yet to start, it's not a bad idea to start with longer form content, because if people stumble on your stuff, find value, they won't expect anything less from you. Thank you. So what are some lessons we learned so far? Number one, that there's a massive opportunity for your business and brand to be have a podcast. Secondly, is that there's a people waiting for you. I think sometimes we forget that. We make it all about us. Like, I don't have this, I look like this. But legit, there's people waiting for content that is coming from your perspective, coming from your experiences and things like that. And so think about the people. I think that alleviates the pressure altogether, in the sense that there is a group of people that need this stuff. I need to get it into their hands. Podcasts can be monetized. We definitely learned that. I would say, before I tapped into the world of online marketing and networking and stuff, that I always thought podcasts were such a free thing. And the way we monetize this, obviously, is they have the supply chain. This can also be monetized if they want to sell ad space on their podcasts. We actually, though, use it for their own promotion. So they self-promote, which you notice, they promote their classes on there, and they promote speaking engagements. They've also been invited to speak at LashCon this October, which is pretty crazy. And why is it so important for your business? Raise your hand if you struggle with consistency. Let's get it, everybody in the room. This is an easy way of getting content done. One shot angle, talk straight through. If you have your points dialed in, or maybe you just have the general idea what you want to talk about. But again, if you're just starting off, just go for it. It doesn't have to be polished. Another reason is because it gives you the ability to repurpose the content, what Sean just talked about. You can cut up 5 pieces of micro content from your podcast episode, not having to ever sit down again in front of the camera, but because it's shot, it's put together, you can now dish out content on other platforms. And then it also builds trust. I think the coolest thing is they just haven't had to sell anything. They're just like, yo, this is how you do stuff. This is what we've experienced. This is how we do our things here at our company. And it's that jab, jab, right hook from Gary Vee mentality, where if they really want to ask, they'll ask, but they actually don't need to. But when they do, it's going to be awesome, because people will be like, for sure, we'll go to that live event because we've been following you guys for 2 years. I can't wait to come here. And I think there's a handful of us here right now because Sean has hit you a little bit with the jab jabs. Sorry. Another good reason is that you reach two types of people. Simply making a video podcast, you reach two types of people: people who listen to podcasts and people who are on YouTube. You hack watch listen times, what I talked about, that just because it's longer form, you get to win on that end. And then here's just a legit stat that there's over 500 million active users on YouTube versus less than 1 million podcasts. So that's just a number to keep in mind that shows that there's so much opportunity in this space. So conclusion, start podcasting now. Make some noise if you want to start your podcast.
Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode.
Are there any props that we need? We're shooting a batch of the Think Media show today, and so I brought like 7 different shirts just so I could go through the different shirts for the shoot, and so make sure I have those prepared. Are there people that we need? Do we need any help with this? Or it's like, hey man, can you be there to help me set up? And even if you're doing this solo, you're like, hey honey, can you make sure the kids aren't in the house? Like looking ahead, like what else? Is there any final notes? And getting that all on paper. Again, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Mm-hmm. This is that strategic. One of our favorite quotes is Sun Tzu, author of The Art of War, famous military general. Every battle is won before it's even fought. And I think that's why a lot of entrepreneurs are losing, and a lot of people and content creators are losing, is because they're so frantic right now. They haven't taken the time to slow down and really strategize, to slow down and really think things through and then follow through. If every battle is won before it's ever fought, that means we're planning on paper. It means that you're standing over the battlefield with the miniature, characters and thinking, okay, am I thinking all this through? Do we have the gear we need, the notes we need? And things can happen because this is stuff that gets us tripped up. Once you even think of, this could be notes about, okay, what gear do I need? Or, what outfit do I need to charge the batteries? Do I need to make sure that, oh shoot, that's right, my camera is at my sister's house. Like I'm not gonna be able to shoot tomorrow. This stuff happens all the time. And we've noticed that it'll just trip your shoot up. You're like, tomorrow I'm gonna get like 5 videos done. I mean, like, I don't know, give me an amen in the comments if you're like, completely. I thought Saturday morning was gonna be this really effective thing. And then I was like, oh, that's right. I didn't plug my camera in and I have to wait hours to charge the battery for my camera. All those little types of deal. I know this could kind of sound overwhelming, but it's actually by investing in energy, in scripting your videos and planning them ahead of time, that it saves you massive energy in the future.
Yeah. Are there any parts of videos that you do like to actually script out word for word? Like what are the key elements in a video that you think need to be in it when people are actually at the phase of getting those video scripts done?
In my opinion, I think the most important part of, so for me, I'm good with an outline and just bullet pointing the points, and that'll keep me on track, maybe adding in some call to actions, any other notes that need to be added under each point, or a disclaimer, or by the way, but the hook, the intro, the first 10 seconds, it could be 30 seconds, it could even be a minute, I believe should almost potentially be scripted word for word, especially if you're newer to YouTube videos and to kind of marketing and grabbing people's attention, because people will forgive you and watch the rest of the video if you've set it up right. But if you mess up those first few seconds and you don't create some curiosity, if you don't hook people's attention, making them want to watch more, if you don't actually set the stage for what they're about to learn and they're not even interested in learning more, if you don't maybe say there's 5 points coming up or have any kind of nuggets, you want to think through all those types of things. And that's probably a topic for a whole nother episode of the Think Media show someday. But yeah, I will oftentimes write a sentence or two or three, and I'll try to nail that hook in that intro. And then after that, I kind of relax a little bit and then just try to hit the bullet points. But that's some precious time. And with everybody scrolling through the different social media platforms, you only have a few seconds. There's actually the goldfish rule that they did a study, Microsoft did a study, that goldfish have an attention span of 8 seconds. But humans now, because of social media and phones, our attention span is now 7 seconds. So Heather, you've got the attention span of a goldfish.
I know, I feel it.
Yeah, I know, as do I. You know what I mean? And so that means that, like, what are you going to do in those first few seconds to get people to watch the rest of the video? If you could have the most life-changing information at minute 4 in your video, but if you don't set the stage right, people may never get there. So invest extra energy when you're writing your outline, potentially scripting your hook.
So good, Sean. Thank you for those 5 points. And I think one of the things that I've learned from you is that it's okay to mess up. As you're going through and making these videos and you're doing these scripts, that it's okay to not always have it like perfect, right? But then there is that point where when you're producing the video that you can bring your personality to it, but making sure that you're hitting these key 5 things is something that has massively changed my brand and what I've been able to do. So if you like this type of content, we are here for you. We are creating content just like this. And I want to know in the comment section, do you script your videos? Let us know. And what type of videos do you want to see here on the Think Marketing Show? Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode.
Turn the place you live into the home you love with Bob's Discount Furniture. When you shop at Bob's, you never have to sacrifice on style or settle for phony sales. You get the lowest price every day on family-proof sofas, beautiful bedrooms, delightful dining sets, lush mattresses, and trendy decor, with flexible financing options to fit your budget. So stop in and start to build your dream home at Bob's Discount Furniture, the fastest growing furniture store in the country.
Because we were willing to sacrifice it this season because we said, this is going to take some of our resources. That's time. Is it going to take some of our relationship time? And when it's come to our marriage, even those seasons, you can still go on a date night people got so much more time than they realize they have. You can still go on a date night, still take like Sunday off, take some time off on the weekends. You don't have to watch 6 hours of TV when you get home. And some people are like, why don't I even watch TV? You don't have to play 4 hours of Fortnite and then watch YouTube for 2 hours and then complain to your sister for another 2 hours. You get to choose what you're doing. You can put some of those blocks of time into creating content for YouTube. So whatever is your resources, you got to get the time on the calendar. You got to figure out the money. And it comes back to knowing that the payoff is there when you invest in something wise for growing your business like YouTube. There is a return, but not if you don't put that investment in.
In celebration of the launch of this brand new podcast, we're giving away 2 tickets to our annual conference, Grow with Video Live, a $1,500 value.
All you have to do to enter is make sure you subscribe, leave us a review on Apple Podcast, and then take a screenshot of your review and go to thinkmarketingshow.com for the rest of the details.
Yeah, so tip number 3 is really putting in that work. So talk about that.
Yeah, so then you got to dive in and start.
Yeah.
And, when it comes to staying consistent, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Mm-hmm. And so I think for some, sometimes we're not inconsistent because it's not that we don't believe in it. And it's not even that we're unwilling to spend our time or our money. It's actually that we're still kind of stuck in hesitation mode, in analysis paralysis, in overthinking it. We're kind of stuck in our own heads. And so you got to just punch fear in the face and start posting videos. Like we've often said, your first videos are going to be your worst videos. And I think that's where we get held back as influencers, as leaders, as business owners, because we're like, man, I know, like I watch this person who's been doing it for years and I'm not going to be that good. Well, of course you aren't. Like nobody who starts anything is great when they start. You have to be willing to suck at the start. You have to be willing to be imperfect and practice in public. And I really feel like creating content on YouTube is kind of like going to the gym. Mm-hmm. Same thing. The decision, number 1, to get in shape is something that you have to make, and not just like, oh, it's a New Year's resolution, and by the second week, we've all done that, and then there's no results a month later. You actually decide, no matter what, I'm gonna do this. And then you're gonna dedicate resources. I'm buying the gym membership. Mm-hmm. I'm actually going to put time to work out 3 days a week. But the next step is to actually show up to the gym and start lifting something heavier than what you've normally been carrying around. Problem is, when you first walk in, it's the worst experience ever. Clearly, I have not actually been to the gym very often. I do run a lot, but that's why things are scrawny and I'm not like actually lifting anything. Therefore, but when I have been to the gym, there was one time 2 years ago, Fitness 19, a few blocks away from here in Vegas, and I had this $low membership. By the way, you kind of get what you invest. It's like a $19 a month membership. That's why I stopped going back, and I didn't even cancel it. I was like, oh, well, just $19, whatever. But when I walked in there, I was like, shoot, I don't got any of the cool swaggy workout clothes. I'm kind of flabby. I'm out of shape. If I even try to lift this weight, my arms are gonna, and I don't know the form right on these machines. It sucks. You're not strong yet. You don't have the momentum yet. You don't have the confidence yet. You don't have the form yet. The same is true for YouTube. Mm-hmm. You got to just dive in and start. And everybody who either has put in the work for physical fitness or hasn't still understands that that's the way the process works. That if you keep showing up a couple times a week, 3 months later, 6 months later, 9 months later, now I think about in running, I was like, I could barely run around the block. Now I'm like all custom shoes and like I just finished a half marathon after like doing a 2-day seminar and and it's just kind of become part of my life because I've grown into it. You got to just start and you will get stronger as you go. It can seem overwhelming and heavy right now. You'll get stronger. So just start.
That is so invaluable. That lesson for me has been the catalyst to be able to start creating content on the platform because it allowed me to understand that it's okay to start messy. That's one of the messages that we say over at Think Media and at Growth Video Live. That is so important to just know that it's okay to start messy. And I love how you said you got to be okay to suck at the start. I mean, we're just starting this Think Marketing. We had a plan, but this is going to progress. This is going to grow. And we came to the agreement that it was okay to just start, to just get some momentum, to just get it going. And so I love that tip. And so tip number 4 is, I know one of your passions, which is to never stop learning.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you want to stay consistent, what worked yesterday just won't work today. It's like true for everybody. I mean, you're a parent, mm-hmm. and you've probably learned that, man, we've at certain seasons, we've had some rhythm with the kids. Things have been going well, but then something will change.
Always, and every year.
And hey, that used to work. Why is that not working anymore? Because what worked yesterday won't necessarily work today. And so we always have to be learning and leveling up. We realize that lifelong leaders are lifelong learners. And so what I mean is, it's not just accepting that the way we got content done this year is going to work next year. At Think Media, at our company here, we need to always be evolving. So we're trying to learn faster ways of speeding up. This is a company culture thing, by the way. So Omar on the Think Media team is like a ninja at this, where we used to think that, okay, the way we would capture footage and edit the footage and upload the footage, that had to take a day or that had to take a couple days. Well, now he's doing things where it takes minutes. Like he's compressing like minutes or he's compressing weeks into moments. It's like super crazy, but it's because he continues to learning a new way to do it, a faster way to do it. That's why we also invest in gear. Learning or how to use the gear better, because we're always learning. You never want to stop learning. I just mentioned the running analogy. Running for me has become a habit. And I can run and go further faster than when I started because I do it every week, but I invest in getting better. The momentum I'm creating is because now I watch YouTube videos on how to run, and I'm figuring out things about how my feet work or whatever. And then I'm getting stronger, but I'm also studying. I'm watching documentaries on it and reading books. I just ordered a book on how to run further, faster, and all these different things. Because I keep learning. That's what we have to do to stay consistent on YouTube. Learn how to be faster in optimizing our videos. We use tools like vidIQ, helps us optimize the videos faster. Learn how to use Studio Beta. That's what a lot of our programs are about, because we understand how little time we have and how much we have to juggle as business owners. So it's just a matter of resourcing. So the way you do it today, you're maybe doing it a little bit slower. That's why some people can pack in more working out in an hour. I'm the type of guy, we're on this like workout analogy, that I go to the gym, it's like do a few bicep curls, check my phone for 10 minutes, like do a few more. And then you see somebody who's doing like circuit training. They just got like a weeks of working out compared to what you did in 40 minutes done while you were there. It's the same hour that each person had, but because that person has built that muscle, developed that habit, and continued to level up their form, their breathing, their coaching, taking their game to another level, that's how you stay consistent and go further faster on YouTube, by never stopping learning.
That is so good. And if you are ready to dive in, if you're ready to go deeper in your knowledge and you want to be consistent on YouTube, I encourage you to check out our video marketing conference that we have every year here in Las Vegas. You can go to growwithvideolive.com. Sean, give us just a snapshot of what's going to be happening this year at Grow with Video Live.
Yeah, this year at Grow with Video Live, it's 2.5 days, middle of the week in Las Vegas. So it's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at the Sahara, which is a super cool hotel. And there's going to be some incredible guest speakers. And it's going to be, we're just excited because there's a lot of great video marketing conferences out there, but nobody that's kind of coming at it with the approach that we have. And that is, we want to bring you the latest and best strategies. But here's the big key. We want to avoid overwhelm. A lot of the things we noticed in some conferences is that they've got 30 speakers, 45 speakers, 65 speakers. And you can come away with wow, I learned a lot, but what am I supposed to do next? And so we curate the entire schedule because we are so passionate about complexity is the enemy of execution. When you're just overwhelmed and you have too much information, you end up doing nothing. That you get the right information, the best information from proven experts, but not just the information, also the mindset. And I think that's something that we just care about so much here at Think Media, and that is that what we've learned from studying psychology, that actually success is about 20%, the tactics, the strategies, the how-to, the map, and that's an important 20%. We have so much content and energy we devote to that. But honestly, success is about 80% the actual mindset of taking action. And isn't that true? It's not so much that we don't know what we need to do. It's punching fear in the face and doing it. It's actually taking our game to another level by taking our thinking to another level and overcoming some of those blocks in getting confident to be on camera, getting confident to lead at a bigger level and build a team and build momentum and really lean in these platforms and take some risks and put yourself out there and deal with the haters. So our speakers are mixed for that, so that you have a balance of the latest and best strategies, as well as the mindset and actual experts that can help us take our game to another level in every area. And that's probably the final thing as well, that we just kind of have a holistic approach because that's our DNA. That it's not just what are the best YouTube tips? There's conferences for like just YouTube tips. What is the bigger picture, and how do you actually scale a high impact, purpose-driven business leveraging digital marketing and social media and these modern tools? And so Grow with Video, I think the biggest thing, if you go to growwithvideolive.com, you get to see some of the past videos and kind of get a feel for how our conference is different than anybody else in the industry. And I speak at about 25 conferences this past year, and I love them all. And getting to go to those different ones, it kind of gave me a point of view of how we could create something different that is not just getting people the right information, but also activating leaders to take massive action and go get results. And that's what we've seen from so many in our community that attend Grow with Video Live.
Grow with Video is one of the most incredible conferences if you're going to do anything moving forward in the 21st century. In order to reach people, you need to be utilizing video and social media platforms.
It was groundbreaking for me, and it helped me to realize that I'm not alone.
I like the practical because I want to know what are my next steps and how is it that we're going to reach the community and the audience that we're trying to build. And you get that here in every single session.
Mine is going to be blown, I guarantee it.
Tickets for Grow with Video Live 2020 are on sale now. Go to growwithvideolive.com for all the details and to claim yours. Thanks for checking out this episode. We hope you got a ton of value. And if you haven't already, subscribe here to the Think Marketing Show wherever you're watching or listening.
And hey, it would mean the world to us if you would rate and review this show on Apple Podcast.
As we grow this movement of purpose-driven content creators, we encourage you to share it with a friend. And we'll see you in the next episode.
Got monetized in 60 days using just an iPhone. How did that happen?
So, it takes a lot of time. The growth may look fast for my channel, but I put in a lot of time.
This is the antiviral strategy. You have 7 different ways that you're earning money now, which is wild.
You have a phone, so just hit record and go.
In today's episode of the Think Media Podcast, we're going to be learning some tactical tips for getting more views and growing your YouTube channel. And my guest today is going to be sharing how she got monetized in 60 days using just an iPhone, which she still uses today. She's also going to be breaking down kind of the morning show method, this idea that you could turn in casual viewers to a strong community with daily content that she didn't expect to do when she first started out. She's also going to reveal her 7 different income streams that are now earning more than she earned in her entire corporate career previously, and also why maybe ignoring social media could be a good idea, and why maybe you should focus on one platform because that could lead to faster growth. Kayla from His Word, My Walk is your girl next door. Her vision is that you would grab tea or some coffee, get cozy, and then sit down and grow in your relationship with God. Her channel is all about Bible study and helping people understand the Bible. And her journey has been super inspiring. And there's a lot of lessons we can learn for no matter what kind of channel you're starting, whether you're more established or whether you are just getting started with YouTube. Kayla, welcome to the Think Media Podcast.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here.
I'm excited to be talking to you. And I want to, in our kind of opening speed round, just learn a few tactical tips, which one of the most fascinating things from your story is you went from 0 to getting monetized in 60 days using just your iPhone. What do you think led to that? How did that happen?
I had to get rid of the excuses. I think technology is always an excuse that we can make, or even a reason. For me, it was a reason why I didn't start. But to be very honest, I did the 1K challenge with Think Media, and that kind of taught me how to format my videos a little bit better. And so I just went for it. And my second video took off to get me monetized. And from there is where I kind of shifted my channel to keep moving forward.
That's so cool. And how many videos do you think you posted in those first 60 days?
Well, it was 3 originally, and then I did a 30-day, what I thought was going to be a 30-day sprint. I did 28 videos in 30 days, going through the book of Matthew chapter by chapter to teach what people had been asking for. And then I continued on from there.
So I think that 30-day sprint had a lot to do with the early momentum that your channel built. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. I looked at that one video that got monetized or got me monetized. The comments in there were people saying, can you help me? Can you help me do this? Can you help me be consistent? How can I really do this? And I was like, oh, well, I can show you. So let's do it together. I'll do it for 30 days. And that built a community immediately and grew to almost this responsibility that there are people here now and a community growing. So I felt like I couldn't stop.
Okay, so I think I better understand now. What you're saying is you had an original 3 videos and one of those videos really broke out and like single-handedly got you monetized. Do you remember what video that was?
Yeah, it was how to read the Bible consistently.
Okay, and so you had a breakout video, but then off of that video, not only did that video get you monetized, got you some channel growth, that inspired the 30-day sprint, which ultimately shaped your channel and what you're doing today.
Exactly.
Wow, that's so cool. And so I'm excited to come back and learn a little bit more about how you've been building a community and what your channel has evolved into. But my second question is, a lot of creators feel pressure to focus on every platform. What was your mindset? You're at 31,000 subscribers now. And did you ignore other social media platforms and decide to go all in on YouTube?
Yeah, it wasn't by choice or by strategy. As I started posting on YouTube daily for those 30 days, I didn't have time. I didn't have time to go back to Instagram, and because or any other platforms, and because my audience was growing and the people that I was serving were there, and it was an entirely new audience. It wasn't, I could tell by some of the things, it wasn't converting over. And so I just kind of triple down, quadruple down, whatever you want to call it, on my YouTube audience, because it was taking my energy, but also I was willing to give that time. And so I just let the other ones kind of go by the wayside and figured I'll come back to them at some point.
Of course, everybody's experience is different, and there's so much value in a lot of the different social media platforms. But knowing what you know today, if you were to look back, do you feel like that is pretty strategic when you think about the power, the search-based nature of YouTube, even the ability to fund the mission with money you can make from YouTube, that actually focusing solely on YouTube might be a good idea for some listeners?
I think it turned out to be probably the greatest decision that I didn't make. I think it really, really helped me. It helped me focus. It helped me focus on who I was actually serving and not trying to be popular or trying to be trendy, but to truly follow the mission that I was there for. And whoever God brought to the platform is who I was there to serve. And I wasn't trying to get things mixed up. I wasn't trying to hit everybody. I was truly where the growth was happening. And yeah, to see the opportunities ahead, that's where they were coming from.
Man, I feel like in a 2025 world, focus has always been important, but like there's more noise than ever before. There's more platforms than ever before. And even as an individual, as a creator, as a business owner, it can be so easy to get your mind all tangled with so many things to do. So just the power of narrowing down is interesting. But like you said, the greatest decision you didn't actually consciously make, but in doing so, it led to so many cool things. I love those insights. And I'm also, to be clear, you also kind of focused on a format. And have you dabbled with YouTube Shorts or anything? Or have you focused even not just on YouTube? Because to a point, YouTube itself could be distracting. Well, if I'm on YouTube, I need to do all the things on YouTube. But have you focused on even just kind of one singular promise, even within the YouTube ecosystem?
Yeah, I tried for the first probably month, I tried everything. I think I have probably 5 shorts sitting there that are all from last May. And so once I developed this, like, okay, we're going to continue this every day kind of thing, or 5 days a week, 6 days a week, I really just zeroed in on that. It's what I had the capacity to do, but also it's where I was serving the most people, and it's where I felt really purposeful. And I wasn't, and still am not trying to trend or whatever God's going to do, he's going to do. And I love that, but I'm really focused on the community that I'm serving in a way that now they expect.
This is powerful. I just talked to Noah Kagan on the podcast, and he built AppSumo. He's got 1 million subscribers on kind of a business entrepreneur channel. But what I'm also hearing is he highly recommends experimentation. So I think some people, they hear your story, my story, somebody else's story, they think it's that one size fits all, because shorts are great, but also long form is great. Video podcasting is great, and so is Instagram. But man, when you find your thing and your format, and also what's connected to your mission and your strength, that's such an amazing place to be. And man, I feel like the disciplined pursuit of doing less, you narrowed into your 5 to 6 day a week show, served the most, but also sounds like it served your mission the most. And essentially what Noah Kagan recommended was, if you've done a lot of tests and experiments, you tried 5 shorts, you maybe tried a different format, you tried this, what can you then eventually identify that's working and that is in alignment, and then really narrow down on that? I think that's really inspiring. Now, you have a video that's it's called Bible Journaling, and it hit 63,000 views without any fancy production. You've got a lot of videos on your channel that now have grown and gotten some significant views. Do you have any kind of formula for creating the structure of your videos that you've learned from some of your most viewed videos?
Well, a lot of them go day by day, right? So if you look at my channel, I'm reading through the Bible chapter by chapter. We've now gone through 16 books of the Bible chapter by chapter. So that helps my format. It is very similar every day. But my desire is to have once a week an actual teaching video, a more practical how to live this life. And that's where Bible journaling came in, and how to elevate your prayer life, how to spend more time with God, those kind of videos that I structure in a way of more teaching. Here's 3 ways you can do this. Here's 5 ways that you can do this. I come from an elite athlete background and personal training. And so like having practical, here's how you actually walk this out, really helps me in the way that I learn. So I realize that's also how I like to teach.
Interesting. So, and have you found that it's those 1 per week teaching videos that have been the ones that have garnered more views over time?
Yes and no. That's my plan. My plan is that those are the more searchable ones. Those are the ones that are going to bring people to my channel. But as I've seen, as I started off in May going through the book of Matthew, those ones are now, people are still finding them. They're some of my highest watch videos from May 1st. Some of my highest watch videos every month, which as we get to that, some of my most income stream bringing videos, even to this day. So I have a format, but I also just kind of like let it flow, whether I'm teaching or reading with my community as well.
Man, that's cool. It's cool to hear the buckets too. You've got chapter by chapter, you've got the 1 per week. And in both cases, we'll circle back to that a little bit later because I want to get some insights out of that. But let's dive into a little bit of a deeper strategy. And before we kind of get into these tactical things, I would love to zoom out a bit and give us just kind of a timeline of who you are, how you ended up doing this, your passion for this topic, what inspired you to start in the first place, and how long you've been at this YouTube journey.
Yeah, I mean, going backwards, I started YouTube in just April of 2024, so not even a year ago. But before that, I had an audio podcast teaching once a week for 2.5 years. And I've just learned so many things that like being diligent and working hard, when no one really listens, or it's your mom and her friends, or all of a sudden there's 100 people a week. And so I was just faithful. I just stayed consistent. I learned how to speak on a mic. I learned how to teach. I did it every single week. And then when it came time to teaching on video, besides the technology, I knew how to speak already, and I knew how to speak on a mic, and I knew all of that stuff. And it goes back even further to growing in my relationship with God and getting consistent reading before I teach. And I'm just one of those people that like, I won't teach it as soon as I learn it. I got to work it out for at least 6 months, maybe even a year, before I start to share with other people. I want to make sure that I'm consistent. And all of that comes from even like childhood and growing up. I've been disciplined in what I do and consistent, and that was a big part of who I am. And so let me help teach other people how to do it too.
You also mentioned being an elite athlete. What was your experience there?
I was a basketball player. I grew up in Canada, but I went to high school in Arizona to play ball there, and then came back in college to Canada and won a national championship. And ended up working for the NBA for almost a decade. And yeah, sports was a huge part of my life.
Man, it's interesting that we're hearing about your YouTube success, and I see so many principles that are transferable to all of us. If we have more discipline, we're going to get better results. Things like that we learn in sports are incredibly valuable: resilience and persistence. I also like hearing it's like your YouTube journey is wild. People are listening like, man, monetize in 60 days, so fast, your growth even to today, and all of that. But yet it's sort of like we don't see the roots that go underneath the surface that are totally invisible before we see the springing out fruit or the tree that grows. We're like, wow, like it came out of nowhere. It's like, it came out of actually all of these years of development. And I also love the idea of basically 2 years of practice, 2 years audio podcasts only, but growing as a communicator, finding your voice. If you are, encouraging listeners about the fact that maybe some are further along in their career and they might plug right into YouTube and get rapid success, but also the mindset needed for, having, say, realistic expectations with what it really takes to build a successful YouTube channel based on your experience.
Time. Like, it takes a lot of time. Like, the growth of a channel may look fast for my channel, but I put in a lot of time. This isn't a hobby for me, and it never was. And I actually didn't start YouTube to have it be my main source of income. I started it out of obedience, probably delayed obedience, but started it for continuing on the way that I was teaching and felt like it was the next step where God was calling me. And I had no idea that thousands of people would come. I had no idea that this is how I would continue teaching. I started it for the mission and for the people that I wanted to help. And I think that really shifted so much for me. And to see the growth now, it's even more inspiring, and I'm even more in awe because it truly is. It's just me. I'm the girl with the niece and nephew that's playing freezeball tag. And when someone recognizes you in an airport and, can you pray for me? Yes, I can, but I'm still just the same girl that was there when there were 2 subscribers.
Man, I love that. And actually today, what is the full production? Are you a solo woman show here?
I'm a solo woman show. I plug my phone into my computer still every week or almost every day if I haven't batch recorded something and edit it myself. I actually, Sean, you will be proud, I just hired someone 2 days ago. I was so excited to be able to say that to you, to help me with some back end things, some tasks that I need to put systems in place as I continue to grow, but it's been just me.
And I am curious, so what do you mean that you plug your phone into your computer? For someone listening, if they want to tap into their phone camera, plug it into their computer, how do you capture it and then how do you edit it?
Yeah, I use, I use OBS Studio. And so I wanted a place where I could see what was on my camera, but I knew I had to use the back camera of my phone. I didn't know all of this when I didn't know it. And so I can plug it right into my computer and use just the camera from my phone, but then I can still see what it looks like. But it actually helps me because I talk just to the phone screen. I don't see myself, I'm not distracted. I talk just to the phone. Behind my phone is my closet full of clothes. I'm truly just me. My whole way of teaching is grab your cup of tea, cup of coffee, let's sit down together. Super casual. Editing is pretty simple. I'm putting scripture on the screen, but if I sneeze, people in the comments say, bless you. I'm not editing a whole lot of other stuff.
Man, that's cool. And it's cool to hear, okay, so OBS Studio, and what you mean by the back camera for listeners, you do have a selfie camera, but on every phone, it's never as good. And what's nice is because while you do have a monitor on your laptop screen because of the OBS Studio software, you are able to look at your phone without getting distracted. One of the biggest mistakes I see people make is not making eye contact with the lens, which is sometimes hard to do because you see yourself or you're trying to frame it. So those are really good practical tips and just speaks to, it's not about our resources, it's about our resourcefulness. I want to dive into this idea of daily routine content. So we were talking before we pressed record. I feel like this could be called the morning show model. And for anybody listening, maybe you've watched Good Morning America before. Maybe you remember when there was a show called Live with Regis and Kelly. Today it's Kelly and Ryan Live. And this idea of consistent daily timing, a mix of structured content and natural moments, hosts who feel like friends, community interaction, and this morning ritual aspect. You say, grab your tea, grab your coffee, grab your greens, meet me every morning, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday with your Bible in your notebook, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And the best compliments you get is I'm reading my Bible with a friend. Explain how this all came about. And you mentioned it came off of this 30-day sprint, but how did the show evolve and what have you learned from this process? Hey, we're about to get back into the podcast in just a second, but I have a question for you. Do you want to grow your personal brand this year? Do you need more leads and sales in your business? If the answer is yes, then right now is the best time to go all in on YouTube. Today's podcast is brought to you by thinkmasterclass.com, where you can get on-demand access to a 1-hour deep dive training revealing how to start and grow a profitable YouTube channel this year. For a limited time, you can get access to this on-demand class entirely for free, where you will learn the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when starting a YouTube channel, the new rules and changes that have been happening on YouTube and how you can use them to create an unfair advantage, and the exact strategy we use at Think Media to generate over 350,000 organic views every single day. The data is clear. 70% of viewers claim that YouTube makes them more aware of new brands. So don't wait any longer to start growing your brand and business with YouTube. Just go to thinkmasterclass.com to get access to this no-fluff, highly tactical, free on-demand training. That's thinkmasterclass.com.
Well, what I learned after those 30 days was I couldn't do it every day. That I needed a break. And I honestly didn't think I was going to continue. After those 30 days, my plan was 1 video a week. My plan was, this is going to be my sprint. I didn't realize I was going to get monetized before this happened. But once the people showed up, I felt like I had to continue serving them, and I had the means to do it. And so I did. And so I made a commitment that I fight hard against not having a Monday to Friday routine, but having it be every day. So I knew I wanted to include a weekend day, which is why we take Wednesdays off. So every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, a video goes live at 6 a.m. and the next chapter. And so they know what's coming. I encourage you to read it before you get here. The videos are usually 20 to 30 minutes is kind of the average of how long it takes us to go through a chapter, and they know what to expect. And they show up. And then there are some people who show up every day when they got off work in the UK at 2 p.m. and grab their tea, and like they're in the comments. And the comment section has become incredibly inspiring for me, and giving me questions of what content to create later. But I just continued on, and truly the people that I started to serve continue to push me to move forward. So I just set up, if I can record 3 or 4 at a time to get me set up for the week, that's my ideal. But a lot of days it is the night before, recording it and editing it. And that's where, like I say, I work well under pressure. That like athlete in me still rises up, that I have a commitment to other people. And so it will get done. It will get done, and it will get published because there's a team out there depending on me to do it.
Man, that's cool. And so sometimes you're batching 3 to 4. So you would do the chapter, record 20 to 30 minutes, maybe you record all 4, then throw them all in your timeline, edit them all, get ahead.
Yeah.
Have you ever broken your schedule since this started?
No.
You have not yet.
I have not. I speak openly and honestly about like grace days if I need one. The only time the schedule broke was in December. My computer completely crashed and nothing was retrievable. And there's no Apple store in the place that I live. And at the time I was building a Bethlehem village at my church. And so I put a post and was like, here's the situation. And my community was there. But other than that, I have not.
And then, so you've been very consistent doing it. Yep. You create a routine. You've stuck with the routine. Are you planning on then just reading every chapter in the entire Bible?
Yeah, it's wild how many chapters there actually are when you think about it and how long that would actually take. So I don't know. I tell my community all the time, like wherever God leads, I'm willing to go. And I don't see this stopping anytime soon. But if it does, it does. And I'm open to that as well.
That's 1,189 chapters in the entire Bible. So
people don't realize that when you're trying to read it in a year, if you go chapter by chapter, but the results of growth that people are getting is what's keeping me going just the way we're going.
So that would take 3 years and 3 months, but you do it, what, 6 days a week or 5 days?
Five Bible chapters a week.
Wow. So it maybe kind of stretches out to maybe like 4 years that would take.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. And so what I love about this, the next question, is a lot of creators chase viral moments. And a lot of creators, what I love about this is it's kind of like, this is the anti-viral strategy. You've had some videos over time, like you said, since last May have really grown, but you've built your channel through daily connection and really a community first approach. And I think that listeners should really lean in for this. We talked to Shalene Johnson a while back, and she was like, community is the way forward in social media right now, because if information is abundant, it's interesting, like people even going viral, like we see viral videos all the time, especially vertical videos. We're like, wow, we see it. Maybe it has 27 million views, but what's the connection? Meanwhile, you've just been so focused on this community first approach. And I think it's so powerful to have real connections, real relationships. Can you walk us through, I mean, you've kind of touched on it, but your mindset in regards to that and how maybe we could benefit as creators ourselves to stop chasing viral and start building community?
Well, for me, it's just about the impact. Like, truly, this wasn't my, 10K, 20K a month strategy for life. So it was different from the start for me. YouTube was not my gateway to, buy houses and all the things. However, I have paid my mom's mortgage, like through YouTube. So that was like a huge goal of mine that just happened. So I'm super.
You paid your mom's mortgage off?
No, not off. Just for a month.
You are now.
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
But it was the impact of the people. And so that's what truly has kept me going. So like, I realized that I have a solution for a problem that other people have, which is why most of us create a YouTube channel. But their problem meant so much to me. And the fact that I had a solution meant so much to me that how could I not continue to give it? And that's kind of what has grown our community. Now they're inviting friends, and obviously the algorithm kicks in and certain things, but it truly for me has always been about the impact, and other sources of income have been coming too.
And you mentioned that you actually didn't go into it thinking that it was going to be a source of income. What was your source of income previous?
I had a rough couple years as the world kind of shut down. I got stuck in a different country. My dad passed away. It was figuring out life. Life changed drastically for me in a matter of 4 years. So there wasn't much. It was trying to figure out, what do I do online? How do I? So this would be great, but yet I refuse to let people's relationship with God be like this pawn to pad my bank account. There's just something like in my heart that couldn't go that way. So the fact that this has grown, and the fact that, this is silly, but one screenshot someone sent me was like a foot fungus commercial that came on my YouTube. And I'm like, well, the fact that the foot fungus guy will pay me to preach the gospel, like I'm in. Yeah. And that's truly what progressed me to want to keep going and to want to build, was to see the opportunities with that.
And this is your full-time thing now. How would you say your time breaks down a week? And you mentioned getting over 50 comments daily. How are you sustaining, trying to reply to them, shooting, editing, planning, and making this sustainable? Like how long? Today you're making good income, you're supported by doing this, so you have money for the mission, but what kind of time does it take to sustain what you're creating?
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I'm working a 9 to 5. And I treat it like that. Sure, there are days that I go out and do other things, but I truly had to look at how I was stewarding my time. And to be really honest, Sean has been telling me to hire an editor for months. And I had to really look at that. And if it's taking me an hour and a half for each video, that's 6 videos a week, that's 8 hours. If I'm paying someone for that time, what would I be doing with that time? And so I had to look at how I'm stewarding my time. Would I just be, dawdling or doing something else, or scrolling another Instagram feed, trying to go viral there? Like, what would I be doing? And so I truly have to treat this like my full-time job. I sit down, I go to my desk, I go out for walks. I do the purposeful things that this is a real business.
And You did mention, like, it's been so grateful. You mentioned Sean said, and I know you've been in some of our community inside of VRA Elite, which is a group coaching program. What have you learned? How has that been helpful and being connected to some of our stuff at Think Media?
It's been amazing. The coaching in there is probably, well, by far my favorite part, and just the number of opportunities we have for coaching. I could be on 6 calls a week if I want. And even with that, I commit to one because I choose to steward my time for my business. And I don't want to get this. Sometimes I think as students, we get this overwhelm of I have to learn everything and I have to be on every call and then I'm not doing the stuff. So I commit to 1 a week, sometimes 2, but at least 1. But the program has shifted my channel. It has shifted the things. So obviously I got monetized before I joined VRA, but I didn't know how to go from 1,000 subscribers to 5 to 10 to 30. And that's what VRA has really done for me, is like, give me those strategies. Just yesterday, one of the coaches sent me a video of just like switching some tags in one of my videos. Something that seems so simple, but he went through and like switching these words in the description. And so the hands-on help has been, beyond what I ever thought.
I love hearing that feedback. And of course, that's our mission here at Think Media. And if anybody listening is curious, there's a couple things you've been a part of. There is our Video Ranking Academy program, which is a do-it-yourself, self-paced course that also has some community aspects. And then there's also some higher levels where there's group coaching and even one-on-one. But if anybody listening is interested, we'll make sure to link up in the show notes. viralvideocoach.com is actually a chance to just talk with somebody on our team. And if none of that stuff's right for you, no big deal. But maybe there's a level you want to engage with us because you'd say you want help on your YouTube journey. We have a team of coaches in various levels that you can engage with us. That's viralvideocoach.com. And we'll link that up in the show notes if you want to check more of that out. Now, I'm going to list these out. This is fascinating. Maybe ask you about this. You have 7 different ways that you're earning money now, which is wild. Ad revenue, sponsorships, affiliate marketing, building an email list, selling products and courses, generating leads for your business, coaching and consulting. On our form that we sent you, were you like checking boxes?
Well, yeah. And I was like, oh, this is actually, wait a minute. Let me go look at my spreadsheets. This is actually incredible. The amount of ways that income is coming in.
Okay, so you got monetized and you're getting great views per month and your videos are longer. So you probably noticed too that having longer form engaged audience just means that, do you just check the box to let YouTube place ads wherever they see fit?
Yeah, maybe that's a conversation for another day, but I'm just rinse and repeat. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. And so AdSense and then sponsorships. What have you learned there? Now that you're, a Bible study channel, what's an example of like a sponsorship you've done?
I've done one with BetterHelp. So they reached out, which was really cool to have someone else reach out. Hey, can we give you this? We'll pay this much for a 60-second ad. And I was like, wait, what? You'll pay me this much to talk about it for 60 seconds? That's something that I use and that I enjoy. And so they actually just emailed me last week to like re-up the deal. And to be honest, I was so proud of myself to respond back and say that offer isn't good enough for where I'm at now. So that was kind of cool.
Negotiating a little bit.
Yeah, to say that now. So that was really exciting. But that's been a big one that has come. And then I've had other like Bible study software and Bible study things that have reached out saying, how can we sponsor and be part of it too?
That's cool. And then affiliate marketing, like what kind of stuff could you be an affiliate for?
Yeah, mostly on Amazon. Amazon's a big one for me. People always asking my Bible, or especially now that I teach Bible journaling, like what kind of things I use for that, and things you wouldn't even think on a Bible channel. Hey, what microphone do you use? Oh, you care about that? Okay, let me add that kind of stuff too. So even though I'm not a YouTube channel, people still ask, how did you get started? How can I get started? I see what you're doing for this mission. I feel like I should do it too. Can you help me with that? So that's kind of awesome too.
That's cool. What Bible do you use? I'm personally curious.
Oh yeah, we on His Word My Walk, we read the New Living Translation.
Nice. I'm reading a new NLT wide margin this year. Is actually, I've done a lot of study Bibles, but I went wide margin, no study notes, so no distraction, just rolling through it.
That's where I'm at. Yep.
And then you're doing building an email list. And so do you give away something free that people can join your email list for?
I do. I have a free Powerful Prayers guide that I had before YouTube, but it is, the amount of people that download it every day, it's just incredible how my email list grows. And then I serve them once a week. I send an email as well with some additional like services or additional like insights and stuff too.
And then eventually you created a product or course. Do you have multiple?
I have my course, which I actually created 2 years ago when I had an audio podcast. And it just sat there because once I started YouTube, I didn't like how the videos looked. I didn't have a mic. I didn't have anything. So I just re-recorded them all in December. And now that is available and going incredible. There's a community there. There's almost 100 people in there. And yeah, it's again one of those things I created 2 years ago, and I continued to grow and continue to serve and just use something that was already there.
That's cool. And I love hearing listeners, and I will recap after all of this. You don't do all of this in one day. There's a lot. This takes time to build this up. But I also love that there was like a 1.0 version. And I love the videos, and I love the mic. But now I just got to re-record it. But whenever you build upon the previous version, you're not starting over from scratch. That as we've re-recorded even Video Ranking Academy and are doing so, I'm like getting so much done in February of this year to really block out my March. There's a whole new version coming out of VRA, and I'm so excited for all this new stuff. And it's adding on the new tweaks and the new lessons, but it's also on the foundational framework that we built previously. So it's really cool. And I'm curious, what's it called?
Bible Journaling Bootcamp.
And then how do you host it?
I host it in Circle.
So cool. Okay. And then generating leads for your business. I guess in a way that's a redundant income stream because it's kind of the same as building an email list. And then coaching and consulting. What does that look like for you?
Yeah, so that was actually before even YouTube, like mentoring Christian women and speaking at events and stuff like that. And that has just, it grew when I first started my YouTube, and now I've completely scaled it back because of my own capacity.
Yes.
I don't have the capacity to coach people one-on-one, but 2 weeks ago opened a monthly membership. So
in addition to selling courses?
Yeah.
Differently. What's the membership called?
It's called The Sisterhood. So it's just women, us coming together.
Wow. So really then that still brings us to 7. If leads was redundant, a membership is really different than an online course. And so that's so cool. And there was like, I think a quote in the notes that said in the last 2 months of last year or something, you made as much as you made in your entire corporate career or something like that. Was that accurate?
No, each month, November, December, and January. So the last 3 months, each month I made more than I ever had in a month in corporate.
Wow.
So just knowing that this is, it just feels awesome.
I do want to kind of recap this. So this speaks to, you just kind of broke down like the business model, lots that to learn there. But I do want to encourage people from your perspective. You already mentioned this stuff takes time. I also love the professional mindset that you approach. I think there's way too much shysters, fraudsters, get rich quick people on the internet. This is not that. Think Media is not that. This podcast is not that. And you heard it from Kayla. She's like, it's like a 9 to 5. That's what there are leverage things you can do, but this isn't the 4-hour work week. This is, at least I think Media, some people create that, but this is for like mission driven people who love what you're doing, who want to make a difference in the world. And if you love the content and you get to enjoy it and you want to build a community, it can turn into something that is also very lucrative. So you have more money for the mission, but it does not happen overnight. This was a lot to learn. Can you break down just the process of year by year, even of your journey of figuring out teaching, email marketing, course building, and what it really takes to maybe build this kind of career practically? Yeah,
it has to build time over time. I think we can always get sidetracked by what someone else is doing right now or what someone else is doing. It's like the whole start with why book, right? If you're not selling Oreos, then what are you not doing? There's all this stuff. And so I had online business before in the fitness industry. So I knew how to build an email list and I knew how to do certain things. At one point doing fitness, I did a 30-day devotional through the book of Matthew 3 years ago. That's exactly what I did for those 30 days. Literally pulled out the PDF, changed the cover, changed some of the questions, put some updated website information, and that's what I use. Same with my course. It was something I had built 2.5 years ago, and I just revamped it and put it out again. And so to just have those moments that help me get a start, and then to see a little bit of progress, that's what helps me keep going. It's like in anything I've done. It's like once you see a little progress, that's what gives you the momentum to keep going. But it is a lot of work. I don't say this is easy. I don't say it's just all fun and games. It's purposeful, but it is a lot of work too.
Yeah, I mean, that's so in line with our message at Think Media, and kind of different than a lot of the over promises that people make on the internet. What's also inspiring about this is I hope listeners maybe feel encouraged that I know we want to have this stuff happen quick. And I do believe mentorship and strategy can get us there faster. But there's something about embracing the journey and embracing the process. Like if it wasn't for my working at a church as a director of communications and being an intern in the video department, and then being on weird freelance video projects that taught me about, whoops, I forgot to press record or charge my battery, or audio issues, and even front facing with clients. If it wasn't for talking to customers at the burger place I worked at and like refining my communication skills there, it's interesting how God gives us opportunities to learn all these divergent, detailed skills in your fitness business. And then how you're able to pull stuff from years ago that you're ultimately implementing today and continuing to build on it. I just hope that the message coming across, on the one hand, I might feel a little bit like, man, I was hoping like I'd be completely arriving at my destination in the next 2 weeks. Probably not. But what could really be built in the next 2 months, in the next 2 years, and even having a legacy vision of what could be built over the next decade if you just keep making consistent small steps forward. For someone starting today as we land the plane, what would kind of your first few steps be? You're talking to a girlfriend. You're like, hey, she's like, I kind of want to do what you are doing. I want to learn from some of your mistakes or what you may have done a little bit differently. What are my first few moves if I want to follow in your footsteps, Kayla?
You just got to take action now. Like, I'm not big on messy action. The word messy doesn't like work with my whole mind and like persona.
Yeah.
But you have to take action, which means preparing ahead of time. I study ahead of time before. There's way more before I hit record than after I hit record in everything that I do. And you have to just put it out there and know that the main thing for me was this is truly about me serving and helping someone else. It's not about me making money. The money came much after I started serving and continued serving and continued serving. And then have something small. So for me, it wasn't, $100 courses, or it wasn't these big mastermind weekends or anything. I created a $15 PDF workbook that went with the book of Matthew. And to this day, that is still my top selling PDF workbook every month. But I'll tell you this, since May 1st of last year, so however many months that is, 6 or 7, I've sold over 600 PDF workbooks that are $15 each. So like you can do the math that over time and as things grow, something that took me 2 long days or longer to put together is now just residual. And so I continue to rinse and repeat. But step 1 is you just got to take action with what you have. You have a phone. So just hit record and go.
Yeah, that's really great. And there's a couple quotes I think that could serve viewers and principles. Your income is directly correlated to the amount of buy buttons you have on your website. I love that you created something, and it wasn't something huge. It was something small, a $15 PDF workbook. And now with over 600 sold, that's earned $9,000. For a lot of people that rely on AdSense only, that is actually kind of like a moonshot. Can seem impossible. And so the power of eventually creating something small is really interesting. I think the more preparation is huge. A lot of times, yes, take action. You've heard me say it probably a zillion times. I'm like, yeah, punch fear in the face and press record, but also like reverse engineer. And I actually spent a lot more time researching and preparing. And it's a tension of those two things, which I think is interesting. And then it makes me, at one point in VRA, we did like these 10 money principles or something. And I can't list them off the top of my head, but one of them is your income is directly correlated to the amount of value you add to the marketplace. And I know that we're aligned on this servant leadership idea. Like if you help people get what they want, you'll eventually get what you want. And it's a matter of order. And the order is, it's like we're not chasing money, we're chasing impact. And we're chasing making a difference in people's lives with trust and the principle that God has woven into the universe, that our income is correlated to adding value. Have you ever heard of this book, Business Secrets from the Bible by Daniel Rabbi Lapin?
Yeah. Yep.
It makes me think what's so interesting is that God wove these principles into even the Torah, that when we become obsessed with meeting the needs of his children, when we become obsessed with serving other individuals and having the opportunity to do that in a way that we're compensated for doing that, that's the motive. Like that's like to sell is to serve. And so anyways, I love you speaking about coming from a place of service. As we land the plane, I have one kind of interesting question for you. I'll tell you what the question is, and we'll get to it because I want you to shout your stuff out, and we'll do that first. So we'll get to it in a second. But it's actually, is there any counterintuitive pieces of advice you would give to creators for growing on YouTube in 2025? Think about that. But before we get there, if people want to see what you're doing, we're going to make sure to list it in the show notes. List it out for me. Where can people follow you, see what you're doing, look at your content, give a few shout outs?
Yeah, just come find me at His Word, My Walk on YouTube. I'm there every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, reading the Bible. But there are 16 complete books of the Bible there with you if you want a friend to read with you one chapter a day. There's a whole community there too. And then BibleJournalingBootcamp.com is where you can learn and grow in how you journal through God's Word as well.
I love it. Okay. Can you think of a counterintuitive piece of advice that you would give creators for growing this year on YouTube?
Yeah, I don't know if this is counterintuitive, but it's one I really wanted to say, and I know you've been talking about this one a lot lately too, is just like, be you. Like, I truly believe that God has done this, but I'm me. Like, I am me when I sit down there with someone and when I sit down and drink my cup of tea because I can't read any longer, or I'm truly just me. And the thing that sets me apart is that, you know, there's a lot of people who teach the Bible on YouTube. There's a lot of people technically more qualified than me, but I gave God my yes. And I gave God my yes as me. I tell people when I first started teaching spin classes, I taught like the instructor did until she wasn't in the room. And then I was like, oh, I can play my music and say what I want into the mic. And that's when my classes started to grow. And I became one of the top instructors, was when I didn't have someone I thought I had to emulate. So I don't know if that's counterintuitive, but I think we are all so unique, and look at what we consume. And it's like unique people that we didn't know existed. And so if you can just be like, truly be yourself, that's how my community has grown, for sure.
Well, Kayla, this is so inspiring, and I just want to acknowledge you and thank you. You're such a powerful member of our community, and the whole Think Media team is just grateful for you being a part of what we're doing and all the good you're doing in the world. And I love that advice. Listeners of the Think Media podcast, make videos according to the music you want. No, I don't mean like the actual music. You might get copywritten, but I mean like, what's your vibe? What's your tone? And say what you want into the microphone. And I love the modeling the masters. So we have mentors. Sometimes we talk similar to them, but then when we launch out to be ourselves and be authentic, Kayla, that is so inspiring. And Think Media Podcast. And man, if you got a value out of this episode today, like, rate, share, review, wherever you watch or listen to the podcast. And I'm talking to you, Apple. I'm talking to you, Spotify. Leave a review. Hit those stars on Spotify too. There's stuff happening. They're really trying to make their way in the podcast game. So wherever you like to consume the Think Media Podcast, it always means the world if you share this or maybe tag somebody or pass an episode along. It helps get the word out for what we're doing. In the meantime, my name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. This is the Think Media Podcast, and I can't wait to connect with you in a future episode.
need your arms around me. I need to feel your touch.
I'm tired of waiting. Go recharge your batteries, come back to me and make your mama proud.
I need your arms around me. I need to feel your touch, and I really wanna talk.
I want to see someone building something or doing something. It's like, take me on the journey with you. Typically, the biggest challenge for content creators is themselves. It doesn't matter how good you are. It matters who's showing up for the audience. If people discover you and they can't figure out how to describe you, they're going to forget you. Like, you need to be distinctive. People are starting to build reality shows around their businesses. People are starting to take you into their workplace. Employees of workplaces are now making content of what it's like to work in a company. If you inject a bit of sensationalism around the emotion behind what it is you're talking about, it makes it all that more attractive to share with others. The framework I use for this is there's kind of 7 key emotions that tend to get the most viral traction when you share content. And those 7 things are:
In today's episode of the Think Media Podcast, we're going to be learning some game-changing lessons from million-dollar personal brands and why most creators and entrepreneurs are fighting the wrong battles heading into 2025 and the hidden opportunities that 99% of personal brands are missing in the current landscape. We're also going to be learning the counterintuitive truth of why personal brands build trust 3 times faster than corporate brands, backed by real examples from our guests' work with Culture Kings and other iconic brands. Plus, he's going to be sharing his battle-tested 90-day framework for building your brand or your personal brand from scratch. And there's going to be so much more. Now, our guest today is Dane Walker. He's the CEO of the rapidly expanding digital media agency Rival. And he also is the author of 90-Day Brand Plan. And he's a global authority. He has built multiple different brands, consults with all kinds of different brands and personal brands. Is really the go-to voice for entrepreneurs. And in our case, content creators. So this is your opportunity to get your brand right for your YouTube channel, for your social media presence, to get your personal brand dialed in for a new year. And there's going to be a lot of juicy nuggets in this masterclass. So I'm excited for what's coming up. Dane, welcome to the show.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me, dude, and excited to be here.
Yeah, as we dive in, I want to start off right with the 3 biggest enemies creators need to overcome for building a standout brand. Or really, what are the 3 changes? You know, we were just talking, the game is changing when it comes to branding and personal branding in a 2025 landscape. And we wrote a few things down. The first thing you said is, people are tired of talking head content. Expand on that. What's the bigger theme there?
Yeah, I think, for me, when it comes to talking head content, there's content creation comes in waves with personal brands, right? If you go back 5 years ago on Instagram in particular, carousels were the hot thing that was popping off. Now YouTube channels are finding that they got to make shorts, they got to make epic, introductory kind of promo videos at the start of their podcast. Everyone's just getting better and more fierce at what they're doing. And I think, just sitting down, turning the camera on and hitting record and talking is now getting kind of moved into a category where it's not taken seriously anymore. I think what people are looking for on channels in particular around entrepreneurship is they want to see someone building something or doing something. It's take me on the journey with you. The founder-led content is kind of a thing. It's okay, you're talking about what you can do, but show me, right? So people are starting to build reality shows around their businesses. People are starting to take you into their workplace. Employees of workplaces are now making content of what it's like to work in a company. So I just think that it's getting more competitive. More people are trying to enter the market. And you can't just, get in front of a camera and pretend you have a business anymore. People want to see proof and evidence that you're actually doing something substantial behind the scenes.
That kind of ties into number 2, where we do talk about market saturation. You're talking about you got to be good. What do you think has been kind of the different eras in a 2025 landscape? Was it too late to start? Or what's the different approach that you got to have?
I never think it's too late to start. I think, there's people that are, haven't even started a channel yet that are going to dunk on you and I with views and attention and conversion, the likes that we've never seen, right? So there's a Mr. Beast out there that doesn't even have a channel yet. And I think what's interesting here is it's never too late to start. I think it's just how you start and where you start is always changing. You know, one thing is certain in life, and that change is inevitable. Platforms are going to change, algorithms are going to change. And I hear this all the time. I talk to personal brands and content creators like, what I do kind of works, but it used to work a lot better. I'm like, change. They're like, but I liked it how it was. Get over it. Like, I liked making carousels. Doesn't work anymore. Maneuver, change, evolve, do something else. I love Instagram. Doesn't get the same reward that YouTube gives me now. Like, I'm moving on. So like, I'm still going to do Instagram, but I'm focusing on a different tactic. Like, we have to be agile and we have to maneuver. And I think the enemy is that, like, if you want to create, I guess, a battlefield scenario, the enemy is like the tide of chaining, like the weather's changing. And I liken this in my book, like, you know, if you look at social media or content creation, it's seasonal. You know, there's going to be winters, there's going to be summers, there's going to be autumns, there's going to be springs. And you can't get down in the dumps when there's a drought and you're like, I'm not getting the views I used to get, I'm not getting the comments or the engagement I used to get, so therefore I'm going to slow down. Well, if you slow down, those that speed up in those hard times, produce more content, give more value, try to be more dynamic. When the season comes good again, the algorithm comes good again, the new wave, or whatever that is, comes good again, those that are preparing in the winter are the ones that are going to do well in the springtime. So for me, I just think that when it comes to content creation, the enemy is like sometimes like people and themselves. But if you look externally, it's usually that there's saturation. Like, people are getting really good at creating content now, giving away value for free. Like, if you go onto Google, you can solve every problem you want to solve right now on YouTube and Google. What gives you the right to charge money to solve that problem? You don't have a license to have their money. What gives you a license is like, are you worthy of their attention? And I hear this all the time. People come up to me and I do workshops with clients. They're like, our content's good. I'm like, great, put it on social media. I don't want to sell it. Well, if it's really good, put it out there for free. Let's see if it's actually good or not. They're like, well, I don't want to give away my magic. I don't want to give away my best stuff. And it's like, well, if you give it away and they don't react to it, you need to create new stuff anyway. So I think that the social contract between creators and social media right now is they expect it to be really good for free. And there's a lot of people entering the market at the same time, trying to steal your lunch and eat it in front of you. So we have to get a lot better at creating content, because every time you create a piece of content, there's no more people on the social platform per se. There's no more people spending money in a particular market. Like, if you want to gain grounds as a creator, you have to take attention of other people. And that's why it's getting difficult. It's because
I'll see comments like, it would be so much easier if there was an app that I could just stream into my TV.
The mobile app is the whole point of having this. It's supposed to be on the go. You're supposed to be able to download the videos to your phone.
The app pays for itself, essentially.
I thought these people that have been, with me really deserve an upgraded experience.
Now with Uscreen, I'm wanting to use the app more because of how good it looks and how easy it flows. Notifications.
that's why it's getting difficult. It's because there's a lot of people out here that are really good at getting attention, and you're showing up and trying to take it off them. So that's why you have to be better than ever.
Man, we're coming out swinging on the podcast with 2 themes already. I feel like we went 0 to 100 real quick. Theme of the podcast is Drake, do right and kill everything. And so number 3, though. So people are tired of talking head content, kind of like reinventing yourself, maybe doing show me what you're doing, like show me the behind the scenes, even reality shows or innovative new ways of doing content. Market saturation, you got to be good. And there's also seasons. So also if you're getting prepared in the winter, then if you can outlast the competition, then you also can ride those various waves. And we're going to be unpacking that throughout this entire episode with a lot of tactics to help listeners, whether you're just starting or whether you're more advanced. And so those will be coming up. But we're talking about these 3 kind of big changes in branding and personal branding in 2025. And the third one is build a theme around yourself. Talk a little bit about that, and maybe also what you're building around yourself in general, maybe like structure and teams in regards to building a personal brand.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here, so like feel free to nudge me around if need be. Yeah, I think themes are like you know, when you're putting yourself in the market, people try to put you in a bucket. They try to label you, right? Like you might say, well, Seth Godin's the marketing guy, and Greg Cardone's the sales guy, and Tony Robbins is the guru. And you know, like we tend to put like these labels on these characters, even though they're more complex and nuanced than these things. It's like, you know, Wim Hof is the breathing guy, right? David Goggins is the crazy guy with no shirt that's always yelling and running somewhere. Like we tend to simplify things. And if someone was to radically simplify you, what would they use to describe you? And if that's not what you want it to be, then how do you course correct that reaction to be what you want it to be? So for example, for a long time, I would go on podcasts and people would say, here's Dane, the Instagram guy. And I was like, God damn it. Like, I don't want to be the Instagram guy. You know what I mean? I was like, I want to be the brand guy. And I was like, well, what's giving my community and my interactions and my engagements the impression that I'm the Instagram guy? And I was like, oh, it says it in my bio. Oh, every title of every piece of content I make talks about Instagram this, Instagram that. I'm like, well, I'm throwing the language and the themes out there and they're picking up on it. So like, you need to control the narrative. Like, what are the themes that you're trying to own? Are you trying to own videographer? Are you trying to own story? Are you trying to own, you know, creative? Are you trying to own branding, strategy? Like, what's the thing you want to own? And you have to be conscious that you need to start putting monikers out there or putting labels out there in the zeitgeist for people to pick up on and go, okay, they're that thing. And the easiest way to test this is just, you know, ask your community, like, hey, if you were to describe me in a sentence, how would you describe me? And just see what they say back. And go, okay, cool. I'm not mad at them for describing me the wrong way. It's my responsibility to adjust what they think my brand is. You know, and I think coming back to the challenges, it's like, well, all these people are flooding the market and entering the market. Like, what should I do about it? Is it too late? Poor little me, the algorithm sucks. Like, am I blacklisted or shadow banned? When you dial it all the way back to its simplest form, typically the biggest challenge for content creators is themselves. Like, either a lack of self-esteem or a lack of personal belief that their stuff is any good, or I'm going to be judged, or I'm not ready yet because I need to buy all this equipment and have this background and yada, yada. I think just to keep it simple here, man, like if people could just realize that there's someone on the internet right now who has no idea about your industry and is like watching YouTube content that's going to start making content about your industry and get more viewers than you, even though you've been doing this thing that you've been doing for 4, 5, 10 years. It's like he who shows up and produces media gets the attention. It doesn't matter how good you are. And this is where the fallacy between people go, well, I'm better than that person. Why do they have attention and I don't? And it comes down to the equation of like, it doesn't matter how good you are. It matters who's showing up for the audience, who's showing up for the community consistently, giving them nourishment, going, hey, I'm here. Here's entertainment. Here's content. They're showing up with a great personality, great charm, great style, and they're able to romanticize their audience. Like, look at content like flirting. Content is you flirting with an audience. We might not know if we're going to do business in the future, right? We can't go straight to going to bed together. So if you look at the greats like Alex Hormozy, Gary Vee, David Goggins, you know, Lewis Howes, Dan Martell, like whoever you're engaging with on social media, we're flirting with them. We're like, man, this guy's kind of interesting. I wonder what their story is. I wonder what they do. I wonder what their business looks like. You want to create a sense of like charisma and exchange, which we're starting a social contract together. You can't just go straight to the purchase. And I think too many people that produce social media content are only focused on, I need the leads, I need the sale outcome, rather than I got to learn how to have some riz. I got to learn how to create a bit of romance between me and the audience for them to want to hang out with me. And if they just want to hang out with me, I'll sell them stuff later.
Man, there's a lot in there. And one of my favorite things you said was also your biggest competition is yourself, because we could get so stuck in our heads and somebody else that's less talented, less prepared, maybe has less business acumen, less depth, but just more cavalier courage to just step out there and start recording might be getting the viewership. And I think sometimes we're guilty of watching somebody on the sidelines, we're sitting on the sidelines and being like, oh man, that's not even right, or picking them apart. Meanwhile, we're not taking action. And there's something about taking action, putting your content out there so you can at least be discovered. And man, we need a little riz and romance in our brands. Like we need a little bit Content's like flirting. So we really just hit these three kind of big themes that we can all apply going into 2025 and beyond. But I want to go a little bit deeper on that because part of your content strategy is having 5 core themes. Is that true? Can you break this down and then how we can maybe start identifying what that means? And what would you say if Grant Cardone is the sales guy? If, I wrote the book YouTube Secrets, if I think I'm the YouTube guy, well, that's only one theme. Who do you see that's building out, these different themes? And this kind of gets in that niche conversation where do you get too pigeonholed if all you're talking, and now your brand, but what else are you? And how are people experiencing that? And how can people follow along to develop a stronger brand as they're developing their 5 core themes?
That's a great question. I think like the core themes, and we talk about this in the book, essentially it's like you want to rotate around 5 different objective talking points, right? So like, for example, when I first started producing content on Instagram, my original themes were, hey, this is how to make content. This is how to design content. This is how to formulate content. This is how to brand your content. Like everything was about content, and it just pigeonholed me to be the content guy. So when people would DM me or reach out to go, hey, can you help me? It was always like, can you make my content for me? But my objective was I wanted to build their brand. I didn't want to make their content for them. So like what you create creates a reaction. So it's kind of like, okay, I plant this seed, the fruit I'm bearing isn't the fruit I want. I want a different fruit tree. So then I have to go plant something different. So the themes are kind of like you planting different, fruit trees in your vineyard to get a certain result that you want. The themes should certainly sit around the product suite that you offer. So when I started talking about brand strategy, brand identity, graphic design, logos, brand messaging, marketing and advertising, people started to DM me or go to my website and reach out and say, hey, can you help me with my branding? And it took a little while to get the stigma of being the content guy off and be focused on so you have to have themes that sit in the vernacular of what it is that you're trying to sell as a product or a service. But you want to give yourself enough variety that you don't run out of things to kind of divulge. And if something's not working, just swap it out. You know what I mean? I think people struggle to get clear on what it is that they do. So having 5 themes forces you to get clear because you could be clever, you could be charismatic, you can be cool, but if people land on your social channels and can't figure out what you do or why they should engage with you, it's very difficult for them to hit the follow button. So if you want them to hit the follow button and drop a comment and engage and pay attention, they need to understand, well, what the hell are you? Who are you? Why do you exist? Why should I care? What's in it for me? Stop talking about how great you are and start sharing with me what I get out of this relationship. We're in a social contract. We're romanticizing each other. You're romanticizing me. We're sharing our riz with each other. What do I get out of this contract? Because a lot of times when we talk to people about starting their social content, they're so focused on me, but they're not thinking about you, the audience, being of service. So the 5 key themes, it just gives you, a neighborhood to play in. So like, just give yourself 5 topics. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. And then what you'll notice is if hypothetically you post 30 pieces of content this month and you have 5 themes and you rotate what you talk about each day of the week, right? So then it's like, today I talk about logos, tomorrow I talk about color psychology, the next day I talk about messaging, then I talk about strategy, then I talk about advertising, then I go back to the start, do it all over again. That means you post 6 pieces of content per month, 1 on each theme. 6 pieces of content each month on each 5 of your 5 themes. And then you go back at the end of the month, you go, which themes resonated the most? And just look at the data. Like, every time I talk about color psychology, people go nuts and I get a ton of leads from it. Let me just talk about that a little bit more. Or let me try and find a theme that supports that theme a little better. So I just start looking at the themes I talk about like I'm a day trader, like I'm an investor. Like I'm investing in a theme today. Let me see what the ROI of that theme investment was today and at the end of the month. And then at the end of the month, what I used to do is just go, well, this theme doesn't do anything. I get no leads from it. No one comments. No one cares. I get no reshares, no engagement on that theme. Let's just kick that theme and put something else in that place. So I just would go back and forth with this with my clients until we can get a stack of themes that actually work for their social media channel.
Are you self-employed or running a small business? Wouldn't it be great if it was easy to stay organized and on top of your finances? Then Skynova is for you. At Skynova, you can make professional-looking invoices, track expenses, and so much more. And everything is automatically organized. It helps you stay on top of who you need to invoice, who's paid, and who's past due. You'll always know how your business is doing, and it's so much easier to fill out your tax papers. Now, who doesn't want that? Sign up today.
What's your philosophy on niching down? If you look at like a Gary Vee case study, wine library and wine was a couple years, and then business content and social media, and then somebody today with a brand as big as his might be like, well, he's like, you are the niche. That's a quote that gets thrown around. And so it's like, it might be the Jets, it might still be wine, it might be NFTs and social, and anything in social marketing, commerce, online shopping, all this stuff. But he's Gary Vee, and Cardone, right, was niche sales and then real estate and then business, and they do like marriage conferences. So what's also maybe part of the journey, and I noticed your themes kind of orbit around a tip of the spear to cut through the noise. But I'm curious, for some, there's a big debate. Some people are like, you don't need to niche down. You're just the niche, talk about kind of whatever you want. And, in a YouTube context, not a lot of people break out doing that, but there's, one or two odd stories. And so some people think that's a way to go. If someone's trying to unpack, they're multi-passionate, are they trying to niche down and then pick 5 core themes? Or if they start day one and they're like, this is going to be my wine, sales, NFT, crypto, pickleball channel, that's the kind of 5 themes. Unpack that a little more.
Yeah, that's a great, I got like 4 ways I could unpack this. Yeah, like the whole thing around niching or niching, like niches get the riches kind of topic, right? Like, I agree with Gary Vee. Like, you are your niche in some aspects, and I kind of challenge it on other aspects. So I think that's a radical oversimplification of a marketing strategy and a brand deployment potentially, because I think the 2 things I go to, and let's just look at this maybe a little differently. So whether like shall thou niche or not, let's just put that on the shelf for now and just go, let's look at this a little bit differently. What I like to look at is like, so let's sit down. What does greatness look like for you in 5 years? Like, what are you building? Well, I want to build a company, or I want to do this, or I want to do, like, get clear on like, what is the Mount Everest that you're trying to climb? And this is a difficult question to answer, because a lot of times when I sit down with people, especially when they're starting, they're like, I want to do this and that and this and that, and, and it's like, cool. But just like, if you had to be the best and you were really good at like one core business model, what would that predominant primary moneymaker be for you? For me, it's an agency, right? I have a book, I have courses, I do seminars, I do this and that and all the rest of it, but I make my dough running a company. So that's like my Mount Everest, right? I like doing this other stuff, but these are all different camps up the mountain, right? But my Mount Everest that pays for all this other stuff is, running a company. So back to like, well, what is your Mount Everest? Like, you need to figure out like, where do you want to be in 5 years? What does greatness look like? And look at the future. You need to like really cast yourself out there at least 5 years. Then come back into the present and be like, well, where am I now? Right? So at the beginning, I was like, I work at Telstra. I have a $200,000 debt. I'm depressed. I hate my job. I hate my boss. I hate what I do every day. My Mount Everest was like, hey, I wonder if I could build an agency, make $1 million a year, and have 5 employees. That was my Mount Everest at the very beginning 6 years ago. And what you need to ask yourself is like, okay, if that's my Mount Everest and this is where I am now, there's one frame of thinking that you need to have, and it's split thinking, right? So I need to work from the current toward the future, and I need to work from the future back to now. I need to work from both ends, and I need to figure out like how this pathway leads up the mountain. And you can't just think current forward and future back. You need these 2 to kind of work synergistically together. Within that, what is that pathway? For me, it was like, I got to make content, and I got to generate leads for this agency. But then I realized like no one cares about me and my Mount Everest. They care about themselves and their Mount Everest. So I was like, well, people are out here trying to, produce content and get attention. I'm going to start my pathway doing that. I realized early on that my pathway was kind of shitty, and I was like, I want a better pathway up this mountain. That's when I went and hopped into branding instead of talking about content creation. The point is, it's like, well, you're the character on the journey. And are you interesting? Are you charismatic? Do you have quirks and like interesting things that make you a human being, make you likable? Like, why do your friends hang out with you? There's something about you that they like. You're a character in their universe. you're a virtual character in a virtual universe for people you don't know, right? So back to the niche thing, I think where you can go wrong is if you try to be for everyone, quote unquote, right? So I see this all the time. I sit down at a workshop and I've sat down with billionaires, millionaires, startups, and I hear this all the time. I ask them, who's your target audience? And they say, well, Dave, our target audience is everyone. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Explain how that works. Well, we do this and we do that. I'm like, cool. Is it working? No. Well, I wonder why. Because if you try to speak to everyone, we're speaking to no one. Like, put 100 people in a room, try to get them to agree. Not happening. It's like herding cats. So for me, I guess to put a full stop on this is like, you have to be a unique character. You have to be you, and you have to be a human being, but you have to be clear on what your route to the top of the mountain is. And you have to build themes around that, because if people discover you and they can't figure out how to describe you, they're going to forget you. Like, you need to be distinctive. And if you look at Grant Cardone, and if you look at these characters, most big brands started off niche.
A fifth third better means an early payday.
Terry, it's coming early.
Okay, I got the bag. I got the keys. Who do you want me to call?
It's my paycheck. It's coming early.
What?
Are you okay?
I timed it. It was my best time yet.
Characters, most big brands started off niche, right? Nike, we make shoes for people who run. And Phil Knight was making shoes with a waffle iron. And it was all about running. That was it. Like, you got to remember, like, oh, Nike sells shoes to everyone. No, they don't. They start off selling to runners. They crushed that category. They built brand equity, and then they line extended. They're like, if we can crush running, can we crush tennis? Can we move laterally into basketball and do the same thing? Well, yeah, because runners want to win. Basketball players want to win. Tennis players want to win. Well, let's speak to the part of the athlete that wants to win. So then they crush the athlete market. And they're like, well, athletes don't just want to win. Everyone wants to win. Everyone's an athlete, right? So Nike speaks to the part of you that wants greatness. So if you're trying to build a brand, you have to figure out what part of your audience are you speaking to? Are you speaking to their fired up part? Because a part of me likes David Goggins yelling at me, but another part of me likes Simon Sinek calmly talking to me. So there's different parts of me, and there's different personal brand options that speak to different parts of me. So what you have to realize is you have to niche to what part of the person are you speaking to, and you have to be clear about it.
Take that a little bit deeper before we go on. So is that like a tone aspect of your brand? Meaning like maybe, and this is like certainly the case, I know for me, I've gotten business advice from a lot of people. I've been to a lot of different business events, marketing advice from a lot of people. But you said if we're going to speak to a certain part of me, I also can learn from, call it that Grant Cardone energy. But that's probably not my favorite energy. And so there's others that bring it differently, but he's got a lot of wisdom on one side. So when that was like that final nugget you just dropped, sounds to me like tone. Is that what you're saying? Or can you expand on that?
Yeah, I'll expand on that a little bit. So like, I think, like a lot of things make the whole. So there's a great book you can get on this, and the book's called No Bad Parts. And it talks about how human beings aren't essentially always one format, right? So at work, you might work in finance, you might be like rigid and task-oriented and like super methodical about your day-to-day operation and what you do in your career. On the weekends, you don't give a shit about tasks, you don't have any plans, you just want to hang out, drink beer, and go to the beach and surf and figure it out as you go. So you have two different parts. You have the like radical weekend hang out with my friends part of you. You have the gonna go hang out with my parents part of you, look after my little nephew part of you, crush it at work part of you, the dating, flirting part of you. So we have parts to ourselves. And what I would say is to tone, like tone can speak to someone's part. Outfit, style. So like think about what stimulates someone. Visual stimulation, verbal stimulation, I guess emotional stimulation. And then you have figurative stimulation. So like a concept when you get an aha moment or the penny drops in your mind, like, goosebumps. Like these things need to be distinctive. And if you're inconsistent with those distinctive triggers or mechanisms, you look like a crazy person. You're unclear. You're unsafe. It's like when you hang out with your friends and they're constantly flipping personalities, constantly talking about things that are irrelevant and confusing, you just don't want to hang out with them. I think a lot of people on social media just scramble, and it's unclear. They're undefined. They're undistinctive. And I think they do that because they're just trying to find out what the algorithm wants. If they just focus on studying the greats and identifying what works for them and their style, Grant Cardone figured out what works for him. You figured out what works for you. And you don't have to be like Hormozi. You don't have to be like Gary Vee. And I think this is why Gary's like, you are your niche. He's like, just be you. But like, you still also have to get clear on what that is and whether it works or not. I'll give you one last example. So like, if I'm on a sales call, people call me the smiling assassin. So on a sales call, I have to, in many cases, talk to corporations. You know, I oftentimes I'm in a boardroom and there's like 16 people, the company's worth $400 million. And I'm trying to tell them why I'm the guy that should solve their branding problems, right? Like, what does this guy know about, you know, his hat and his pair of pants? How can he help our corporation? You know what I mean? So I have to use a tone that's like, guys, I'm here to help. I'm here to support you. I'm here to get to the resolution. But we need to talk about the numbers. So like, I'm smiling, but I'm hitting them with a tone that's like slightly serious, but I'm taking the edge off by smiling and using friendly, calming, approachable body language. There's like layers to this. So like, and then again, if I'm hanging out with my kids, I'm not doing that. I'm not smiling at my kids and like telling them what to do around the house, but you have to figure out what are the mechanisms that you as a character has to put together to get the audience reaction or to get the sales mechanisms or engagement that you want. But back to the smiling assassin thing is I have to use tone because I have to take the edge off, but I have to be like, we're seriously solving a problem here, but I'm not gonna be a dick about it. So we're gonna have fun and we're gonna enjoy the process.
I have a W-2 and a 1099, and I spoke with a TurboTax expert who helped me file with confidence. Doing these grinds is hard, but filing with TurboTax is easy.
File your taxes with expert help, plus a final review at no extra charge. 100% accuracy guaranteed.
So much wisdom there and a lot of insights to unpack for our own personal brands. And just to clarify, is this book called No Bad Parts, Healing Trauma and Restoring Wholeness with the Internal Family Systems Model?
Exactly right. And you might say, well, what the hell has that got to do with branding? So that book, I think what it is like, I don't know if you study like Carl Jung or like psychology or NLP or anything of that nature, but all human beings have trauma, every single one of us. And that trauma shows up in our personality traits and how we show up in day-to-day life. And again, it's like when you are like, I want to start making content, but I'm scared. And then you start thinking about people are going to judge me. I'm going to get bullied. I'm going to get ridiculed. They're going to laugh at me. And like, that's trauma coming up from your childhood, from your parents or what have you. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just like we've had terrible experiences in life. And later on in life, when you want to become a content creator, that trauma tends to show up. And when I do workshops or in-person events, everyone's talking about branding and content. And under the hood, they're actually coming to terms with their trauma. And I think that's a great book for anyone who's looking at building personal brand to understand, hey, what part of you wants to make content, but what part of you is holding you back? And how do you get those two to hang out?
Here we are. 2025, we're going deep on this branding conversation. And we'll, of course, link this stuff up in the show notes. This is the #1 bestseller in NLP psychotherapy, over 3,880 reviews. Looks like a legendary book and powerful tie-in to how we could all grow in this area. Okay, we're actually going to get into the brand fundamentals. I mean, I actually kind of want to get a definition of branding, think about some of the next steps that we can do in regards to making a 90-day push to updating our brand. I do want to encourage people to check out Dane's book, which we will also link up in the show notes, the 90-day brand plan. And we'll talk about that later. But before we get there, one last kind of question in the introduction, and as far as my notes go, so we're really still just getting started, you're great at creating content, especially Instagram. You used to really be, that sort of, like you mentioned, you were the content guy. Now you're the brand guy. But you focus heavily on creating shareable content that triggers emotional responses. Do you have a framework, or how do you try to do this consistently? And obviously, listening to this podcast, we can extrapolate that to be thinking maybe more about, man, is this content shareable? How can we trigger emotions? Give us a few tips here.
Yeah, great question. Like, again, like I think when it comes to content creation, it's all emotional. If you go through TikTok, if you go through YouTube, if you go through X, if you go through Instagram, just look at the reshares and look at the comment section of the most viral content that shows up on your feed. Like right now, I don't know if you've seen what's going on in New Jersey with all of the lights in the sky and everyone's freaking out about it. So like, that tends to be, whether we look at media or news, or whether we look at politics, or whether we look at content creation, it always comes back to emotionally led content. The news and politics are great at this. They sensationalize things that may be mundane or normal. They make the everyday thing seem like an exceptionally negative thing that you need to be focusing on. So when you're making content, if you inject a bit of sensationalism around the emotion behind what it is you're talking about, it makes it all that more attractive to share with others. So we tend to share things that emotionally grip us. If we see a phenomenal movie, you have to see this movie. If we go, Kendrick's just dropped a new album, it's fire, you have to send it to your friends because you're emotionally reacted to it. So we tend to share what makes us emotional with those that we want to share our emotions with. So if you look at content, it's no different. Like, content essentially is just the social landscape of people sharing their emotions with each other, full stop. You could be like, I'm sharing wisdom and knowledge. Nope. At the end of the day, we do everything pretty much led through our emotions. The framework I use for this is there's kind of 7 key emotions that tend to get the most viral traction when you share content. And those 7 things are...
Hey, we're about to get back into the podcast in just a second, but I have a question for you. Do you want to grow your personal brand this year? Do you need more leads and sales in your business? If the answer is yes, then right now is the best time to go all in on YouTube. Today's podcast is brought to you by thinkmasterclass.com, where you can get on-demand access to a 1-hour deep dive training revealing how to start and grow a profitable YouTube channel this year. For a limited time, you can get access to this on-demand class entirely for free, where you will learn the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when starting a YouTube channel, the new rules and changes that have been happening on YouTube and how you can use them to create an unfair advantage, and the exact strategy we use at Think Media to generate over 350,000 organic views every single day. The data is clear. 70% of viewers claim that YouTube makes them more aware of new brands. So don't wait any longer to start growing your brand and business with YouTube. Just go to thinkmasterclass.com to get access to this no-fluff, highly tactical, free on-demand training. That's thinkmasterclass.com.
Essentially, number 1, and which gets out of the way, is like sex. Things that are provocative, things that are promiscuous or sexy tend to get attention, tend to get shared.
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye chair. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
Not particular for myself, but hey, it exists, it's out there. Number 2 is like really thinking about things that are like hilarious or humorous or funny, or they just make you laugh. Like Mr. Beast is just funny. Like I like watching his content. I think David Goggins personally is funny. It just makes me feel good. I'm just like, damn, this guy's just humorous. Even though he's being deadpan serious, I kind of get a kick out of it, right? Super shareable. Next is like things that are inflammatory. So things that like, might trigger an argument. We can think of certain characters in the world right now that when they say or share an opinion, there's 2 camps. There's the camp that's for them and the camp that's against them. Doesn't matter. That debate is interesting. Again, a lot of emotion there. People like to argue. People like to debate. But most people aren't into the inflammatory piece. Next is things that are like strange or weird or odd. Like when you watch a piece of content, you're like, what the hell is going on here? Like you see Mr. Beast doing something like he's like, we're going to surround this Lamborghini with stuff that this guy spent $10,000 on at Walmart to try to protect the Lamborghini. If he wins, he gets to keep the Lamborghini. Like, what? Like, this is strange. Like, what the hell you want to watch? Then we go into things that are like prolific. So they give you goosebumps. It's like Simon Sinek talking about, start with why in his TED talk. It's just like deep, it's immersive, it's like interesting, it's intimate. And then lastly, it's like looking at things that are aspirational, like feats of strength, like Red Bull doing stunts. It's like, the things that give you a sense of before and after. Like, here's a story of poverty and now they're rich. Like, we like the stories of aspiration. If you just look at the reshares, look at these 7 things and ask yourself, what cocktail of these things is in that piece of content that made it go viral? Is it sex mixed with humor? Is it humor mixed with aspiration? Is it weird and prolific? Is it, weird and aspirational? Like, usually it's a mixture. Then you add a character, then you add a theme, then you add, an audience that it's targeted to. Then you have a viral piece of content. So when people say to me, you can't create virality, I'm like, yes, you can. Look at Liquid Death. Look at Mr. Beast. They know emotion sells content. And if you can get really good at understanding human psychology, like with that book I shared with you, and understand how humans actually react emotionally to everything, you can start to get pretty damn good at content if you can understand how human beings react.
Man, I'm loving this. This is genius stuff. But I got 6 of the 7 emotions. So there's one more. Which one are we missing?
Oh, I'm sorry. The last one is danger. Things that are like terrifying. They could maybe trigger vertigo. When you're watching someone like fly down a mountain on a mountain bike, you're like, oh my God, like this person could like fall off the cliff, or they're snowboarding off a cliff or something nuts. I think danger tends to get our attention. It's like when you're, driving on a highway, you see a car accident, you're like, oh, danger. Like, it just seems to get our attention. So however you mix these together, this tends to be the human, I guess, emotional responses that get the most sensationalized reaction. And the news tend to work really hard on danger. Like, this is like danger here, danger there. It just keeps you locked in and focused. And I think it's a primal reaction. These emotions tend to drive our behavior in many ways.
It's really fascinating. And I am curious, though, because you're saying we can really architect virality if we mix these emotions, have a character, a theme, and an audience. But a lot of people listening might be thinking, okay, though, in maybe a business context, I'm not going to do something dangerous. I can pull some of these in maybe. And maybe also viral isn't the only goal. Of course, I want the views, but I also want the right views that are going to lead to leads and customers. So if you were to apply this to kind of your average everyday person who's a little bit stuck on like, almost like I don't want to do these. Like, I don't necessarily want to go inflammatory. I'm not funny. I'm not taking my shirt off and starting an OnlyFans. Maybe prolific because I've built thought leadership, and maybe aspirational because aspirational for what I've achieved as a mom, aspirational for what I've achieved as a business owner. Maybe I'm trying to show that off as building a family. There could be practical things. Pull this in, and maybe I don't go viral, but I'm still getting more into this emotional led mindset of the content that I'm doing.
You make a good point there. And I think that, you can take all of these to an extreme. But if you look at sex, it's like you're attractive. Therefore, people are just more likely to subconsciously pay attention to what you're saying, right? Or humor might just be you're kind of joyful or cheeky or a little playful. You know what I mean? Like, you just dial it back a little bit. You don't have to be a hilarious comedian. You could just be like, oh, this guy's kind of interesting and kind of looking at it in an interesting light. Weird or strange could be like you're wearing a quirky outfit. You have an interesting background. You have a hat that says think on it. Like, that's interesting. Like, what's that about? And then inflammatory might be like, you're a little challenging. You're like, well, give me the better answer here. So, okay, like a little inflammatory. Or you might even say, like, when it comes back to danger, it's like, hey, the 3 things to avoid when you're building a business. Ooh, what are the things I need to avoid? Sounds a little dangerous. So it could be a little, it could be a lot. You know what I mean? We don't have to turn the spice all the way up to ghost pepper. It's like you just have a little sprinkle of a little bit of something in there. It has to be emotional. And these tend to be the emotions that get the most traction. If you were to engineer virality, I, for one, don't like trying to chase virality. I like to make content that I think is interesting and that can genuinely help people. But I understand that if I was to be like, hey, this is how you build a brand. Hey, you do this. B, you do this. C, you do this. Or if I say, hey, the 3 mistakes you definitely don't want to make when you're starting your brand, like, ooh, okay, a little bit of danger. Tell me more. So you just need to add a bit of drama or a bit of sensationalism, just a little bit to your content to make it a little bit more fascinating, a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And this could be the very missing piece. You're listening to this right now of why you're struggling to get views or why you're struggling to break through. Dane, you just said a quote. It has to be emotional. And I think 99% of creators actually are not sitting down and thinking about what emotions am I tapping into? How am I tapping into this? I mean, your thought leadership is clear. I've never heard anybody say that content is the social landscape of people sharing emotions. And it's an entirely different paradigm shift, which is going to be so helpful to us at the Think Media Podcast, creating content in this year and beyond. All right, well, we've covered a lot, but I do want to unpack a few next steps for branding. And we're already halfway into this conversation, but I think branding is so weird for people because they're like, is it just mean I have a good logo? Does it mean, is it my slogan? And so there's like your brand, your branding, your brand strategy, your brand identity. So what is your definition of brand?
That's a great question. It often gets confused, and a lot of experts and talking heads can be like, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. Whatever I say here, people are going to challenge it. But there's a definition I like to adhere to, and it's pretty close to academia, pretty close to what you would see as a discussion, between executives at Nike and Pepsi and so on. And I guess the zeitgeist in the upper stratosphere of branding and in the upper echelons tends to be this. Your brand is what your market says or thinks you are. So like your opinion of me and my opinion of you, like that's our version of each other's brands. What do you think of liquid death? I put a liquid death can in front of people. I like to just watch their reaction. Some people go, whoa, what is this? I've never seen this before. Is this a beer? I'm like, it's water. And they're like, what? Sometimes I put it in front of people like, God, what is that? I'm like, it's just water. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Like people have a visceral, immediate reaction just to a graphic design style. The design style can elicit brands. Tonality can elicit brands. My outfit can tell you about who I am. You walk into a room, you scan people's outfits, you judge who they are. That's their brand in your head. You decide what the world's brands are to you. Eye of the beholder. For me, for someone to sit in front of me and go, my brand's this, I'm like, cool, but tell me what your market think it is. Well, the market think it's great. Show me proof. Show me receipts. Give me testimonials. Give me quotes. So I sit down with companies all the time. They sit down in front of me to do our strategy sessions, and they say to us, we have a great brand. I'm like, great. Where's your case studies? Where's your testimonials? Oh, we don't have any. Okay, cool. We'll have, what have people said about you? Well, what do you mean? Well, what's people's opinion of your brand? Well, we don't know. It's like, well, your brand isn't what you think it is. It's what your market think it is. And if you don't talk to the market and ask them, hey, what do you think our brand is? You're flying blind. So for me, branding is what the market think you are or think your entity or company or corporation is. Branding is essentially, I like to use a metaphor for what I think branding is. And it's like, well, what's your Mount Everest? Well, I want my agency to be the fastest growing agency in Australia. I want to work with big fashion labels and successful e-commerce brands. I want to have a team of 50 staff. I want to have a really cool, fun culture. And I want to work with like fired up, excitable entrepreneurs. That's my goal. Okay, cool. That's your anchor. You're casting to the top of the mountain. That's the outcome that you want, branding is climbing to that summit. If we break it down a little further, strategy to me is like what's the route to get there? Like, where's the mile markers? How do I know I'm going to hit them? How do I implement it? How do I make sure it happens and have accountability for that system? And then the brand tactics is like, well, what are those actions? What tools do I need? What channels am I distributing them through? And how do I make that happen? And brand identity is the visual identity that elicits those outcomes. So if I produce a piece of content, or I put a product on a shelf, or I build a website, the proclivity that people have when they immediately see the visual design and then they read the copywriting, they're making a decision in their head. So very much you're left with design and verbal language to train your audience to think of your brand the way you want them to think of it. So you know how I said earlier, I had social media content, but every piece of content said how to build Instagram, how to grow Instagram, how to design Instagram content. People see that messaging, they see the design, they decide, oh, Dane's the Instagram guy. So how you kind of sprinkle your touch points into the marketplace elicits the brands, but most cases, people don't have a brand. And this is what I mean. If you sat down with your target audience, and I'm not talking about personal branding, I'm talking maybe from more a company perspective. If you have a service or you have a product and you survey 10 people that purchase said service or product and ask them how to describe it, and they describe the features and benefits of the product, you don't have a brand. If they talk about the experience and how it felt and what it meant to them, you have a brand. This is the zeitgeist that I tend to sit in, which is like, if you can figure out how to understand, well, what is your branding destination? What would you like people to say your brand is when you get there? What the tactics and the strategy is along the way, and how to figure out how to get this whole thing to work together. And it's not easy. That's what I tend to say is like, if you can get good at those things or have someone on your team who's good at those things, you're going to have a lot better success growing your company.
So I want to unpack, this is powerful. Your brand is what the market says about you. Then your branding, how do you want to be positioned? Then your brand strategy, what's the roadmap to get there, as well as tactics, the actual activities and things you do. Brand identity then breaks down into the visuals, things people see, and the writing, which may also just in video, especially show up as language, the way you talk, what you say. So many people listening to this, though, are starting. They're maybe kind of on the sidelines making their plan. They're in an early stage. They're also just trying to figure things out. And so this question of like, what does the market say about you? It's like, well, nothing. I don't have a market yet. I don't even really have even maybe an initial audience, or it's not a big enough case study, or I have a viral short. And even by viral, we say VFM, viral for me. I had a YouTube short get 22,000 views. Well, vertical content, that's cool. And that's a really cool milestone, but like, that's not impact. That's not like a level of depth of people would recognize you. They're recognizing your logo. Some people listening to this, one of my biggest pet peeves, man, their YouTube avatar is still the letter of their name. Like, I'm offended personally for everybody, especially if you're on the YouTube channel. Today, you need to actually like at least get that figured out, and then get Dane's book to even take it to another level to figure out really what that should be. But apply this a little bit if you're not a corporation and you're a new personal brand. Maybe you're also a successful business owner. You got a product and service. You've scaled to 6 figures, multiple 7 figures, but your brand sucked the whole way. Like, you didn't really need a brand, like, because you had a good product and there's some word of mouth, but your messaging wasn't super clear, but the product solved the problem. So if you're at a place where like, man, I can't get much feedback here, how do you start dialing this in, and how do you think about this?
Yeah, you raised a good point there. So I'm going to hit this 3 different ways. 1 is with a metaphor, 2 is with logic, and then 3 is maybe a few things that people can do. So the first and foremost, like, I guess the metaphor here is like, if you're starting, essentially you have to kind of imagine yourself like a coming of age, right? So like, it's like moving out from your parents' house for the first time. It's terrifying. Like, I'm going to pay rent, I'm going to organize food, I'm going to do my dishes, I'm going to do my washing. Like, it's overwhelming the amount of stuff you have to do to like have a social channel that starts to get traction. But what you have to do is get obsessed with like finding ways to enjoy it. That's the first step. But to get over the fear, it's almost like I liken it to stepping out to the wilderness with a survival pack and going, I'm just going to go trudge out into the wilderness that is social media and find a spot to set up, right? My initial spot camp I metaphorically set up. I was like, I'm going to set up a camp, a little campfire here, which was like, I'm going to teach people how to make Instagram content. I thought I was a genius. I'm going to teach Instagram content and how to do it on Instagram. I'm like, who on Instagram doesn't want to learn this stuff? I was like, I'm a genius. Let's do it. And it worked, but it didn't get the reaction that I wanted. We'll come back to this when I go into, I guess, breaking it into logic. So back to the metaphor. You're stepping out into the wilderness. You're setting up a campfire. We talk about this in the book. And it's like, well, every campfire that you create one day could become an empire. But for sure, every empire that exists once upon a time was a campfire. So if you look at the great city of Rome, once upon a time, people showed up, put a little campfire in the ground and were like, this is a great place to hang out. And then that turned into Rome. So if you're trying to create your Rome, understand that it always starts with literally a campfire. Maybe in the modern age, maybe not. But like if we use the medieval concept, let's just stay there. So for the sake of this, imagine building a personal brand, like stepping out to the wilderness, picking a spot, just anywhere, just pick a camp to be like, this is good enough for now. Let's just set up. We might move later. Let's just try this. Set up a little campfire. The metaphor of the campfire is you producing heat to attract people to go, oh, this is kind of cool. This is entertaining. This is exciting. What's going on over here? A little bit of content. And every time you put a log on the fire, that's a piece of content. And the only way to stoke the brand fire is to put a log on the fire consistently. If you start putting logs on the fire, you start producing content, you're never going to produce enough heat to build an audience, to build a tribe, to build an empire. So if you could just get comfortable just going, hey man, I'm not alone. I'm just going to keep adding logs to the fire. No one sees it. So what? I'm learning how to chop wood. I'm learning what types of wood I want to use. I'm learning how it kind of creates a reaction. Different wood creates different heat. Different wood lasts longer than others. You're just getting comfortable with the process. Before long, people start to show up and go, hey, we're kind of lost out here in the wilderness. This is kind of cool. Can we hang out here? And you're like, sure. They grab a seat. What happens is the bigger the campfire gets, the more heat it produces, the more entertaining you are, the more, I guess, bells and whistles that your brand has, the more attractive your campsite becomes. And you can amplify your campsite by collaborating with others. We're collaborating right now. Like your campfire, your audience that are listening to this, who love you, who love hanging around your campfire, getting nourishment and insights and entertainment from you, like, who the hell is this Dane guy? Now there's a pathway between the listeners of this podcast back to potentially my podcast or my event or my book or whatever I'm doing. We're creating a pathway between us. And you have to look at building a personal brand like building a business. You have to find other people to collaborate with. You have to find events to go to and collect a new audience to say, I got a campfire if you want to come hang out at it. Before long, if you get good at building a campfire, you can turn it into a business. And the metaphor here is like, essentially build a campfire first, get good at making content, get good at creating a social contract and emotionally engaging with your audience. And then they'll tell you, we're hungry. They're like, great, I can sell you something. What do you want? You want a burger? You know what I mean? So like, do you want to sell a book? Do you want to sell a course? Do you want to like, don't start with the sale. Don't get out there in the wilderness and be like, what am I going to sell? There's no one out there. Like start a campfire first, build an audience first, and allow the audience to tell you, dude, we would really like it if you wrote us a book. Dane, we'd really like it if you created a podcast. All right, here you go. We would really like it, Dane, if you created us a course about how to build a personal brand. Okay, well, here you go. Hey, Dane, we'd really like it if like you could come out to the US and like do some speaking and some events. All right, here you go. So like I've never decided, I've just allowed my audience to demand what they wanted and I just give it to them. Christo does the exact same thing. He's like, I just make content. I wait till the audience react and give what they want. So that's the metaphor. The logic to this is that when you start making content, you're just trying to get data. Like, don't worry about going viral or getting a fan base. Just like produce a piece of content, look at the data. The data is they like this piece, they didn't like that piece. They commented on this, they shared that, but they didn't like this. You're just collecting data. Then you try to build enough data. 1 week of content isn't a lot of data. 2 weeks of content is a lot of data. 2 months content isn't really a lot of data. I think the reason I chose 90 days for the book was it's enough time to create enough data and create enough momentum. The data is, well, how many people followed? How many people engage? What do they engage with? You just start to look at the numbers and the statistics. Then the information above that is like, well, okay, they like this. What are the actionable insights? Well, the actionable insights of, the data to the information to the insights is if I make more of that, I get a better outcome. Okay, cool. Let's do more of that. Then you learn, okay, well, out of doing more of that, this one did even better. So the only way to go from data to wisdom is to look at the data, come up with the information, get insights from that information, do something about it, and go through this cycle of like action, learn, action, learn, action, learn. If you do that for 90 days, at the end of it, you'll have a little bit of wisdom. You're like, okay, like I think my audience kind of like this. I got some wisdom about how to solve their problem. I got some wisdom about what products they could create next. But you can't go from nothing to wisdom. You have to go through these layers of collecting data, making sense of the information, choosing the insights that matter, taking action of those insights, learning what does and doesn't work. That's the only way to get to wisdom.
Man, this is rich, and you're making complex things simple with this campfire analogy. I think Media Podcast listeners, this podcast is really a blueprint, and I want to challenge us to really commit to the next 90 days. Whenever you're listening to this, especially those that are on the sidelines, 1 week's not enough. 2 weeks is not enough. A lot of people make New Year's resolutions, but they only get 3 weeks in. They don't even get enough momentum or enough data. So if you're listening to this right now, I just want to encourage you. We're going to get to a little bit more from the book in a bit, but pick up the book, make a plan, and really commit to 90 days of putting logs on the fire, so that you also can get some data, so you can get some wisdom, and so you don't have to overthink about why didn't this work in month 1 or even month 2, but give yourself enough time to either commit or recommit to starting your channel, because there's so much wisdom here. And I do want to get to a little bit of the 90-day framework as we land the plane in a moment, but I want to ask you, personal brands versus corporate brands. And business owners that listen to this podcast sometimes even wonder, should they even be a personal brand? Should they hire somebody else in the company or appoint someone else to be on camera? There's a lot of different approaches. But you say that personal brands build trust faster than corporate brands because they're about character, while corporate brands are about capability. Can you explain what this is and why this matters?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think, like whatever it is that we do, we tend to fall in love with people and human beings. And then if we look at the human beings have a few things. One is they have a story. They have an origin story. They had a defining moment. They have the trajectory that their life is on. They have enemies. They have friends. They have catchphrases. They have outfits. They have tonality. They have color. It's difficult for a company to have those things. And this is why you see a Nike partner with a Michael Jordan. Or this is why you see famous celebrities like Tom Segura partnering with Liquid Death. Like, you can use a person as an emotional extension to your brand to add a sense of personality, right? Harley Davidson's the rebel, Google's the sage, right? Companies tend to have personality. And I think the reason that we're more attracted to people and their character than we are to a company's capability, well, I don't need a company's capability every day, but I like connecting with people every day. You know what I mean? So I would say that if you were to say which one do you need, in today's day and age, the landscape is changing. And what I've been witness to in the landscape is I've been working with entrepreneurs for about 10 years. And when I started the company 5 years ago, working with business owners, the conversation was, hey, what's the deal with personal branding? 3 years ago it was, should I start a personal brand? 2 years ago it was, hey, I'm thinking about starting a personal brand. And today, most entrepreneurs are like, I gotta build a personal brand. So like the landscape's changed because people are starting to realize that these kids on social media, millennials or whatever, are making more money than them, and they've been in an industry for a decade or more. Like, how the hell is this guy on YouTube making more money than me? And I've been doing this for 10 years. The point is, business owners are realizing that people that make media and produce content as a personal brand are stealing their clients. They're taking the market by storm, because 5 years ago, we spent a lot of time on social media, but today we spend our lives on social media. And I think the social transaction between people is predominantly online. And those that win online are going to win at business. You can't just win business by word of mouth anymore. So to really break these apart, is personal branding is a lot more about character. It's a lot more about style and presence and story, whereas companies are typically about capability, outcomes, and producing some kind of product or service in the market. It's not always interesting to look at products and services. No one goes on Instagram to follow companies. People go on Instagram, they go on TikTok, they go on YouTube to engage with content from people that they align with And there's really only two reasons that we're really attracted to personal brand. Is human beings like to be around people that they like and that fit.
Are you self-employed or running a small business? Wouldn't it be great if it was easy to stay organized and on top of your finances? Then Skynova is for you. At Skynova, you can make professional-looking invoices, track expenses, and so much more, and everything is automatically organized. It helps you stay on top of who you need to invoice, who's paid, and who's past due. You'll always know how your business is doing, and it's so much easier to fill out your tax papers. Now, who doesn't want that? Sign up today at skynova.com. Stay organized and breathe easier during tax season.
Presenting Tyson lightly breaded boneless chicken bites. Always been Tyson.
Politics is people like, I align this way or I align that way or I'm a centralist or whatever it is. Like, we tend to hang out with those we see the world the same way with. The second thing is we follow personal brands because we want to be like them. You know, you follow Alex Hormozi or Gary Vee or Chris Do because you're like, man, I want to be like that guy or that girl. Like, we have a part of ourselves that aspires to be more, so that we're attracted to that. Companies just can't really do the same thing. So if you're looking for an edge or an advantage on social media, you need to think about, how do I create founder-led content about the company that I'm building? And an example of this is a guy named Poor Boy Coffee. There's a guy who started a channel, he had a cafe, it wasn't making money, so he started making content about how much money he was losing. Then he started making content about how much it cost for the beans and how he was just like a warm, interesting, like wholesome guy. He's kind of humorous, kind of self-deprecating, back to the emotion piece. And he's just like aspirational. Like, it's just like, I want the guy to win. So what happened is, if you go to his social channel now, when he opens the door in the morning, he has a line out the door. He's making content about all these rad people that are supporting him. And I was like, oh, I'm making a little bit of profit now. I can buy a better machine now. And people are like rooting for this character. We love stories. There's something in us that is, you know, whether it's our ancestors sitting around a campfire, we love stories. We love human beings. And I think if you want an unfair advantage over your competition, and if you want to steal your competitor's lunch and eat it in front of them, you need to learn how to maybe use a personal brand.
Poor Boy Coffee, looks like he's got 59,000 followers on Instagram now. I think I found him, poorboy.coffee.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and what a cool story. There's so many nuggets in there and things we can apply to our personal brands. And if you have a more business brand, you know, when you were talking about Nike, it just made me think that like influencer marketing's not new.
It's not. It's been around since like ancient times, man. Like the word influence is just a new buzzword that we use to describe like what is it that makes it so that person can influence an outcome. And the word influencer isn't even cool anymore. It's now about founder-led content. That's the new thing. It's like, oh, they're a founder. So I think it's not new. Like, we've been following what others do since ancient times. Like, Cleopatra wears that type of makeup. I'm gonna wear that type of makeup, right? Like, it's the Caesars dressed a certain way. I'm gonna dress a certain way. We tend to be influenced by the zeitgeist of our cultures, the populace that we live in, and it's like a hedonic treadmill. We tend to be like that which is around us. You hang around people that complain and promote all the time, you start to complain and promote. You hang around with a Grant Cardone long enough, you start to get a little bit of energy, you start to sell stuff. Like, we need to put ourselves in positions of success. And if you're not getting the success you want on your social channels, on your Instagram and your business, put yourself in an environment around people that are doing it and crushing it. Like, we need to be close to people. And those, I think, that have the most success in business are the most obsessed with building relationships with valuable people.
Let's talk about the 90-day framework. So as we kind of land the plane, give us some next steps now. First 30 days, 30 to 60, final sprint. People can pick up your book, highly recommended, and definitely save this podcast and, you know, work through all of these, because my hope and intent here was that we all level up our brands. If you are established, I know I got what to do. If you are just starting, now you have a roadmap. But what could happen for your brand for your reach of your content, for your income, if you dialed in some of these details over the next 90 days. I love books personally, buy so many of them because it's actually pretty wild for, $20, $30, how much wisdom you can get from somebody and how impactful it can be. That's a 10x return, 100x return, 1,000x return of the wisdom you can have in a book when it's applied. But if you kind of just walk us through 90 days, what are we actually going to be doing over the next 90 days and some milestones we could aim for, at least at a high level? And then again, in the show notes is a copy of the book if you want to order that on Amazon. And we'll come back to some final resources that Dane has as well. Talk about the 90 days.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm going to steal your plane analogy and kind of play with that a little bit. And also, I noticed you got a hammer on your wall there, so I'm going to use that. So I think there's this cliche or this phrase. It's like, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? Like if all you're focused on is I need leads, then social media just looks like a platform to get leads on. Like you need to stop looking at social media like a platform to generate leads on. You need to go, okay, this is a public library and people either want to get entertainment, they want to get Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, or they want to educate themselves on mathematics or science, or people either want to learn or they want to entertain themselves, or a mix of the two. No one's going to the public library to get sold to or to become your lead. So if you start respecting social media, it's social and it's
iPhone 16e has the best battery life for an iPhone this size, so nothing's stopping you from getting the high score, except the stairs, benches, and rails. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
Domino's New York style pizza. Order any 2 or more 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each.
and how do I make something media centric? Just sit in that pocket. The second thing is, if you look at the 90-day brand plan, like taking off in a plane. So imagine you're sitting in the cockpit on the runway of a Boeing 747, you're the pilot. This is what it feels like to start your 90-day brand plan. Now, it's the first time you're in that plane, you've never flown a plane before, and to make it even worse, the windshield's painted black, and it's your job to take off. This is what it feels like. You're like, oh my God, is it gonna work? Am I gonna crash and burn? Am I gonna die? Like, people literally think they're gonna die if they just start posting content. So what I suggest to them is, like, what happens is, if you're in that cockpit and your family are on board and they're depending on you to succeed, I kind of play these games with myself because it makes life a bit more interesting and colorful. But if you're taking off down the runway, taxiing down the runway, this is what I want you to expect for the first 30 days. The first 30 days of you producing content is you just taxiing to get to the start of the runway. You know, when you get on the flight and you're like driving, it feels like you're driving around a car park and you're like, oh, are we gonna take off anytime soon? Like, you need to taxi to the runway. The first 30 days is like, you're like, when are we gonna take off? Like, what's happening? Like, nothing seems to be getting any traction. Where are the clouds? You can't expect clouds in 30 days. So just imagine the first 30 days is we're just taxiing to the start of the runway. I'm just gonna produce content. Hey, we're moving. We boarded the flight. We're moving. We'll get there eventually. We'll take off at some point. I'll get a hot towel and an orange juice at some point. But let's just focus on producing content. Now, the point is, you just want to get in the operating rhythm of producing a piece of content, posting it, looking at the data. Forget about the results. Producing another piece of content, putting it up, look at the data. Who cares about the results? Just get in the rhythm of being comfortable being on camera, or becoming comfortable creating a piece of content. Become comfortable writing a caption and choosing the hashtags. Just get comfortable. And if you're terrified of what people think, just create a private channel, invite a couple people you love and trust, make it private, and don't make it public. And if you can't even do that, just film yourself every day for 30 days. Whatever your taxiing down the runway is, just start. Like, that's the point. It's just to get out of procrastination and get into the action. Get out of the data and information and into taking action, because the only way you can learn is through action. Okay, so just don't expect much in 30 days other than, like, I'm getting comfortable. Oh shit, we're at the start of the runway. The plane engine's roaring. It's getting loud. Your windshield's painted black. You're like, I don't know where the tree line is. I don't know if we're gonna make it. But at some point, you can't gingerly hit that runway. At some point, once you get comfortable, you have to start taking it serious. You go, okay, we can't gingerly hit this runway. it's pedal to the metal, baby. And you want to hit that thing as hard as you can, as consistently as you can. And if you're going hard in the paint, and what I mean by going hard is like, don't just give him a random piece of content that you just thought of that morning. Like, try to give him something really good. The internet's full of great education, great entertainment. Like, try to make something that's worthy of being on Netflix or worthy of being paid for. Like, make it that good and make it that interesting. If you're pushing that hard, you're gonna start getting wind under your wings, and it might take another 30 days to get off the runway. 90 days tends to be the amount of time that most algorithms need to get acquainted with your content formats. It tends to be enough time for your community to get comfortable with what your deal is, what your shtick is all about. It's you need to expect it to take 3 months to even start to get altitude. Because here's the thing, the 747 depletes about 40% of its fuel to 60% of its fuel just to get off the runway and up to altitude. But think about it, so next time you're on a flight, dude, like by the time you're at altitude,
70%?
Yeah, up to 70%. Yeah, so up to 70% of the fuel in the flight could be gone when you're at altitude. So remember, the next time you hit altitude, 70% of the fuel, gone, right? But you can go halfway around the planet on that other 30%. The point is, when you're at scale like you or I am, it becomes a lot easier. It's like, oh, this is almost autopilot. I can hire people to come in and help me do this. I can run my company. This is fucking fun as, like, no, nothing to stress about. It's the beginning that's terrifying. Most of the work for the pilot is in the takeoff and in the landing. So most of your work that you'll ever do in creating social media content is in the first probably 12 months. And you gotta give it everything. You gotta give it enough momentum. And if you're not posting every day or 5 days a week, you're just not going to have enough momentum to ever get off the runway.
So that's such a great vision. And I think, man, when we compare ourselves to others, which is not a good idea, but we do it. And, you know, my friend John Acuff says, don't compare your beginning to somebody else's middle. Because what we see is the person that's getting the views and the shares, and like they're 1 year in, 5 years in, 10 years in. And then we're 2 weeks in and we're like, man, this isn't working. And I really felt the emotions when you were talking about taxiing, because not only do I feel like, man, when are we going to take off? But anyone who's flown has probably been in a situation where something happens. They're like, sorry, guys, we're out here. There's a few other things. Sorry. And like sometimes, you know, it's an extra 30, 45 minutes, an extra hour. And you're like, what's going on? In fact, I've spent a lot of time in Las Vegas. And sometimes you're sitting on the runway and it's 107 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, sorry, guys. And they're like, gee, like no matter how hard the AC is blowing, you're just getting destroyed. They're like, please keep the windows down. And that's sometimes kind of how it feels at the start of posting content. You're just like, man, when is this thing going to take off? And even the fact that we got to burn so much fuel to even get a little bit of altitude. Well, of course, you get much more tactical in the book. And so we'll encourage listeners to pick that up. And I am actually curious as well. Clearly, you're a student, you're a learner, you're a reader. I'm just curious if there's other business, marketing, or strategy books that...
Dental offers complete care in one place. Dentists, specialists, and labs. How's that for a cleanup?
Curious if there's other business, marketing, or strategy books that, especially for content creators, if you had a friend that you were like, oh man, you want to start a YouTube channel and you want to get into this creator economy thing and you want to have a personal brand, and these are some of the books that I think would really be helpful from any angle, really. Is there anything that are some of your favorites?
Yeah, some personal favorites that I like. You know, I like the 10X rule. That book means a lot to me, and I think it's a very simple book, but I guess Grant Cardone, who wrote that book, just talks about, like, you have to think 10 times bigger than you're currently thinking, and you have to think it's going to be 10 times harder than you think it is to get there. It's just coming to the terms with the reality that you're probably not thinking big enough, and you're probably not thinking it's as hard as it actually is going to be. Like, taxiing down that runway is hard. Posting content every day, and your mom's the only person that comments, sucks. And then you go to work and your friends are making fun of you for making content. It's brutal. But you just have to realize that like the only way to get off the runway is just keep doing it. And like if you look at a Gary Vee or a Mosey, they're in their private jet at like 80,000 feet, going into the stratosphere, sipping on champagne, and you're not seeing the 16 years it took them to get to that point. So like again, you can't compare your start to someone else's middle. Like that's crazy. But I think in any case, when you're trying to build something, you got to realize like it's got to be tough. Another book I like is Zag from a guy named Marty Neumeier. Zag was Steve Jobs' favorite book, and some say it inspired him to create the iPod. But basically, that book just says what everyone else is doing, do the opposite. If everyone's doing talking head content, go do something different. If you look at anyone who gets crazy viral traction, it's usually like the market's going this way, and they just go, I'm doing the opposite. Everyone's serious about business, I'm going to be nuts about business. Everyone's formal, I'm going to wear a beanie and sneakers. Like, whatever the zeitgeist is, try to hit a different direction. Another book, I think, what I'm enjoying at the moment is Buy Back Your Time from Dan Martell. Recently, I had the privilege of meeting him. Just a great way to get unstuck and just figure out, like, we need to take action. We need to start thinking about, like, how do I use time as an investment? Am I using my time wisely? Am I putting it in the right place? The last book I would say that's kind of a hidden gem is The Richest Man in Babylon. A great book about how money works. No matter how many times I read that book, it just hits me different. And it's a really old book. A lot of people don't realize how actually old that book is. But it just teaches you that money has the way of working, and if you can get familiar with how money kind of operates and how to handle it, if you can think bigger like Grant Cardone, if you can win your time back like Dan Martell, and if you can do it a little bit differently like Marty Neumeier, I think that's a great stack of books to get started.
Oh man, that's the level up list for 2025, plus your 90-day brand plan. Dane, I'm super grateful for you. I have one more question, but I want you to shout out anything you're doing, the stuff that people could get, more from you. If they want to go deeper, we'll make sure to list all the resources, the books recommended, Dane's stuff in the show notes. But break it down. How can people connect with you?
Yeah, good question, man. You can just go to danewalker.com or just follow me at Instagram. My company is rivyl.com. But what I'll do, man, for anyone who's listening to this right now, I'll send you a code, and you guys can have my online personal branding program for free. I'll give you a code so that your listeners can just get immediate access to that. It's different to the book. I think, if you wanted to 10 in the book with the online course, go ahead. If you just want to be one or the other, whatever. But yeah, it's about a 4-hour program on actually how to build what I'm talking about.
Dane, that's sick. People are going to be pumped. So you're going to be giving away your personal branding course for free. So if you're on the audio or video podcast, we'll make sure that code is in the show notes, as well as the website link to get to that, as well as all the other resources. Dane, super grateful for you. The final question is, send us off 2025. You're listening to this. What's the mindset you need in this current landscape? You've given us a lot of juicy tips, but if maybe there's a final tip, a perspective shift to crush it this year, especially for those that want to start or grow a profitable YouTube channel, what do you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I think something I've been really sitting with recently, and it's helped me a lot, is thinking wildly creative, but being ruthlessly commercial. And try to find a way to make the two meet in the middle. Because I think to build a business and to succeed as a personal brand, as a content creator, you have to be wildly creative. And this is what I'm talking about, like engineering emotion, understanding the zeitgeist of what's popular in pop culture right now, and leveraging that, trying to stay away from what everyone else is doing and doing something different. And try to be wildly creative, but also be ruthlessly commercial. Like, where is the attention? I want to build a business for startups. Well, why? Because I was a startup, but it was.
iPhone 16e has the best battery life for an iPhone this size, so nothing's stopping you from getting the high score, except the stairs, benches, and rails. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
sucked. Well, cool. There's a hole in the market, but is there a market in the hole, right? Like, sell to the rich. They got money for you. You know what I mean? And take that money and then give something else to those that are getting started, right? Like, I chase big branding projects that pay me $250,000 to $500,000. And we do other projects that are smaller than that, but that's the ones I'm chasing. And then I'll take that capital and I'll go write books, or I'll give your program or your community a free online program. Like, you know what I mean? So like, if you can go chase where the money really is, you can go do the other things you're passionate about doing. But I just think, yeah, if you want to win, you have to start thinking like an athlete. You have to start thinking like an entrepreneur. It's like, yep, we can be creative and passionate, but we have to become really commercial, know our numbers, and we have to know how to invest our time and make money with it.
That quote is going to go down in history for the Think Media podcast, because we always live here at this tension of the artist, the creative, but oftentimes the starving artist. And even why our tagline is helping you build a profitable YouTube channel, as I'm always talking about, you need money for the mission. And there's always this tension where sometimes the money and the business acumen and the practicality feels like it, chokes out the creative soul of some. But unfortunately, if all you're trying to do is be an artist and be creative and you run out of cash, then you can't feed yourself, your family, and you can't really scale. And so the tension in the middle, you summed it up for 2025. Think wildly creative, but be ruthlessly commercial. Dane, super grateful for you. I appreciate you taking the time and adding so much value to our community. Want to acknowledge all the value you've put out there in the world, and grateful for all these resources and all your wisdom. Truly grateful and thankful for you to take the time today. And then Think Media Podcast, thank you. As usual, like, share, rate, review. If you're still listening this deep into the podcast, wherever you watch or listen, my name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. We will connect with you in a future episode. And so fast forward to today, we are kind of at that pace, but I've been hiring people. It's crazy what Think Media has turned into. And it's been, this year will be our 10-year anniversary at the end of the year, which is kind of crazy. And I even started YouTube before that, like 10 years of the company in this iteration. That just speaks to, I think, pace yourself. And so practical advice, pick one content format, max 2. Like maybe do 2 shorts a week and 1 proper video a week. Even more than that, maybe just my 2025 recipe for YouTube success would be 1 high quality, strategic, long form video per week. There it is. If possible, I'm trying to upload a video. What does high quality mean? I don't mean like fancy lighting. I mean that you thought about it. You weren't lazy or rushed. What's the title? Good thumbnail. You thought about the content. Even if you didn't edit it, you planned it out. It's something that is valuable to the viewer. You really invested in it. And it's like, I'd rather you do like 1 high quality, strategic, long form video. It's not a YouTube short. What does long form mean? 8, 12 minutes. It might be 22 minutes. It might be longer, and it might be 6. There's not a magic number. That's a question people have. But if I was like really wanted to build a solid foundation, I would love to do that. Now, saying that, YouTube shorts are an easier way to get in the game. All you need is your smartphone. They can be very short, and whatever's going to get you creating content. But I think keep it simple at the start. Don't let it get too complex. Find a rhythm that you can stay consistent at, and content is that next C. And again, subscribe to the podcast and stick with us, because the art of creating great content and content that resonates and catching new trends that come with content, it's ever evolving. And YouTube, the future is bright. I think the Goldman Sachs research said the next 3 years are going to be the best 3 years in the creator economy. That it's actually the total addressable market and like the amount of money, it's going to be a $500 billion industry in the next 3 years. We're actually in a major wave right now. That's a big growth wave. It's a good thing to be a part of. But there's also, challenges, and that is the skill. There's this quote from Eric Ries that says, the only way to win is to learn faster than anybody else. So I think as we land the plane on this C, it's sort of like start making content and posting videos as soon as possible, but then commit to continuous improvement that will never stop. It's lifelong continuous improvement. And we've said it a lot, but it's like get 1% better with every upload. It's just like, just always working on my craft, getting a little bit better. Always tweaking something, get a little bit better. Can my delivery on camera be a little bit better? Can my planning process, the way I outline, the way I research be a little bit better? I have more experience, my depth of knowledge on my subject matter, my editing, even if you eventually delegate something, or maybe a spouse or partner is helping you, working together. How can we make the videos better, more interesting? And can we make the opening better? How can we make the thumbnails better? I've learned that small tweaks lead to giant peaks. Something about committing to consistent strategic content, but then also committing to improving that content as you go. So that's the 4th C. You got to post videos on YouTube if you want to have success on YouTube.
I love how this is compounding one after the other. And it really goes back to courage, the first one. As you were saying, this might seem a little overwhelming. You have to have courage, which is the 1st C. So I love hearing this framework in real time and how that has looked like for you as well. So we've gone through courage, clarity, channel, content. What's the 5th C?
Okay, so the 5th C is now community. This is the C of, as you start posting, things are going well, you start getting some subscribers, you start getting some comments. And I think the big key here is care. And what do I mean? Deeply care about your community. And try to think about ways of going the extra mile. Now, at the start, you're just hoping you get a comment. And there's something about getting that first comment ever. And hopefully, by the way, I hope you reply and engage. Like, man, someone's here and they actually said something. You know, like, who are these people? People are starting to like the video. People are starting to comment on the video. But I think it's an obsession with wanting to care for your community. In the book, my co-author, Benji Travis, was telling a story of his wife, who together now they have a big vlogging channel of a family vlog, but originally she was a beauty YouTuber. And he would tell stories that she would be up answering comments until 1, 2, 3, and 4 a.m. in the morning, answering as many comments as she could. Now, if you're just starting, you're like, I wish I had that problem. That'd be a nice problem to have. But you know what's fascinating is there's a lot of established creators or even mid-sized creators that they start to, it's not that they don't care, but they get busy.
Tomato sauce, basil, cheese? Forget about it. Cheetos cheese pizza puffs.
And they focus on all the tasks things, forgetting that, like, this is all about people. Like, there's no way for you to have success as a content creator if there's not somebody that watches your videos. So I think having an obsession and a genuine love for the end viewer, thinking about, you know, how can I show my appreciation? And that actually is going to start, more than answering a comment, it's going to start by what you put into your videos. The effort and excellence and detail and service-minded. By the way, if you're making great content, you're actually asking more, what's in it for the viewer, not just what videos do I want to make. It's maybe attention, but it's like, what's really in this for the viewer? Am I obsessed with helping the viewer win, entertaining the viewer, adding massive value, giving them a great experience? The kind of content they would say thank you after. Thank you, I needed this, I've been stressed out. Thank you, that helped and solved my problem. Thank you, a lot of these other YouTube videos were full of fluff. That one was really great. Thank you for the energy and effort you put into this video. That's one way to show care. But as we go the extra mile, you know, now we have a bunch of YouTube channels. We post a lot of content across our whole brand at Think Media. And we, every Wednesday, one of the things we do as a team is called Love Bombs. And so we have a short team meeting